Chapter 251. Change starts at the top? Mage Adept Newbanks stood near the back of the control room on the platform overlooking the array. With her arms crossed and a stern look on her face, her presence filled the room despite her staying out of the way. While the main focusing array spun in the center of the room, the mages scurried around it like frenzied worker bees. They knew she was watching. The mage currently in charge of the central array continued to call out orders, attempting to bring some semblance of order to the chaos. They needn't have bothered, as Newbanks was too invested in what she was doing on her link to bother paying attention to what they were doing. Simultaneously searching through all the hurriedly updated protocols, she skillfully assigned teams to the different tasks that needed doing to alter the array. She was also cross-checking the technique Lord Verena proposed against the archive of information she had from the capital, which only she had access to.
But neither of those tasks took up too much of her focus. Indeed, most of her attention was on the conversation she was having with the City Lord and the implications of what was happening. Both City Lord Cosgrove and the Dorchester Council of Leadership continued to push for more than she was able to give, and the legal restrictions she was under were beginning to chafe. Although she sympathized with their position, there wasn't anything she could do about it.
So you're saying that this is not a verified research direction already discovered and perfected by the kingdom? The City Lord asked skeptically.
Replying quickly, Newbanks said, "No, that's not what I'm saying. I cannot legally tell you anything about the kingdom's methods of scrying that you haven't locally developed. What I can tell you is that I am unfamiliar with this technique Lord Verena has come up with. Whether or not the kingdom is aware of it is not something I can confirm or deny." Sounding rather fed up with Newbank's restrictions, the City Lord asked tersely, "Not that we don't appreciate you and Archmage Jennings being here, but don't you think it might be time to assign us a court mage who is within our city's development level? We are at war, you know." While somewhat surprised at the City Lord's audacity, Newbanks tried to sound sympathetic to her position when she replied, "I'm sure the Archmage has his reasons for remaining, and in the interim, I will continue to do my best to serve the Council to the best of my ability. Even though I may not be able to personally progress your technological levels, I assure you that I am doing everything I can to guide your mages to the answers you and your city need. However, if you are unhappy with the situation, you are of course free to register a formal complaint with the Tower of Magic in Hennings. The Council of Mages is always willing to work with the cities of Oglivark." Normally, cities were happy to have a mage or an advisor with experience and knowledge restricted under the law. Those types of people were able to offer wisdom and guidance that could shave years off a city's development. However, it seemed that the City Lord was questioning the Archmages and her usefulness. This was not something she had predicted. "That will not be necessary. Dorchester is more than happy that you both are here to help us in our time of need. The Council and I just believe that it might be more productive to have another point of view from a mage who isn't so restricted in what aid they can provide," the City Lord replied delicately. Keeping her mental presence over the link calm, she made sure none of her fury at the insult was being projected. "I'll be sure to pass on your thoughts to the Archmage at my earliest convenience. Is there anything else?" The City Lord's presence recoiled slightly, making it clear that she knew she may have overstepped. Changing the subject, the City Lord said, "Concerning this new scrying technique, the report I was given showed that there is a good chance this might be able to pierce the kobold illusions and prove the validity of the map the dwarves have given us. While I understand you cannot compare it to the scrying methods you are aware of, can you at least tell us how likely it is that our mages are right to be optimistic?" Clearly, at the end of her patience, Newbanks replied sharply, "As I've already told you, I cannot comment on the technique. You'll simply have to wait until the array is altered and an attempt is made to scry into the mountain. If you'll forgive me, City Lord Cosgrove, I must return to overseeing the array's update. After quickly cutting the connection, the frown on her face only grew more pronounced.
Her normally stoic demeanor was obviously fraying.
I shouldn't have overreacted like that, she thought to herself angrily. Taking a few calming breaths, her expression smoothed as she redistributed her attention onto the other matters she was dealing with. At the core of her mind, she couldn't help but be preoccupied with the thought that the king must have known this would happen. When she'd failed to get Lord Walker into the tower to personally utilize his abilities to scry the kobolds, the king had made it clear that it would all work out. How he could have predicted this outcome was beyond her. The fact that he did makes her feel all the more unnecessary. There's no point in questioning my purpose. All I have to do is to continue to do what he tells me. Whether I succeed or not is immaterial to his plans, as he's already taken everything into account, she told herself once again, attempting to reassure herself.
After setting up his tent alongside everyone else's, Nero couldn't help but chuckle at the fact that they were basically camping inside a giant cavern-turned-chamber inside a city fully encapsulated in a mountain. It was all so surreal. There was no weather to get a void, and no monsters that needed an enchantment to confuse. Yet everyone was still using tents for some privacy and sleep. Granted, the fact that they could activate the silencing function on them helped with the noise, but Nero still found it weird that they were even bothering with them. In the end, it did work out for him, as he could use the privacy for his meditation. Having told Merrick the mage that he was getting some rest, and asking him to alert him when they were ordered to move out, he ducked into his tent and set up his bedroll. The tent was larger than necessary, and much better than the one he'd used while in the wilds, but still rather cozy. It made slipping into his inner world easier than it would be out among the crowd, and Nero quickly found himself back on the cobblestone path he'd gotten familiar with. All around him, the recent events and experiences he'd gone through were floating around like wisps. There were more than he'd expected, as it hadn't been all that long since he'd last dealt with them. It wasn't like he'd done anything all that important, or at least he thought he hadn't. Checking his identity, he took stock of his progress. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 16. Race: human. Growth rate: 28%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Core attributes: Body: 4. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 11. Stars: 0. Pillars: 3/1. Nodding to himself in thought, he recalled the last time he'd done this was the night before he'd done the whole oath-giving ceremony thing. That was a few days ago. Maybe 2? He wasn't entirely sure, as the whole 30-hour day thing continued to throw him off. He'd definitely slept more than once since then. Probably. Regardless, Nero pushed the pointless thoughts aside and dug into the memories and experiences that were waiting for him. Starting with the densest ones he could see, he found himself back in his estate giving his speech to the newly inducted wackos. Seeing it in the third person was just as cringeworthy as it had been when he'd been giving it. He really did look like a tool. However, looking at it now, it was obvious that people seemed to have enjoyed it. And from what he could tell, no one looked all that bothered by his reluctant stance on leadership and responsibility. In fact, they seemed more than happy with it. Perhaps they were so used to micromanaging asshole lords that they were looking forward to working under someone more laid back and less controlling. Maybe I should set up a game room and snack table at the estate for everyone. Big-ass companies do that for morale, right? He thought to himself, before wondering if they had ping-pong here. Slipping through the memories, he watched his interaction with the dwarves, noticing that he didn't look nearly as carefree as he'd thought he had.
Instead of coming off as a free-spirited young man, he came off more as a host, trying to ensure that his guests were enjoying themselves. More and more memories went by. His kicking out the nobles from his after-event party, the various interactions he'd had with the people who worked at the estate, that time when he'd found the former evaluators sneaking around. Even the little moments he'd shared with the few wackos he'd interacted with stood out to him as something worth internalizing. He found his actions and thoughts somewhat surprising when looked at from this new perspective.
Nick having given him shit about not knowing about thought hubs, him being casually ordered around by Kathleen, and his respectful nods and greetings to people as they passed him by resonated with him. He didn't look nearly like the typical carefree jerk he was. He actually looked and acted somewhat mature. Huh, am I becoming boring? He wondered, as he noticed that he hadn't been screwing with anyone in a while. Standing there on the path, after all the memories had been cleared out, Nero realized that he'd barely even noticed the brief fight he'd had with the kobolds. Most of what had stuck to his soul as an experience worth noticing were his interactions with his followers and friends. His small deviations in personality and improved focus on the moment stood out as important in ways he didn't fully understand. Checking his identity, he saw that he'd gained some more growth, but not nearly enough to level. Although it was probably more than he should have expected. Name: Nero Walker. Level 16. Race: human. Growth rate: 56%. Tier 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Core attributes: Body: 4. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 11. Stars: 0. Pillars: 3/1. Rubbing his chin in thought, Nero tried to understand what was going on. The only thing he could come up with was that the pressure of so many people looking at him like he was important was getting to him. If enough people start treating you as a serious person, eventually you'll end up agreeing with them, he told himself. He just wasn't sure about whether or not that was a bad thing. Having watched a version of himself looking somewhat competent was a new experience for him, and not an altogether unpleasant one. It was clear that he'd gone out of his way to handle the dwarves without them blaming him for the mountain's ownership snafu, while successfully shifting the issue onto the shoulders of the city's nobles and the kingdom. Not only that, but his wackos weren't treating their name like the joke he'd originally meant it as. Everyone seemed proud of what House Walker was building, and the people he'd put in charge of stuff were handling their positions well. Is this what useless CEOs feel like when they walk around their company, seeing everyone doing their jobs and somehow blaming them for their success? He wondered, before realizing it was a pretty good feeling, despite how undeserving of their loyalty he felt. Looking around his inner world, he saw the sun shining brightly, and the shadows from the trees dancing merrily around him. The path in front of him remained clear, and the stone path under his feet was getting flatter and more firm. There was a sense that there was much further to go, but he was heading in the right direction. Smiling to himself in amusement at the imagery, he let himself return to his body. Back in his tent, he realized he'd only been meditating for under an hour. Either due to his limited experiences to process, or his improved ability to process them, he seemed to be shaving off the time he needed to be meditating. Whatever the reason, it was good news, as he had a book to finish. Laying down on his bedroll, Nero stared up at the tent's canopy and closed his eyes. Opening up his link, he reopened the book Nick had given him and returned to the last place he'd bookmarked. At around the halfway point in the book, the tone changed dramatically. No longer was it just covering the basics and sounding like an advert for the usefulness of thought hubs. It was now getting into the nitty-gritty of how and why they were made and what they were capable of. Having been told that the book was meant for school children, Nero found the progressively advancing content interesting. The earlier chapters were clearly meant for foundational learning, while the later ones required a more adult mindset to understand.
He'd never seen a book arranged like this before. Typically, books carried the same tone throughout all of their chapters and were meant for a specific audience.
This one, on the other hand, seemed to be meant for long-term reading over many years. It was an interesting way to organize the study of a subject. In a way, he kind of thought it was better than requiring multiple books with varying reading levels. There was a more detailed chapter covering how the initial thought hubs were meant to deal with crime and monitoring of the citizens. When they were conceived, they hadn't been intended as a communication system at all. They were, instead, meant to be a forced observational tool to protect the citizens and prevent people from abusing their positions. Instead of having meant to stop muggings and the like, they were meant to stop people in power from sidestepping the laws. They were intended to protect the commoners.
It came as such a surprise to Nero that he had to set the book aside for the moment and sit up to think about what he'd just read. The nobles in power had been getting so fed up with people anonymously reporting abuses of power and issues with the assholes in charge that they conceived of a way for people to constantly be in contact with the authorities. To Nero, it sounded like the exact opposite of what a person in power would actually do. Diving back into the book, Nero had to reread several chapters to understand the subtext that he'd been missing. There was a sense of community that he'd been completely misunderstanding. The entire system of government they'd set up was geared toward rewarding nobles for smoothly running their cities and keeping their people happy and progressive. Levels and moving along their path were all that really mattered to these people. What constituted power and prestige were not the same to them as what he was familiar with.
As far as he was concerned, a system of government like this only worked because of the monitoring ability of the thought hubs. The technology saw and experienced everything, while not being able to actually express what it was witnessing to anyone in particular. What the thought hub could do was rather accurately give a happiness index for the city and highlight areas that were underperforming. Since it was completely based on how the people using it thought, it was inherently limited from violating anyone's personal preferences. It was like a giant mental, metaphorical mirror that showed the entire city. Back when he'd first been told that people in charge could find him easily through the thought hub, he'd assumed that everyone was being tracked. But that wasn't the case at all. While the thought hub could find anyone connected to it, there really did need to be a valid reason for the person who was looking for them to find them. Everything about the thought hub and how it came to be was like a mental puzzle that Nero was having trouble wrapping his head around. The idea that the people in charge created it to avoid headaches was simply too absurd to believe. Yet, in a way, it sort of made sense. The government they set up required a massive amount of oversight, and to make it work, they needed an impartial system to watch over everything. What kind of person with power would want to spend their days reading complaints from underlings unhappy with their middle manager who was cutting their coffee breaks so their quarterly numbers would improve? The people in charge had better shit to do, so they spent their research budget looking for alternatives, which then led to the thought hub. What really caused Nero's brain to overheat was the concept that the people in charge were so competent. There was an underlying assumption in their society that only people worthy of their position should have it. It was so counter to what he'd grown familiar with that he had trouble understanding it. But the people in charge had gotten there because they were powerful, and they only got powerful because they focused on things that mattered. You only leveled by being self-aware and controlling your vices, dedicating yourself to self-improvement and being the best version of yourself. So, in a way, it seemed inevitable that the people in power were interested in efficiency. From there, Nero read all about how the different uses for it were discovered and optimized. He read about the coordinators who monitored the thought hub and how they were basically just in charge of keeping the thing running and setting up automated queries.
There was even an entire chapter on what it took to be a Thought Hub administrator and creator. Rather than being annoyed at having to read about the damn things, Nero found himself enjoying the subject more than he thought he would. It was all just so fascinating. Near the end of the book, the sections on battle hubs and how they were developed were nothing short of intense. The idea that people in combat could share their impressions of the battlefield to create an overview that the commanders could interact with sounded like a real-time strategy game. This then led to the book's ending, which was interesting enough to have Nero's jaw drop. The game everyone always talked about was based on Thought Hub technology. Recalling Jennings mentioning something about how they created the game based on simulations made Nero realize that they were using the mental impressions that people actually had during recorded battles. It was no wonder that the game could be so accurate in its portrayal of combat and intrigue. The game they had created could simulate anything. A whole encounter with units and leaders who had actual minds. It sounded absolutely crazy to him when he tried to summarize what he was reading in his mind. Hearing a tap on the entrance to his tent, Nero closed the book and tried to get his thoughts under control. Stepping over to the flap for the entrance, he opened it and asked, "Yes?" Merrick, the mage, was standing there, holding a bowl of what looked like a stew. "Food's ready, my lord. Would you like some?" Nero smiled in appreciation of the man's consideration while taking the bowl from him. "Have Natalie or the scouts returned?" he asked. Merrick replied, "Not yet, my lord. Lord Verena has, though. He was asking after you, but I told him you were resting." Nodding and understanding, Nero stepped out of his tent, still holding his bowl. "Thank you, Merrick. I'll track him down." Without another word, Merrick turned around and went off to rejoin Peter, the other mage, and the others. They all looked like they were having a good time. Nero, scooping up a bite of stew with the provided spoon, chewed happily on a bit of meat. Meanwhile, he queried the link in his pocket for Nick's location. Mentally, he chuckled at the thought of his request being sent down through the ether, into his link, and over to the battle hub. There, the request would be processed, based on his authority level, the intent and reason behind his request, versus Nick's desire to be found for such reasons. Having found a sufficiently sound reason to tell him where Nick was, the process would be reversed along the chain, until a sense of Nick's current position in relation to Nero suddenly sat there at the corner of his mind, for him to acknowledge. Chuckling merrily at the thought of how insane such a system was, Nero walked off toward Nick's tent to see what he wanted. "I'll also have to get him to verbally admit that he doesn't think I've read the book yet, just so I can make him look like an idiot," he reminded himself, while using the link to see if there were any available reference materials he had access to that could show him a spell form to stink bombs. Chapter 252. Getting some answers and wasting some time. Plopping himself down on one of the recently manifested stone benches in the simple common room, Crusher pulled out a small keg of ale from his runically enchanted pouch and set it up on the shelf over his shoulder with a practiced one-handed flip. Without bothering to look, he filled a mug by activating the valve with his forefinger and gripping the mug with his thumb. "All right, so what do we think?" he asked tersely, wanting to hear everyone's impressions concerning the humans and their possible trading partner, Lord Walker. The other dwarves all took their seats, having pulled out their own kegs along with some food. The stone room was bare of anything other than essentials, and by its nature hid them from anyone scrying on them, or at least scrying on them in ways that they knew about. Although they knew well enough that human magics might be able to do what theirs could not. Not that that would have any bearing on how they conducted themselves. For the most part, dwarves weren't too considerate of anyone's opinions but their own. Mouth full of a hunk of meat, Darvina started the conversation off with a garbled, "Well, them melee and ability users are all right enough, I suppose." The other female dwarf in the party, Oscarni, replied, "They all seemed pretty skittish to me." Not a lot of pushing or fighting to advance their position. Either they always fight in formation like that, or they were just willing to let the scaly bastards come to them. Everyone was nodding in tentative agreement, not willing to make a determination as to the humans' true combat abilities just yet. Before Crusher could ask them about what they thought of the lad's magical display, Uli spoke up. That kobold, what's this, that illusionary magical stone they used to hide their tunnel. That was interesting.
It reminds me of the Sosex lights clan Naminor uses in their city for decorations and such. Yornik, the fifth and last member of their little group, along with the oldest, replied quickly, what's this? Now, translation magic worked for everyone, even dwarves, so Yornik knew exactly what Uli had meant. However, as a long-lived dwarf, he tended to enjoy stirring the emotional pot of whatever group he found himself in. And since everyone was speaking the same dialect of Dwarven, they would recognize that Uli had just made up a word, most likely unintentionally. Yornik couldn't just let that go. Uli was a younger dwarf, but still old enough to recognize what Yornik was trying to do. Therefore, he calmly took another sip of his ale and replied, I just meant that the enchantment the kobolds were using was interesting. Yornik, not willing to drop it, smirked and asked, Yeah, I figured out that much, but what's this? Uli, frowning in annoyance, replied a little heatedly, You know damned well what I meant. Yornik, now smiling, replied, Oh? But what is a what's-this? Darvina, chuckling, replied helpfully, I think it's a type of burrowing bird, if I'm not mistaken. The entire group, other than Uli, who was getting progressively more annoyed, and Crusher, who wanted to keep the conversation on track, were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Askarni was openly laughing and patting her knee at Darvina's comment. It's not a bird. I was just expressing my interest in something I didn't know how to reference, Uli shouted. Fed up, Crusher intervened before Yornik could instigate any further argument. Would ye two shut up? We're having a serious meetin' here. The giggling and chuckling died down, and Yornik ducked his head a bit to show that he wouldn't push it. Uli, on the other hand, leaned further back against the wall and crossed his arms in anger. His expression made it perfectly clear that he intended to sulk. His blood pressure rising alongside his anger, Crusher mentally cursed his luck at having to be the one in charge. Despite how annoyed he was at having to put up with this kind of nonsense, he tried to get the conversation back on track. Looking over at Uli, he asked, Now, what were you saying about the lizard's illusions? Uli, sounding exactly like a petulant child, replied, I thought you wanted me to shut up. Yornik, Davina, and Askarni all burst into laughter. Every dwarf has a limit, and that comment was enough to put Crusher right over his. With a vein twitching in his forehead, he launched his half-filled ale mug across the small room and struck Uli directly in his face, knocking his head back against the wall and causing him to fall over off the bench he was using. While Davina and Askarni's laughter grew, Yornik mockingly said while huffing in amusement, Well, Crusher, our fearless leader, I don't think y'all be finding out about that what's-this now, will ya? Knowing damn well that it was Yornik who'd started this all, Crusher leapt off the bench he was sitting on and tackled him. Right as he did, Uli was just coming to his feet and shaking off the daze. When he saw Darvina and Askarni both laughing hard enough to lose their breath, he was infuriated at seeing them enjoying themselves at his expense. Since Crusher was already in a fistfight with Yornik, his only option was to lash out at them. So he did. Leaping across the room, he led with his fist directly into Darvina's face, his thoughts stuck on that comment she made about the fabled burrowing bird called the what's-this. While they tumbled together into another brawl, Askarni drained the last of her ale and hurled her mug in the general direction of Uli's back.
Oi, you're right, little bastard. Leave her alone, she shouted with a mad grin.
before jumping onto the pile and twisting his beard. Considering that their entire team was only 15 people, dwarves included, Nick wasn't all that difficult to find. Nero found him squatting in front of his freshly assembled tent, putting the finishing touches on the open flap. As one of the last to choose his spot, the tent was placed in what had become something of an outer ring of their little camp. Looking over his shoulder, Nero frowned in confusion at the disruption in the essence flows that were coming out of the dwarven structure they'd built. It felt like something was happening there, but he couldn't understand what it was. Something about the feel of the essence reminded him of a college frat party, but he wasn't sure why. Shrugging off the curiosity, he walked up right behind Nick. "Hey, man, I heard you were looking for me," he asked. Nick, seeming surprised at having been snuck up on, turned around and stared blankly at Nero for a second or two, before remembering why he had been wanting to talk to him. "Ah, yes. I wanted to let you know what was happening with your idea," he said, while brushing off his robes and standing up. Nero, somewhat confused, replied, "What idea?" "The one about the kobold illusionary technique they're using to hide their tunnels," Nick asked, equally confused. Nero, not remembering any idea he'd had, but not that interested in getting into it, replied, "Okay, what about it?" Nick, happy to have the conversation returning to its expected course, replied, "The first thing you need to be aware of is that it won't be easy to do. Our Tower of Magic's scrying array isn't configured for this type of thing, so a great deal of work is required to update it." Nero, having no idea what Nick was talking about, but wanting to move the conversation along, replied, "Of course, that makes sense." Nodding in commiseration with how much work was ahead of them, Nick continued, "Currently, mages are already working on reconfiguring the impellant flow controls and course tracking crystals to measure the necessary frequency harmonics. I believe that we have a solid understanding of what we need to do, and they seem confident that they will be able to make do with their current design paradigm." Nero kept his expression blank, while wondering in his head if Nick was finished. While taking a seat on one of the folding chairs that someone had placed around the camp, Nick added, "The next step for us is to get the survey teams here. We need to get as many readings from as many illusionary walls as we can find. The more data we have, the better our scrying attempts will be. The key, as you said, is to not focus on the projection they're displaying, but on the reality that they are hiding." Nero could see that Nick was getting worked up, but didn't know how he could possibly contribute, so he kept his mouth shut. "The first of the teams are already on their way, and Kathleen has begun coordinating with command for their deployment. We'll be escorting them through some of the cleared areas and attempting to locate more false walls. Most likely we'll be leaving within a few hours," he said, while tapping his fingers against his leg in thought. "Once we have the data we need, we'll be able to confirm that we have control of the area and begin clearing out the mountain in detail. While the defensive positions the kobolds are currently holding may become more difficult to take, I agree with you that it is more important for us to consolidate our position before we push for more," he stated emphatically. Nero, while keeping his confusion hidden, thought to himself, "When the hell did I say that?" Lost in his own thoughts, Nick continued on. "If your theory about the kobold illusionary techniques proves valid, we may be able to pierce their illusions on the lower city and truly see what we are dealing with. Then we can confirm what the dwarves have warned us about and start making some real plans on how we'll deal with them." Pausing for a second, Nick's expression became serious as he looked up at Nero from his seat. "If what you've figured out turns out to be as important as I think it will be, you will have done a great deal to win us this war," he said, with no small amount of sincerity. Nero, still not having any idea what Nick was talking about, replied, "Well, we're all just doing our part." Not bothering to listen to any more of Nick's nonsense, Nero pulled out his trusty stump from his personal space and copped a squat. Changing the subject, Nero said smugly, "So, I read that book on thought hubs you gave me. I found it a bit elementary, to be honest." Nick, accepting the subject change easily enough, leaned forward in his seat and asked excitedly, "You did? Already? That's wonderful! Feel free to ask any clarifying questions you have. I'm more than willing to help." Nero, not expecting Nick to ask for any follow-up questions, quickly began trying to come up with an intelligent question to ask. He did not want his best friend in this world to think he was an idiot. Thinking to himself, he tried to remember if he'd had any questions worth pursuing while he'd been reading the damn thing. He must have had some, right?
Before he could come up with anything good, he asked the first thing that came to mind, which, unfortunately, had to do with his recent search on the Thought Hub for prank spells. There had been so much information available that he ended up getting distracted by a memory broadcast by two young mages who were intent on disseminating ways to use magic to mess with people. Although Nero had only been able to watch the introduction in the time he'd had before he found Nick, it had been enough to pique his interest. "How do people set up their channels for people to watch?" he asked, hoping that the question might be interpreted as remotely relevant. "Good question! That's right! The book I gave you wouldn't have covered modern practices and uses of the city's Thought Hub," Nick replied quickly, seemingly happy with Nero's chosen topic. Letting out a relieved breath, Nero tried to look interested as Nick began chattering away. He'd come over here expecting to rub Nick's face in the fact that he'd read the damn thing, not for a lecture. Yet again, Nero felt like Nick was putting another point in the win column at his expense. Even worse, what Nick was saying was actually somewhat interesting. According to him, the Thought Hub was available for everyone to use after they'd awakened, and sometimes before, depending on their mental advancements. People used the technology like Facebook to update their friends and family on what they were up to. Groups used them to keep in touch with one another while sharing an account. Businesses and even arena teams used them to keep in contact with their fans and supporters. Even noble houses had their own, for what sounded like PR purposes. Nero found it somewhat fascinating that the accounts, which were actually referred to as presences, could only be managed by people, as whoever had an account needed a mind and a spiritual presence to interact with it. Surprisingly, House Walkers was being handled by Natalie, and Nero took a moment to wonder if he'd already at some point been told that. Nick went on to explain that news was distributed to the city through certified information distributors, who were monitored by both the Center and the Council of Leadership. Laws were in place to ensure that only verified facts could be listed as news, and everything else was on the whole considered editorials. There were noble families that basically ran this part of the Thought Hub, and Nero couldn't help but wonder how effective that might be at limiting the information the average citizen ended up hearing. Houses, and some of the fancier nobles, had their own talk shows, although, according to Nick, that wasn't what they were called. The terminology Nick used was both odd and, at the same time, quite self-explanatory. When a person posted something, it was referred to as cast. Nick even went into explaining how the terms came to be. A person uploading a memory of an event was like casting out their memory for other people to fish out from the sea of thoughts within the Thought Hub. Everything on the Thought Hub was memories, and there were even nobles who paid people to stand there and watch as they discussed current events. The memory of the watcher would then be used as the memory that they cast onto their presence in the Thought Hub. Nero found the entire thing both fascinating and, at the same time, rather limiting. The nature of the technology made concepts like imagination and fantasy completely impossible. If something hadn't actually happened, then no one could cast it. There was also a difficulty concerning long-term storage. Data and simple things could be kept in the swirling mass of thoughts quite easily, but the memories themselves tended to degrade over time. Nick ensured that Nero knew that overcoming that limitation was a core research direction that every city was intent on working on. Nero did end up asking a ton of follow-up questions, and as a result they spoke for a few hours. Nero learned a great deal about how the common citizen lived with the Thought Hub,
and what they used it for. He also had one of his earliest questions about the center answered. The center library's thought hub, which was separate from the one for the city, included mountains of books and information. Books and such were not so easily downloaded, as they weren't memories. While someone theoretically could cast a memory of reading an entire book, it wasn't done due to its inefficiency. Nero had wondered why it was so much faster to watch a memory than it was to read a book, and now he knew. He still didn't necessarily understand why, but at least he understood that there was, in fact, an explainable reason. Plenty of the little questions Nero had always wanted to ask were easily handled by Nick, and Nero found himself for once actually understanding the answers. For a moment, he felt like he finally might be catching up with the general understanding of things that everyone else took for granted. Unfortunately, they eventually ran out of time as Natalie and the scouts had returned from wherever they had ended up going. Almost as soon as she finished briefing them on what their new mission was, everyone was already ready. Even the dwarves had somehow realized they were moving out and were lined up in front of their little stone building ready to go. Nero was somewhat unhappy to see that Nick's former aides were part of the survey team they were going to escort. It wasn't due to the fact that Nick was now ignoring him in order to spend some time with them. It was just that he hadn't been finished asking his questions. There was still so much he was unclear on, and so many little things that he still didn't understand about the city he was now living in. It had been a rare, productive conversation, and he hadn't been ready for it to end. It wasn't like he could just ask a random person what kind of music they liked. Even if they answered, he wouldn't understand anything they said. He had no frame of reference. Nick at least understood that, and he was obviously becoming better at dumbing things down for Nero to comprehend them. Regardless, their new group quickly set off back for the tunnels. The survey team had their own team of scouts who would be working with theirs, so they all led the way. Altogether, their group now numbered 35. Hilariously, the dwarves still maintained their position in the rear, and their smaller stature made them practically disappear behind everybody. Nero, on the other hand, still found himself stuck in the middle. Luckily, at least this time he had a few more mages that he might get a chance to watch doing something. Or, at least, that's what he'd hoped for. In actuality, the entire trip was as boring as a trip to the grocery store with his significant other. The whole thing took 4 hours, and all they ended up doing was watching as the survey team's scientists and engineers deployed their machines around 3 hidden walls the scouts had discovered. He and many of the others ended up being window dressing at best. Nero hadn't even been able to ask them questions about what they were doing, as they all looked too busy with their little fiddly knobs and essence readers. While he and the mages watched on, and the melee fighters maintained the perimeter, Nick led the survey team's investigation like a general leading his troops into battle. Science was truly the man's element. Optimistically, Nero understood maybe 3 words out of 10. He did, however, lean heavily on his translation ability to get the general idea of what they were doing. From what he could tell, they were trying to isolate the spell signatures of the kobolds that cast the spells. He also heard that they confirmed his theory that they weren't spells, but enchantments. Although he really wanted to ask them how they were powered, he realized that there wouldn't have been much of a point. Anything they explained to him, he probably wouldn't understand. Luckily, he didn't actually need them for anything. He had plenty of time to use his essence senses to get a good look at how the enchantments were made. While he doubted he'd be able to copy them anytime soon, he was at least able to determine how they worked. The kobolds had somehow cast a spell, but tethered it to the ether by tying multiple flows in a bundle that looked like a kink in the essence flows. It allowed the spell to maintain its position and somewhat feed off the flows that were keeping it in place. Had they not been evil, scaly little murder asshats, Nero might have even been impressed. Rather than being a spell, It was instead like an enchantment hovering in the ether, affecting reality.
With nothing better to do, Nero spent most of his time either making small talk with the people around him, watching prank memories by Neil and Kevin over the link, or just attempting to get a self-charging light spell to stick to the essence flows in the ether. Honestly, aside from the prank show, his success was rather middling. On the plus side, his ability to split his attention was growing. He had no problem streaming the show in his head through the link while he chatted with Merrick about his time at the Magic Academy he went to in some city called Catherton. Interestingly, citizens were able to change cities as long as their skill and overall level remained within their requested city's development level. Magic academies provided the basics for the most part, but anything advanced was required to be taught by whatever city they ended up in. Considering their lifespans, many people ended up transferring cities in order to move up the power ladder. Merrick's mention of the term climber made Nero recall some of the references he'd heard other people use before, and was happy to now have a little more context to understand what they had been talking about. But back to the prank show he'd been watching. Neil and Kevin were two young guys who were studying at the center in Gate 6 and uploaded, or cast, their show once or twice a month. In it, they described what spell forms they'd found and where, and how they used them to piss everyone around them off. Nero loved it. His favorite episode so far was where Kevin enchanted his father's pipe to change the color of its smoke to green whenever it got hot enough. The memory of them hiding behind a bush and watching the man stare confusingly at the pipe until the smoke's color returned to normal, and then having to repeat the process over and over again as he began to get more and more agitated, was priceless. The poor guy repacking his pipe with fresh tobacco, or whatever it was he's using, over and over again caused Nero no end of amusement. It truly was amazing what a person could do with the reality-altering power of magic. Chapter 253. Lead by Example. Having been the youngest of 7 children, Peter Rollins had always felt like an afterthought. While his brothers and sisters had always known exactly what they wanted to do with their lives, he'd struggled to find a place for himself. At one time, he'd thought he'd end up being a flower merchant like his mom. Then he'd wanted to be a blacksmith or a machinist like his Uncle Owen. For a brief moment during his 20s, he'd even considered being an arena mage. The one thing he'd had going for him was his natural ability to sense and manipulate essence, which he'd been tested for during his education at the center. It put him on the path of magic, and got him accepted into some of the training programs in preparation for going to one of the academies. Unfortunately, he ended up never going due to the fact that he hadn't been accepted into the one he'd wanted. Rather than going to a second-rate school, he instead signed up for the apprentice system in the local Tower of Magic. Being a member of the Tower would have allowed him to reapply every 5 years until he eventually got in. Working there at the Tower had been awful, though. So much so that he ended up questioning his decision to even become a mage. The work was boring, and everyone there was better at everything than he was. They were always just doing things. Experiments, studies, competitions, training. He simply wasn't cut out for it. So, he'd left. His parents had been disappointed, along with the rest of his family. Eventually, he'd gotten a job working for one of the smaller guard companies associated with the Merchants Association in Gate 5. It was good money, and more than enough to live on. He'd been able to practice his magic at his own pace, and he'd figured he'd still eventually make his way to the Royal Academy in Hennings at some point. For years he worked there, off and on taking contracts for shipping defense and warehouse protection. What had started out as a temporary choice had become his life. He'd been in a rut, and his path had completely stalled. All of that changed when he'd been out drinking with a few work friends at the arena. He'd watched as a freshly awakened nobody took advantage of the fact that he was fighting at a low level to abuse an aspect of magic that he shouldn't have even been aware of. It had been both brilliant
and crazy. From there, Peter had taken the time to learn all about the new Lord Walker.
The young man had been a commoner, just like him, but after being killed and reborn with a soul from another continent, that all changed. From nothing, he'd raised himself up to nobility and learned magic all on his own. He'd been alive for basically weeks, and he'd already done more than Peter had ever managed to do. It was inspirational enough to shame him into taking a good, hard look at his life. Then, he saw the speech Lord Walker made to his attendants. The young lord urged them to care more about their progress along their path, to stop wasting their lives, and to try and be more than they were. The sentiment had him clenching his fists in determination, and when the call went out for people willing to join House Walker, he stubbornly decided that it was time for a change. He would no longer just be floating through life, waiting for something to happen. No, he would be actively working on finding his path. It wasn't like he had any real ties here. He and his family weren't all that close, and he didn't have a significant other. He'd always planned on leaving the city. This way, he'd be seeing the world under a unique, and who knew where he'd end up finding himself. Just last month, he'd been drinking in a bar with his friends, complaining about a stingy merchant not tipping enough. And now, he was in the mountain city, fighting kobolds along with the army. The Walker was right. Adventure really was worth pursuing. Hearing the Walker's question, Peter looked up from the ground he was staring at and replied, "Why'd I join up, my lord? I don't know. I suppose it just seemed like a good idea at the time." It took several hours before Nick and his nerd squad were finished. When they were packing up, Nero couldn't help but stare at the illusionary wall in confusion. It made absolutely zero sense to him that they spent all that time tinkering with it and then didn't take the time to dismantle it. Walking over to Nick, Nero interrupted the man's conversation with a few of the more nerdy-looking people in robes.
"Hey, you guys know the fake wall is still there, right?" Nick exchanged a few uncertain looks with the science types, then replied, "Yes." "Well, aren't you going to, take it down?" Nero asked, somewhat angrily. The dorky-looking woman on Nick's right replied, "Why would we do that? Leaving it here intact will allow us to take future measurements and scans if we need them. Everyone knows it's there, so it will no longer be fooling anyone. Disrupting the spell enchantment would serve no logical purpose," she stated, firmly, as if it were obvious. Nero, while positive that she was wrong, was uncertain that he could explain his completely irrefutable reasoning to her. So, instead of arguing, he just said, "Fair enough," and walked away. Now that the survey team was finished, Natalie resumed control of the formation in short order.
Everything was packed up, and they were on the move back to the forward operating base as soon as possible. Nero took up his position alongside Merrick in the formation, all the while looking over his shoulder at the false wall that represented hours of his new life utterly wasted. Even knowing that Nick and his scientist buddies had a reason for what they'd been doing, Nero still would rather have been doing something. Their path back was as uneventful as their path there had been, and Nero found himself back at the little camp they'd set up with the rest of the team. While Nick had offered him the opportunity to sit in on the meeting scheduled between the survey team and the Tower of Magic, and Natalie had asked if he wanted to take part in the command conference with Kathleen and the camp's leadership, Nero had declined, on the grounds that he hadn't wanted to. Neither Nick nor Natalie had bothered to try and talk him into participating, so Nero decided to call it a win and forget about it. The rest of the day passed without incident, and Nero found small ways to entertain himself. The benefits of having access to the Thought Hub and all the interesting little shows people made were offset by his increased brain power. Even having part of his brain watching them, the rest of his mind was quite bored. It was like watching a show on the TV in the living room
and still feeling the need to scroll through his phone or talk to the person next to him. So, Nero took the opportunity to get to know the rest of his team, aside from the dwarves, that is. Those assholes holed up in their little stone bunker they made and kept completely to themselves. The little bastards are probably throwing a party with beer and snacks, laughing at the stupid humans' intents, he thought to himself grimly.
Meanwhile, the rest of the team circled around the center of their little camp, as if there were a fire pit there. Which there wasn't. But that didn't stop them from chatting with each other to pass the time. At first, Nero found the professional atmosphere somewhat like what he'd assume a corporate retreat would be like. Eventually, though, everyone seemed to loosen up. It was nice for Nero to be around what could be considered the normal people in the kingdom. Up until now, he'd basically been hanging around the elites and nobles. Everyone was so absurdly competent and serious that they consistently made him feel like an idiot. Yet these people weren't like that at all. Both the Helens were simple warriors who'd spent their days as guards for precision shipping and some storefronts. They shared some stories of what they'd gone through, and some amusing tales of people failing to rob the places they'd worked at. One of the Helens, the one with brown hair, spent her free time taking classes on pottery and gardening at the center, while the other Helen, the blonde, enjoyed arena fighting, both watching and participating. Hearing them talk about their lives was both informative and kinda illusion-shattering. Neither of them was all that different than the standard blue-collar workers he'd used to hang out with. That was, aside from the fact that they occasionally fought things and people to the death for a living. The scouts, Victor and Sam, were both rather quiet. When the group had asked what they did for fun, they both replied, "Training," and left it at that. Nero likened them to the hard-working grunts that kept society running while never getting anywhere in their professional lives. Prime candidates for his future bowling league, without question. Claire, the last woman of the group, took the opportunity to complain that she was forced to use a sword and shield instead of her preferred spear, since there weren't enough people on their team for a solid line of defense. Nero found it interesting that she was a spear user who used to be a combat instructor for the center. She had 3 kids who were already grown up and off on their own, and 2 former husbands that she still kept in contact with. Her jolly yet complaining tone reminded Nero of a PTA mom who had too much time on her hands. Even Merrick and Peter weren't all that fancy when they started talking. Merrick, Nero had already learned about through their chats, but Peter surprised him by being even more down-to-earth and unimpressive. The guy looked pretty ordinary, and his personality matched him perfectly. Peter had come from a family of merchants whose parents got their start with a flower store. His brothers and sisters were all off starting their own businesses, while he was still trying to figure out what he wanted to do. He'd gone to one of the magic schools in the city with the hope that he would one day go to one of the larger academies, but he never ended up going. In fact, Peter wasn't even sure if magic was what he wanted to do with his life, and he made it clear that working his way up the ladder of the Tower of Magic was something he had absolutely no interest in. Most of his free time was spent in the bar with his friends. Nero, of course, asked why on earth he signed up as a follower of House Walker if he didn't want a life of adventure and danger. In response, Peter just shrugged and said that he felt like a good idea at the time. This was, of course, a sentiment that Nero could appreciate, so he didn't push. Without a sky overhead, the rest of the day passed without anyone looking at their mental clocks. Nero found himself enjoying his time with the wackos, hearing about their lives and what they were into. He even learned a lot about how the average citizens in Dorchester spent their days and how they lived their lives. He learned about each of their pillars, as no one bothered to keep theirs a secret. Most of them were pretty dull, like Peter and his momentum pillar. While in the future it sounded like it might end up being impressive,
Right now, it just allowed him to keep maintaining what he was doing at a reduced cost. It made his contribution to any spell shield he was a part of disproportionate to the effort he put in. Merrick's intensity pillar did something similar, but instead of keeping the cost down, it magnified his spell's effects. Both had put most of their stars from their level-ups into them, which seemed to be pretty common, as everyone else did the same with theirs.
Nero listened more than he talked. As every time he spoke up, the cheerful atmosphere in the ether got disturbed. His identity as the Walker was enough to get everyone to clam up and pretend for a moment to be serious. Luckily, as time passed, he got progressively better at using his essence technique to get them to forget he was there. Just being in the background and enjoying the conversation going on around him was enough for him to feel like he belonged. He'd forgotten what it was like to feel as if he were just one of the guys. It was nice. He recalled what Jennings and Nick had warned him about, how his altered mind caused him to focus too much on being an adventurer and not an actual person, and he couldn't help but agree with their point. He'd forgotten how to just stop focusing on the next trial or opportunity for advancement and just live in the moment. On the other hand, as he watched Merrick trying and failing to teach Peter how to improve his acid ball spell form, Nero realized why none of these people were among the elites. It wasn't that they were unskilled or weak. They were just so average. He'd gotten used to being around Nick and Jennings, who were both rather impressive. Even the Warmage he'd briefly studied under made these people look like they were children playing at being mages. These guys kinda suck, he thought to himself with a grimace. He sort of liked these people, and he felt kinda uncomfortable realizing that, in many ways, he was already way ahead of them. They'd lived their whole lives trying to be better, to strive for more, and they hadn't progressed nearly as far as they'd have liked to. Every one of them gave up everything to join House Walker, in the hopes that a change would give them the push to be something more than the average person they were. But no amount of desire could overcome a lack of talent. Not without a lot of effort, that is. Nero couldn't help but accept that he was just lucky. Everything here came easy to him. He could see the essence flows in the ether, and his mind practically recorded every spell form he saw. Calling him talented was like calling Usain Bolt pretty quick. Standing up from his stump, Nero let the technique he was using to hide himself drop. Like a teacher walking into a classroom, his presence immediately ruined the happy and relaxed atmosphere. Every one of their heads turned to him in both confusion and surprise, having completely forgotten that he was there. I don't want to interrupt your time off, so don't feel like you have to participate. But if any of you would like, I'll be setting up a training ring over there. He gestured off toward one of the walls of the chamber. If you'd like, we can try and get some training in while the people with the proper chairs decide what we're going to be doing. Who knows? Maybe we'll all have something to teach each other. But, like I said, this isn't mandatory or anything. So feel free to just hang out here if you'd like. I know this sounds like I'm hinting that you should take me up on this, but I honestly don't mean it like that. Rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly, Nero finished his offer. Anyway, I'll be over there if anyone needs me or is interested in working on anything. Not forgetting to return his stump to his personal space, Nero walked away quickly. He'd been planning on working on some spell forms that he'd found on the Thought Hub, but he hadn't expected to invite anyone to train with him.
He knew he was doing it out of guilt, or maybe a sense of responsibility,
but it really wasn't like him, so he felt somewhat uncomfortable about it. Arriving at the wall, Nero scoped out a good place to set up a training ring. He could feel the ether here wasn't particularly suited to training, but instead felt like it used to be a marketplace. He could almost see the shadows of past shops and buildings filling up the walls with their wares. Yet now they were all gone,
and only empty stone remained. For a moment, he wondered how the kobolds had decorated the place when they'd been here. Shrugging off the thought, he reached into his personal space to pull out one of the books he'd been given by Jennings before he'd gone into the wilds. It was a book on surviving as a hunter, which he'd skimmed. There was a spell form inside that he figured would be perfect for what he intended to work on. Flipping quickly through the pages, he found what he was looking for.
Holding the book with one hand as a reference, he slowly carved a spell form in the ether. It was one of the recommended spells for setting up a camp, and it did nothing more than even out the ground while erecting a small rounded ring around the area. The ground was already flat and made of stone, so the rounded lip around the ring copied the pattern. While the spell itself was intended to alter the ground permanently, the ring should last around 30 minutes. In the wilds, it was a great way to keep everyone within the range of an enchanted protection circle. Nero found the spell interesting for several reasons. The first, and most important, was the fact that it actually affected reality by making the ground flat. According to the book, it did this by moving what made up the ground, rather than creating anything. It was a force spell, not a creation spell. Depending on how much debris and crap was in the way, the spell could be costly or incredibly easy to cast.
In this case, the ground was already completely smooth, so it was practically free. The only effort he needed to put forth was to create the ring at the edge. That part of the spell was an earthen spell form that he found very similar to the pillar spell he liked to cast. After the spell was cast, Nero didn't drop the spell form. Instead, he just stared at it as if he were trying to discover its secrets. He'd thought a lot about how a city like this could have been built, and the only conclusion he'd come to was that the people who'd built it had relied heavily on spells like this. Rather than cut out the stone, they'd probably just compressed it into the walls around them, building the place up as they dug deeper into the mountain. It must have been exhausting, he thought to himself, not envying them at all. As he stared at the spell form, he tried to isolate the parts that he recognized while focusing on the ones he didn't.
It was the unfamiliar parts that were responsible for the effects he was interested in.
"A camp spell, my lord?" a voice asked from behind him. Nero, having not been focusing on his essence field, was a little caught off guard by someone having snuck up on him. Quickly recapturing the center he'd used for the spell form, Nero turned around to see everyone from the team standing there watching him. Merrick was out in front, and obviously the one who'd had enough guts to speak up. Smiling widely at them all willing to show up for his impromptu training session, Nero replied, "Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how it affects the real world without making constructs." Merrick turned to Peter, who was standing right next to him, and said, "I believe Peter has some experience with material patterning, my lord." Peter, rubbing his hands a little, as if he weren't sure he wanted to actually be there, replied, "Yes, my lord. I did a little work with the construction crews for the city."
I can walk you through some of the alteration spells I learned for the brickwork if you'd like. They're not all that complicated for someone like you, but they might help you figure something out. I mean, if you'd like, that is, my lord. Everyone else was just standing there, watching. Nero, not wanting this to turn into all of them just focusing on him, replied, "Okay, first off, you guys can cut the 'my lord' crap. I'm barely a noble. To be honest, I'm more like you guys than I am like them. So let's just stick with Nero, all right?" Although they looked uncomfortable with the idea of just referring to him as Nero, they eventually nodded along in agreement. Nero, having already had an idea of how he wanted this to work, started breaking them up into pairs and spreading them out. He used the spell a few times to set up some more rings, while Victor helped out by marking the raised areas off with chalk, which he pulled out from somewhere.
According to Peter, even after the constructed ring disappeared, the chalk would remain so they could keep the training areas separate. Taking advantage of having heard countless motivational quotes from the internet, Nero encouraged them all to take advantage of the opportunity to train.
He assured everyone that he could heal them if they ended up hurting each other, so they could feel free to wail at each other to their heart's content. We'll be down here fighting kobolds for a while, and based on how slow this campaign looks to be going, we're going to have a lot of downtime. While we could spend that time just waiting for stuff to happen, we can instead take the opportunity to push ourselves. What blood we spill now in training is blood we won't be spilling when we are out there in the thick of the fighting. Work hard now and fight easy later. Learn all you can from each other and don't hold back. Down here in the dark, we're all that we have to rely on. If you can teach someone something that ends up saving your own ass, then you haven't wasted your time in training them, he declared firmly, trying to channel his inner motivational speaker. Turning away to rejoin Merrick and Peter in what's become the center ring of their little training area, Nero remembered to remind them, "If anyone gets hurt or accidentally kills someone, just give me a shout. I haven't run into anything I haven't been able to heal, so don't worry about injuring each other. That said, do your best to not need me. The point of training is to learn how to not get hit, not how to survive a beating." Nodding to himself, Nero made his way back over to the mages. "Now, boys, let's talk about altering the world around us through magic," he said with an eager grin while rubbing his hands together in excitement. Chapter 254. What it means to be a wacko. So, to summarize our current talking points. Firstly, House Verena is both the representation of House Walker in Dorchester and also a house on the rise, with power and prestige of its own. Secondly, after acquiring all of the assets Lord Walker had in the city, House Verena is looking forward to the new ladder rankings, and is expected to earn an impressive placement despite its recent founding. Thirdly, House Verena's trading houses are to be highlighted through all of our promotional channels. We'll focus on the great deals for essence crystal trades and affordable gear for hunting and combat. Pausing what she was saying, Mallory checked her notes before asking, "Are you sure we should continue to push the narrative of Lord Walker's impressive rise to nobility? Now that he's officially a unique with his own house, it might be time to begin distancing House Verena's public image." Tapping her chin in thought, Vera Salvatore Verena replied, "You're right, of course. However, we can't just stop talking about Lord Walker. Everyone in the city is too interested in watching him. At least right now, that is. His growing legend is writing itself at this point. What we need to do is borrow on that interest to push House Verena forward in the public's consciousness. At first, we wanted everyone talking about him. Now we want everyone talking about us. When he eventually leaves Dorchester, that will be the time to push House Verena forward." Everyone at the conference table nodded in understanding, furiously taking notes while thinking how to best adjust each of their department's marching orders. For now, we'll continue to take advantage of the city's war footing and continue building our forces. No noble wars can be declared until the end of the current emergency, so we should have plenty of time to grow. However, that shouldn't stop us from pushing hard on the recruitment front. Every house is looking to expand, and the army is practically begging people to join them. We need to give people a reason to sign up with us, she said with some heat in her tone. Looking around the room with her fierce glare, she stated, "Prestige, money, and future power. Those are the three pillars of a successful recruitment campaign. People naturally want to follow a house on the rise. We need to ensure that everyone in this city knows that is us, House Verena." Seeing them all straightening their shoulders with renewed purpose, Vera offered them a proud nod before ending the meeting. "You all have your assignments. Be sure to keep Mallory informed as to your progress. For now, you're dismissed." Everyone filed out. Even Mallory, the director of House Verena's public relations, headed out to go see to her duties after seeing Vera wave her off. Watching them leave, Vera waited until the door to the conference room finally closed before relaxing her gaze. The moment she was alone,
She let her stoic expression fall as her shoulders sagged in exhaustion. While managing a noble house had always been her goal, she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Yet, the situation with the density shift and the Kobold War, along with the offer from House Walker, was too tempting an opportunity to pass up. Acquiring Nero's local assets while being officially tied to a unique house had saved her years of development. The tax benefits alone, along with the ability for her entire house to fall under the legal exemption concerning the exploit he'd discovered, made the choice to put all her plans into motion now obvious. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder once again if she should have waited and just stuck to her plan. If it weren't for the protection of the emergency protocols, half the houses in Dorchester would be coming together to destroy her. House Verena was simply too economically powerful for how small it was. But she had time.
And just as importantly, she had money. With the new trading houses, the preferred contracts with House Blackwood, and precision shipping doubling in size, not to mention partial ownership of the city's arena, the influx of Valens allowed her a great deal of room to maneuver. The density shift was expected to last at least 5 years at the minimum, and if she were careful, she could use that time to raise House Verena to one of the most powerful houses in Dorchester. Mentally reviewing her numerous business plans, recruitment efforts, counterplots, and schemes, she couldn't stop herself from smiling evilly as she looked out the conference room window over Dorchester's Gate 11 trade district. Nero started diving into the spell forms that Merrick and Peter knew right away. He wanted to know everything they'd learned in their magic schools as soon as possible. So, he first started by having them give him an overview of how they'd been taught. Merrick spoke up first, discussing how he had begun his path to becoming a mage while still in school at one of the centers here in Dorchester, before going off to study in Catherton. He talked about the standard suite of classes that every beginner mage had to take: Introduction to Essence, Beginner Spellform Creation, Essence Focus and Manipulation. Also, the more theoretical and historical classes, which covered things like regional flow rate analysis and essence crystal economics. While he summarized the various beginner topics, Peter occasionally chimed in with examples of where his educational background had differed, specifically how he'd taken the same classes at the center near him, but focused more exclusively on the application of magic than the broader aspects of magical education. Nero listened closely, trying to gauge how average an experience they might have had compared to most of the mages he'd run into.
After all, he needed to know if their level of spellcasting was indicative of what most mages like them were capable of. Because, having seen them casting a few spells, he'd come to understand that he'd been wildly overestimating what most mages could do. After having them both cast a few of their favorite spells, he had to physically stop himself from wincing at how slowly they carved into the ether. Not only that, but they absolutely sucked at recovering their center from the spell forms they'd cast. It was no wonder mages were always running out of center if that's how they did it. When Nick had bragged about how skilled he was, Nero honestly hadn't taken him all that seriously. Although he probably should have, considering the guy had been the damned director of research for an entire Gates center. In this world, people who sucked wouldn't have scored a fancy-ass job like that.
Whether it was just due to luck or talent, or maybe just because he hadn't known any better, Nero had been using Nick and Archmage Jennings as the standard he measured himself by. Their casting speed was quick and precise, and their control over their center was top-notch. He'd mistakenly thought that all casters would have been casting low-level spells just as easily as they did. "No, just stop for a second and listen," Nero snapped while pinching his nose in frustration. "When you carve your spell form into the ether, you have to keep the visualization of what you're doing steady in your mind. If you waver for a moment, the center you're using will become inefficient and begin to leak. It's not only a matter of knowing what you're doing, but it's about paying attention to what you're doing. Don't get distracted. Now, do it again, he ordered firmly.
Peter, who was currently attempting to work on the acid ball spell he'd been having trouble with, nodded uncomfortably before trying again. Nero watched closely as Peter's center stretched out from his hand in a small tendril of essence and began using it to carve a spell form into the ether. The man's center clung weakly to the ether, as if it weren't sure it should be intruding on the essence flows moving around it. The spell form took over 10 seconds to stabilize, and Nero winced every time some of the center escaped as wasted mist. Finally, miraculously, the spell form solidified and began to divert the essence flowing around it to charge itself. After watching the tennis ball-sized globe of acid launch itself at the pillar he directed, Nero said grudgingly, "Good. Better. Now do it again." Nero wasn't sure how, but he was beginning to sense Peter's center levels. It was like the man's presence in the ether was weakening.
From a certain perspective, the less center the man had, the less real he was. Nero had read about how center worked, but he'd never seen it so clearly exemplified until the man slowly began to fade from his senses, like a ghost. Merrick, who was nearby, was already sitting down, meditating to regain his center, Nero having already spent some time teaching him the correct way to recover what he'd put into his spell forms. Nero wasn't exactly sure why, but both Peter and Merrick kept trying to just grab whatever center they'd put into their spell forms and shove it back into their bodies, like their center was an object. He'd tried to explain to them that center was just essence, and it therefore had its own flow that they needed to control. Yet, no matter what he said or how he said it, they simply didn't get it. It was like watching an idiot trying and failing to smash a round peg into a square hole over and over again.
Sighing in frustration, Nero told Peter to stop for a second, before pulling Merrick out of his meditation so he could talk to them both. "All right, listen. I know you guys can't see essence like I do, but you do still see it, right?" he asked hesitantly, trying to figure out what they were missing. While Peter nodded, Merrick explained, "Every mage can see essence, but we don't see the flows that you keep talking about. It's more like waves of mist that solidify into indistinct shapes of essence for spell forms." Peter added, "It's really colorful. Does that help?" Nero, choosing to ignore Peter, replied, "I think I'm beginning to understand what you're saying. You guys all rely on the science to understand what it is that you can't see. To you, it's just blobs and balls of shapes that don't mean anything. You're stuck having to imagine what you're doing with it while interacting with the ether.
You're like blind people trying to memorize how to walk through a room while some asshole keeps moving the furniture."
Sounding as if he were trying to sound profound, Peter replied, "Yes, but blind people can be healed, right?" Nero, this time taking the time to glare at the man, replied, "Peter, stop talking. Now." Merrick, too caught up with what Nero was saying to notice Peter's shoulders slumping, replied, "So, what we need to do is work on our visualization and understanding of the process. Isn't that what we've always been doing, though?" Nero had no response to such a logical reply, so he instead opted for some "the magic has always been inside you" bullshit, replying, "Is it? Because it looks to me like you're spending too much time focusing on the image you have in your head, rather than the image of what your spell form is projecting into the ether. It's a matter of belief and mastering yourself. Always remember, you are your center, and your center is you." Both Peter and Merrick nodded seriously, as if Nero had given them a lot to think about. While they both returned to their training, and Nero was about to begin on his own, he ended up for the first time looking around at how everyone else was doing.
Whatever good mood he'd had going by pretending to be a wise and all-knowing magic teacher vanished like a fart in the wind when he saw what his wackos were up to. They were all paired off like he'd asked, and they were technically all sparring with each other. However, that's all they were doing. Sparring. It was painfully clear that they had no intention of actually hurting each other, or even remotely pushing themselves. With how little effort they were putting into their training, he seriously doubted they were getting anything of it. Muttering to himself, he said, "I should have realized something was wrong when no one bothered to ask me for healing, or to resuscitate anybody." Raising his voice in anger, he shouted, "Everyone, get your asses over here, now!" Like children being called in from the playground, they all gathered around in a circle with smiles on their faces. Could they not sense how pissed he was? "What the hell are you doing? Do you think we're here for a picnic?" he shouted. Seeing their smiles fade, he took a perverse pleasure in watching their faces pale. It reminded him of when he'd get to catch some of his employees at the cell phone store smoking behind the dumpster. Why they couldn't sneak a few puffs on a vape like a professional, he'd never understand. "If you don't want to take this seriously, there is no reason for you to be here. This was supposed to be voluntary. I'm not going to make you train or watch over you like some kind of asshole forcing you to kill each other."
If you don't want to kill each other during training, then there really isn't any point in you being here, he said firmly. Seeing the confusion on their faces, he said, "This world has healing magic that can regrow limbs and bring you back from the dead. Anything you do to each other is temporary at best, and nothing you should be worrying about. Training is an opportunity for you to go all out on each other and push yourselves to your limits while knowing that you will survive. If you're not going to push yourselves, then it is not training. It's just a waste of time." While some of them were obviously getting it, others still looked a little confused. Turning to Peter and Merrick, Nero asked, "Can either of you heal or resuscitate people?" Both men looked at each other before Merrick replied, "No, my lord. Lord Walker. Waving off the rest of Merrick's rambling, Nero said, "That's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll work on it later." Turning to the rest of the group, he said, "It doesn't matter. I'll handle the healing myself. Just none of you aim for the head. I haven't figured out how to come back from that on my own yet." Claire, both Helens, Victor, Sam, Peter, and Merrick all stared at each other in confusion, not understanding what Nero was getting at. Drawing his sword, Nero said menacingly, "I'm going to attack you all now. You can do whatever you can to stop me. If, on the off chance you end up killing me, I'm sure there's at least a few healers nearby that can bring me back. Although, I doubt I'm the one who's going to be needing healing based on how scared you all are of hurting each other." Without another word, he launched himself forward at the closest person, who happened to be Sam, one of the scouts. While Sam did have a dagger and the short sword out, he obviously hadn't been expecting 150 pounds of crazy Nero to come flying at him like a missile. He'd barely managed to get his sword up in defense before Nero slammed into him. Having not bothered to put up a mage shield, or any sort of protection, Nero's entire focus was on the fight. Even being multiple levels lower than him, Nero still managed to stab deeply into his chest with his sword. While not consciously empowering his blade with essence, Nero was using an essence blade technique on instinct at this point. Screaming in pain, Sam folded like a chair, dropping his sword and falling to the ground. Rather than pursuing him to finish him off, Nero let the man bleed out on his own and spun on the balls of his feet the moment he hit the ground. Victor, who'd been watching in shock, just stood there like an idiot as he felt Nero's blade lash out, basically eviscerating him. While Victor fell to his knees in pain, trying and failing to stop his intestines from falling out,
Nero had already moved on.
Peter died from a throat slash, while Merrick was struck down by a vicious slash across his entire back as he'd instinctively turned away. The Helens were quick enough to mount something of a defense. However, they didn't have the presence of mind to really put any thought into what they were doing. The only thing that saved them from being taken out in a single move was the fact that they both had shields. After slashing futility a few times against their shields as they backed away, Nero ducked into a forward roll to disappear from their sight, using their shields against them. He performed the same maneuver Kathleen had caught him with too many times for him to count. From a crouch, he chopped out at their shins with his blade. Unfortunately, the heavy armor they were using was too much for him to just shear through, but he still managed to bring both of them to their knees.
By the time he rose to his feet, they were both leaning on their shields, leaving them wide open to what was becoming his patented throat slash. Claire, being left for last, had more than enough time to get her head in the game. She'd been a combat instructor for decades, and she was more than capable of handling a life-and-death battle that she hadn't been expecting. That being said, she wasn't prepared for an opponent like Nero. When he'd turned on her and lashed out with his sword, she'd parried with her shield and stabbed forward, expecting him to dodge. Nero, however, used her attack as an opening to skewer himself in the stomach to trap her blade. Grinning madly, he watched in delight as her eyes widened in shock. Before she even realized what was happening, she was clutching Nero's blade, which was now halfway into her throat from a stab, as her shield fell to the floor with a clang.
As she dropped to the floor and bled out, Nero stood over his entire team, like the wrath of some war god watching over them in judgment. With nothing more than a slight exhalation of pain, Nero pulled out Claire's sword from his stomach and began stamping his healing spell into the ether. His wound lit up like a lantern as part of his mind guided his flesh into re-knitting itself. Considering how many times he'd been carved up by Kathleen, he barely had to pay attention to what he was doing. Meanwhile, his eyes were scanning the team to see who'd most likely bleed out first. After sheathing his sword, he walked over to Sam and began bringing him back with a healing and resuscitation spell. He first rebuilt the man's spine, which had been chipped by Nero's sword on its way out, then carefully fixed the more fleshy bits. "It's disturbingly easy how simple it is to put a body back together with magic," he thought to himself grimly. Once done with fixing what he'd done to Sam's body with his sword, Nero used the resuscitation spell to dive into the man's soulscape and bring him back. Considering the man had just died, it wasn't all that difficult. In fact, the man's soul seemed to leap back into its body while staring at Nero's mental representation of himself in awe. One after another, Nero healed and resuscitated everyone. As they handled being dead about as well as anyone else he'd seen, no one bothered him while he worked. Instead, they all just shivered and tried to regain some semblance of balance in their minds, until Merrick, who'd been the last to actually die from blood loss, was brought back. Now standing over them as they looked up at him in terror, Nero said, "I understand that you might not like what I'm about to tell you, but you're just going to have to decide whether or not you're able to handle it." Taking his time to meet each of their eyes, he kept his voice as steady and supportive as possible. "It's a fact that this world is filled with wonder and magic. I don't know half of what's possible here. There's probably cool stuff that I haven't even heard of that will drop my jaw in awe the moment I see it. You've probably gotten so used to seeing these amazing things that you've begun taking them for granted. But there is another side of the world that you can't just ignore. It's the side of the world that has kobolds coming out of the ground trying to eat you. There are walls taller than buildings surrounding this city for a reason. Danger means something entirely different here, and as someone who's chosen to fight, that's what you'll be facing. The darker side of the world. You can choose to straddle the line and half-arse your training, taking years to master techniques. Or you can embrace the madness and throw yourself into the grind. Push yourself every moment you can to live for one more second, so that whoever chooses to be your enemy dies first.
Trust that someone will be there to heal you. Or even better, learn to heal yourself. Training rings are places where you bleed and die in a controlled environment. And coming here to play around is wasting that opportunity. Seeing them all staring at him like he was absolutely batshit crazy, Nero grinned and decided to steal some of his favorite cliches. Pain is nothing more than your body's attempt to tell you that something is wrong. You can't ignore it, but you can simply acknowledge it before moving on. Always remember, pain is just weakness leaving your body. I've been shown that the world will help you learn to fight if you listen to it. So when you're here in this ring, make sure the entirety of your being is here with you. There is nothing outside the fight, and inside it. That's where you will live and die. That is what it means to truly fight. And those who search for fights so others don't have to, those are adventurers. And we, the wackos of House Walker, are nothing if not the best damn adventurers in the world, he stated grandly, as he raised his arms to the side and finished with a smile. Or at least we will be, if you bother to get your sorry asses up off the floor and get back to training, he shouted, as they began scurrying to collect their weapons. Chapter 255. What? You can't do that? Rubbing his hands over his face in annoyance, Archmage Jennings muttered to himself, It's going to take forever for these fools to clear all this out. In front of him, above his desk, he stared blankly at the updated maps he'd been able to create now that he knew what to look for. The entire mountain range was indeed infested with kobold cities, each one filled to the brim with kobolds and spawning chambers. Worse yet, he could see at least 5 cities that had active portals to the elemental plane from which their pattern had emerged.
Like almost all sentient species in the world, the kobold's ancestry could be traced back to another plane. Kobolds, by their very nature, yearned to reconnect with where they'd come from. When their societies advanced enough, they inevitably began attempting to restructure the local material plane to be more like their ancestral home. Already, he could see some of the deeper caves that they'd carved out taking on the aspects of the elemental plane to which they'd been connected. If those portals weren't closed, and the essence in the area not fixed, in 100 years the entire mountain range might end up vanishing from the world, leaving a scarred echo that the populators would end up having to deal with. Planar dynamics was always a tricky subject to comprehend, and as the preeminent authority on the subject, he was one of the few people in the kingdom who understood how annoying the situation could potentially turn out. Granted, there was plenty of time to deal with it, but everything would have been much simpler if the city had just fallen and a new population could have been reinstalled after more competent teams had been brought in to deal with the problem. However, now the dwarves were here, and Dorchester was most likely not going to fall. At least he now understood why the Tower of Fate had not gone out of its way to save this city, and instead planned around its fall. Had he been aware of how thorough the kobold infestation was, he might have made the same call. Yet, that was no longer an option. Whether the king had intended to set events down this path or not, there was no longer any way to avoid relying on the local forces to deal with this. Theoretically, he could try and convince the locals to ask for help, but he doubted it. They'd likely not want to give up their power or allow higher-level houses to take over. He and the city were stuck with what they had. Seeing that the king had managed to get the dwarves involved, Jennings couldn't help but admit that the man truly was inexplicably skilled in the game. The hells be damned, man was 100 moves ahead of everyone else, and had probably already taken into account that Jennings was just now finding out about the true threat the kobolds represented. Growling to himself in annoyance,
Jennings opened his link to check on the Tower of Magic's progress in retuning the array for the locals to understand the scope of what they were facing. It looked like he still had a day or two before word got out. He could work with that. He'd have to make a few appearances and play into the all-knowing aspect of his position, but he could do a great deal to soften the news. If he handled this carefully, he might even be able to hint that the kobolds were the real reason he was here in Dorchester in the first place. He'd also have to find those damnable former evaluators who are now working with Lord Walker.
They continually managed to slip his scry trackers, and he had no idea what they were up to. He'd need to be careful with how much he told them, but he'd likely be able to use them to ensure the young anomalies survived this mess. Lord Walker could not be allowed to permanently die before Jennings had a chance to figure out how he was able to keep his mind intact while being nothing more than a soul. Tapping his chin in thought, Jennings wondered if it might not be a bad idea to engineer some more controlled deaths for the young man so that he could take a few more readings. Worst-case scenario, Lord Walker could probably find another body to take over, or possibly even rebuild the one he was using. He'd already practically done it before, and while the circumstances were much more conducive to self-actualization, as it was during a material breakdown of the plane, it was possible that his soul had already figured out the process and could now do it under more restricted conditions.
The only way to find the answers is to ask the questions, he thought to himself, quoting one of his long-moved-on teachers. After Nero's surprise smackdown and pep talk, everyone seemed a lot more motivated to train. Although they never managed to reach the intensity that he'd grown used to under Kathleen's tutelage, they did step up their efforts to push each other. Multiple times Nero found his own training interrupted by having to heal someone or regrow a limb. Even Peter and Merrick put more effort into their magical training. They both listened closely to Nero's explanation on how best to conserve and manage their center, or at least they tried to. Lord Walker, I believe I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't believe center recovery works like that, Merrick muttered awkwardly. Bullshit, Nero replied while pulling out a book from his personal space and flipping through the pages. After finding what he was looking for, he said, Here. It says it right here. Center is the manifested essence of personality that is produced from a person's identity. Look, this entire chapter is about how you can actively regain your center. Both Peter and Merrick walked over, intending to stand behind Nero so they could read over his shoulder. Not wanting to experience two grown men hovering over him, Nero handed Peter the book instead. Halfway down page 208. While both of them shared the book, Nero took the opportunity to check on the rest of the team's training. Smiling widely, he could see they were beginning to incorporate their abilities into their attacks, both learning how to use them more efficiently and to defend against them. As far as Nero could tell, they were all working hard. He would, however, have to figure something out about their armor, which was being thoroughly destroyed by the constant punishment they were dealing out on each other. He wasn't nearly as good at repairing stuff as he was at healing. I really should look into finding some better spells for that, he thought to himself. While he did know a basic repair spell, it was insanely expensive in terms of center and required constant channeling. Instead of using his own understanding together with a person's identity of how their body should look, the repair spell he knew worked off the item's identity alone. If he wasn't careful, by casting the spell poorly, he could end up doing more damage to the item rather than repairing it. I suppose that's just an inherent difference between trying to use an identity with consciousness versus one without. A piece of armor can't work with you to tell you where it hurts, he remarked to himself. Back when he'd been training with Kathleen, gear management and repairing stuff hadn't been all that much of a concern. He had just been wearing training clothes, which he ended up replacing every day when he couldn't repair them himself. Maybe I should have them train without armor, he wondered as he tapped his chin in thought. Lord Walker, this chapter is indeed about center recovery techniques, but nothing in here discusses anything like you're proposing, Merrick said, bringing Nero's attention back to what they were doing. Are you crazy? That's exactly what we were talking about. How to keep your center levels high enough to keep casting indefinitely, he replied. Merrick and Peter shared a look, with Peter's expression making it clear that he wasn't going to be the one to say anything. Rolling his eyes at his fellow mage, Merrick turned back to Nero and said, "Respectfully, Lord Walker, I believe you may have misinterpreted some of what the author was trying to say. These techniques are a form of active mediation, in which you focus the entirety of your mind on your identity."
Both the breathing and mental exercises require a great deal of uninterrupted effort and cannot be completed while in combat.
Nero, not understanding what the problem is, replied, "Look, I was shown how to do a quick and dirty version by a war mage a while ago, so we can just start with that. The goal is to mentally train yourself to hold your center together, despite how much casting you're doing. As long as you keep to basic spells that aren't too taxing, you should be able to recover most, if not all, of the center you expended to cast them. You should only run out of center when you perform feats of magic that you aren't ready for. So, obviously, you just need to trick your identity into believing that you are worthy of more advanced magic." Peter replied reflexively, "You can't just trick yourself into believing you're better than you are."
And even if you did, that wouldn't change the reality that you're not.
Nero snorted in amusement before replying, "Sure you can. And yes, it will. This entire world runs on bullshit like that. You know, the power of positive thinking and all that. Look, your center is based on your identity, right? Your identity is defined by how the world sees you. The world interacts with your mind, body, and soul to determine how it relates to you. Well, if your mind believes that you are a powerful mage with plenty of center to spare, then that's 1/3 of the puzzle right there." Merrick and Peter once again shared an uncomfortable look with each other, neither one wanting to be the one to contradict their lord. Each of them was well aware that center management and essence control didn't work at all how Lord Walker had explained it to them. The young lord was picking and choosing which facts he wanted to accept, and discarding the ones that he didn't agree with.
However, they also couldn't explain how he was able to do the things he did. So they were somewhat in a bind. With how much center he was expending constantly healing everyone and casting magic above his level, Nero did indeed look to them like a mage with an unending center. It made absolutely no sense to either one of them. Nero, on the other hand, found the entire concept self-evident. If all it took to refill your center was some meditation on who you were as a person, then center was based on how firm your resolve was. He'd spent his entire life back on Earth learning that truth is a relative concept that you could ignore at your leisure. Hell, self-hypnosis was basically a cultural touchstone where he'd grown up. Convincing himself that his center was able to replenish itself without effort was easy for him. Whether or not it worked for anyone else was completely immaterial. Luckily for the two mages, their conversation was interrupted by Victor, who was dragging a stumbling Sam over for healing. While Nero worked on the man, Peter and Merrick stepped aside for a private conversation. "I'm not sure I understand what Lord Walker is saying. Do you really think he's discovered a way to actively recover center while in combat?" Peter asked in a whisper. Merrick replied in a whisper of his own, "I'm not sure. He's obviously able to do it, but I don't think whatever he's doing is actually what he thinks he is doing. It doesn't make sense. There must be something else going on with him." "What do you mean?" Peter asked. "Well, like he said, center is the reservoir of essence that you've collected by filtering the raw essence of the ether through your identity. While it does refill itself with time, actively refilling quickly requires your mind, body, and soul to be in harmony." What Lord Walker is suggesting is that he has somehow made his physical and ethereal presence a matter of his will, which, as far as I know, is impossible.
Merrick stated emphatically, but somewhat uncertainly. Interrupting their conversation, Nero walked up while clapping and rubbing his hands together in excitement. "All right, boys. Now let's work on keeping your minds together while we cast some magic." For the next hour or two, the entire team pushed themselves. The physical fighters continued to stress their centers by utilizing their abilities, while the mages and Nero worked on their magic. Bodies were broken, and center levels plummeted. By the time Nero called their training to a close, more than one person was suffering from aching joints and headaches from center overuse. Merrick and Peter were both even suffering from some minor nosebleeds. Nero, on the other hand, felt fine.
While everyone collapsed into their beds for some rest, Nero stayed up to do some more training and reading. Since they hadn't been called in to do anything, it was the perfect time to learn some new spells and work on his essence manipulation. He hadn't spent much time playing with his magic lately, and with his newfound ability to concentrate on multiple things at once, he was finally able to streamline his ability to read while he practiced. An hour or two later, Kathleen and Natalie approached the camp to see Nero being the only one outside of their tents. He was sitting comfortably on his stool with his eyes closed, his canteen in his hand, while all around him spells were being carved into the ether before being taken apart and their center recollected. To anyone who could see into the ether, he looked like he was surrounded by multiple blinking lights. Opening his eyes as they approached, Nero smiled widely and greeted them. "Hello, ladies. How's the war going?" Finally ready to kickstart the ultraviolence and send the kobolds back to the hell from which they came. Kathleen's stoic expression faltered a little, as she had trouble keeping the grin off her face.
"Not yet, my lord. I've just come to see how you and your team are doing, and to update you on what's happening with Command and Lord Verena's efforts to pierce the kobolds' illusions," said Kathleen. Natalie looked around at the empty camp and asked, "Where's the rest of our team?"
Nero replied, "Oh, they're resting. We did a little training and they're all tuckered out. Hey, by the way, any chance we can get someone to help repair their armor? I'm not all that good at using magic to fix stuff just yet, and they're all looking a little ragged at this point." Kathleen, somewhat confused at the request, turned to Natalie and asked, "I believe you said that your fight with the kobold scouting parties was not all that difficult." Natalie, just as confused as Kathleen was, replied, "It wasn't. There were no casualties." Not wanting them to get the wrong idea, Nero interrupted. No. Their armor is all messed up from the training, not the kobolds. I had them pushing each other pretty hard, and their armor wasn't as easy to put back together as their bodies were." Kathleen, realizing that Nero probably put them through what she'd put him through, couldn't help but smile evilly. "You had them fighting each other to the death? Warblade training?" Nero, returning her smile, shrugged. "Not exactly. They never went all in. However, I did get them to stop pulling their punches. It took a while, and I ended up having to stomp on them a bit, but they eventually got the message that training wasn't something they should be half-arsing." Natalie, looking worried, replied, "You didn't kill anyone, did you? Do I need to call in some mind healers from the Center Auxiliaries?" Not understanding what she was talking about, replied, "Well, I only killed them once, and everyone seems fine. Why would they need mind healers?" Kathleen chuckled and said, "Most people can't handle death as well as you do. The training I put you through is a little much for Southerners like them. I doubt any of them have experienced dying in combat before." Nero, shifting in his seat uncomfortably, suddenly realized that he might have gone a little too far. "Really? Then why did you kill me so much? Why wasn't I given access to therapy?" Kathleen replied, "Because you didn't need it." Natalie, looking somewhat worried, said, "Don't worry, my lord. I'll talk to them. I believe I can prevent anyone from lodging any formal complaints against you." Standing up from his stool, Nero asked worriedly, "What the hell are you talking about?
Formal complaints about what? Kathleen, looking absolutely ecstatic, replied, Here in the South, warblade training is more or less illegal. It's considered too hard on the soldiers' minds. Even followers of a noble house still have rights. If they wanted to, they could file formal complaints with the Tower of Law and seek to end their life oath with House Walker. Stunned, Nero replied, Huh. Well, I have to say that I'm a little pissed no one bothered to tell me that Kathleen was being such a bitch to me. But I suppose that makes sense. I will, of course, have to give Nick a nut punch the next time I see him for not giving me a heads up that I was being abused by my trainer. Kathleen laughed. Actually laughed at him. Natalie, on the other hand, stood there looking all kinds of uncomfortable. Let's set that aside for the moment and get back to what we came over here to talk with you about in the first place, Kathleen said while walking over to take a seat in one of the empty folding chairs. Meanwhile, Natalie immediately went off to go check on the wackos, and Nero retook his stump, gesturing for Kathleen to have at it. I've been told that you are aware that Lord Verena has been working with the Tower of Magic and the survey teams to locate the hidden tunnels that the kobolds have created throughout the upper city, Kathleen asked. Yeah, I've heard about it. How's it going? He asked grumpily, still somewhat pissed off about what he'd been told. Very well, actually. Mage Adept Newbanks has been in contact with Command, and they have assured us that the Tower of Magic's scrying arrays should soon be able to pinpoint any similar illusionary spells that have been cast in our area. Teams are already being sent out to deal with them, she said while gesturing to the rest of the large chamber to call Nero's attention to the activity going on all around them. Even better, the technique Lord Verena said you'd come up with has been instrumental in countering the kobolds' larger illusionary wards, which their society has been hiding behind. We expect in the next day or two to have the ability to scry their defenses and hopefully discover what's awaiting us on the lower floors. However, for the time being, our house's focus will remain here in the upper areas. Our focus hasn't changed, and we'll still be working with the army to clear out the kobolds from the upper city, she said. Nero nodded in understanding. Okay, so when are we actually going to be getting into some action? And is it going to be more of the weaker clone-type kobolds that we're going to be facing? Or are we going to be finally fighting some of the real ones? They're all real kobolds, my lord. The weaker grunts are merely used as cannon fodder for the upper castes of their society. We should, however, begin seeing more of the real kobolds, if that's what you want to call them, now that we're beginning to push into the mountain. Although, we won't know exactly what we're facing until the Tower of Magic finishes their updates to their scrying array, she said. Grunting in acknowledgement, Nero replied, So, more waiting then? Yes, more waiting. However, it does give you the opportunity to continue training your forces personally, she said with a grin. Rolling his eyes, Nero replied, Oh, eat a dick, you old hag. You're just pissed you are too busy to spend your days killing me over and over again. I hope you enjoy the fancy chair and finger sandwiches they've been giving you. You'll be spending the war watching me have all the fun. Grimacing at the thought of missing out on the fighting, Kathleen replied, When the time comes, you can be sure that I'll be there in the thick of it. But for now, I will need to continue coordinating with the army. Standing up from her chair, she began walking away without bothering to say goodbye. She did, however, call out over her shoulder, Make sure to leave some kobolds for the rest of us, my lord. Shaking his head in amusement at the battle maniac, Nero's mind returned to the fact that he might have unintentionally emotionally scarred the entire team. Maybe I should look up some books on how people usually train here. Taking Kathleen as an example of the typical teacher archetype might not have been the best idea I've had, he thought to himself. Chapter 256. The Ingenuity of the Masses. In one of the private conference rooms in the keep, City Lord Cosgrove sat at the head of the table, with her fingers steepled in thought in front of her chin. Around her sat the assembled advisors and aides of House Cosgrove, each one in charge of the various assets and pursuits of her house. When the memory engram she and the rest of the attendants had been watching finished playing, she broke the silence by ordering coldly, "Play it again." As requested, the memory engram restarted from the beginning. Natalie Keening, the public face of House Walker, came into focus, hovering over the center of the table for all to see. She began by declaring House Walker's intention to set the standard for adventuring in Oglevark, and making it clear that its wackos needed to step up their training or be left behind. The memory engram went on to show Lord Walker absolutely decimating a squad of these so-called wackos, before quickly bringing them back from the dead in an intimidating display of magical skill and power. It also included his speech, urging the barely recovered squad to take their training more seriously. Witnessing someone so young and so low-leveled mercilessly butchering fully trained soldiers before they could even use their abilities was just as chilling as it had been for City Lord Cosgrove as the first time she'd watched it. While she'd seen the reports concerning Lord Walker's uncanny speed at learning the blade, seeing their truth displayed in such stark reality was something she hadn't truly been prepared for. Had he really only picked up the blade a few months ago? Hadn't he been primarily focusing on his magic? She wondered uncomfortably at his progress.
Cutting to Kathleen Averett, the memory engram then showed a brief explanation of what kind of training Lord Walker had been putting himself through, equating it to the fabled warblade training of the northern provinces. She made it clear that she'd been the one who had been training him, personally. The woman's tone was both proud and challenging, practically daring anyone to go through what Lord Walker had. "Set her household manager or not, that woman is definitely an Averett," the city lord remarked to herself. Individual statements were then provided in sequence by each of the squad who'd been killed before being resuscitated by Lord Walker, each one of them proudly declaring their intention to wholeheartedly adhere to their wacko training, making it abundantly clear that they were even looking forward to it.
As a finale, Natalie Keening reappeared to give a brief, propaganda-filled speech about House Walker's potential and reiterating how the hard work and dedication of its members would, in the future, set the standard for what it meant to be an adventurer of Oglevark. When the memory engram finally shut off and the room returned to silence, the city lord asked sternly, "How did you manage to get this?" The aide who'd brought this to her attention replied, "It was put up for everyone to watch. It's on the public-facing side of House Walker's Thought Hub profile. They weren't trying to hide it."
"It appears that they want everyone in the city to see what they're planning."
Sighing heavily, City Lord Cosgrove said quietly, almost to herself, "It seems that the term adventurer will become commonplace in the coming days." Raising her voice to address the rest of the room, she continued, "If none of the members of House Walker who are being subjected to this type of training are willing to file a complaint with the Tower of Law, then I don't believe there is anything we can legally do about it. However, we must consider what this will mean in the long term. If House Verena's forces follow along with House Walker in this ill-conceived training plan, then even after House Walker moves on from Dorchester, we'll still have a disproportionately powerful force of soldiers acting as a singular household army. And considering how fervently Vera Salvatore Verena is recruiting, that force might turn out to be not just powerful, but quite large as well. Any house that is unable to find people willing to suffer through similar such training will fall further and further behind, ours included." Stern faces of her advisors stared back at her, every one of them knowing that finding such people would be difficult, if not outright impossible. After all, there wasn't a single lord in the city who could serve as an inspirational equivalent to Lord Walker in the eyes of the commoners. "Contact Commander Dahl. We'll need to update the Army's training program for our recently reinstituted elites. Also, let Head Guard Dalton know that House Cosgrave will need to find our own soldiers willing to die for our house indefinitely," she ordered, knowing full well the difficult time the man would have finding anyone willing to agree to such an insane request. When Nero finally crashed for the night, he found himself debating whether or not it was worth dealing with his identity instead of just going straight to sleep. He could tell by how his soul felt that he'd not gained much experience. And even thinking back on what he'd accomplished, he couldn't find a justifiable reason to complain about how little progress he'd made. All he'd really done was screw around with some training and play with his magic. Not that he hadn't been somewhat productive, because he had. He'd worked on speeding up his carving times for some of the infrequently used spell forms he knew, and even spent some time learning a few more which he might not ever bother with. After all, what's the likelihood of him needing a spell that conjured multicolored sticky paint that barely lasted 10 minutes? Though not particularly useful, it was just one of the many spells that the people of Dorchester had provided him. While the rest of his team had been recovering from their training, Nero had been scouring the Thought Hub for interesting blogs to watch. Of particular interest was his delve into the more esoteric and inventive household magics that he'd found being taught by average folks on the Thought Hub. He found the entire concept of everyone just posting whatever they wanted up on the Thought Hub for everyone to see charmingly reminiscent of his old life, and somehow comforting for his soul. In many ways, people here were just as self-centered, delusional, and pointlessly stupid as they were back on Earth. Aside from the two young, aspiring mages who spent their time fiddling with magic at the expense of whoever their targets were for their pranks, Nero enjoyed watching a particularly enjoyable blog by a woman named Mandy Finnegan. She was what could be considered a housewife here, as her husband worked as an accountant for a company called Mathis Needs and Wants, which, of course, was an up-and-coming business sponsored by House Vicine and a direct competitor of Oslo's Odds and Ends, which had been co-founded by House Neiman, whoever the hell they were. Meanwhile, she stayed at home to raise their 3 children. To pass the time, she made little videos about all the little spells she'd learned and adapted from her time at the Gate 4 Preparatory Academy for Magic, which she'd gone to in her youth. While not the best mage, or even one that was that talented, Nero thought she was brilliant. Her blog chronicled her efforts to alter magical spells for any number of reasons, while demonstrating splendidly just how poorly that had worked out for her. From the very first memory engram/video he'd seen, he'd been hooked. Having attempted to create a variation of the cleaning spell that was commonly considered simple and basic, she'd blown up her kitchen when she tried to make it work as an area of effect. The blog ended with her explaining in great detail where and how she'd believed she'd gone wrong, and how she'd only showed the improper spell form as a means to show what not to do. The very next episode had her attempting to combine a water creation spell with a wind attack, her intention being to create a simple and easy way to clean her roof, which, of course, hadn't worked out nearly as well in practice as it had in theory. The ending of the episode had a wonderful surprise guest appearance by the local guardsman who'd taken the opportunity to caution people not to attempt spell creation outside of authorized laboratories, while also urging people to leave spell creation to the professionals. Honestly, she may end up being Nero's new favorite person to watch. But she wasn't the only interesting person he'd found. Despite only knowing about this aspect of the Thought Hub for less than a day, he'd already found multiple hidden gems to enjoy. Some guy in Gate 18 was giving weekly updates on his attempts to master the groundbreaking art of enchanting his houseplants, some of whom had ended up acquiring identities and running away in fear. Nero was eagerly looking forward to the promised episodes where he tracked them down. Another budding home scientist was working on his application for Gate 11's research center, his thesis application hinging on his attempt to create a teleporter that ran on ambient essence flows instead of crystals, thereby earning his position, along with a hefty reward for his genius. His memory engrams were intended to act as meticulous records, allowing everyone to witness his progress. Incidentally, they also served as proof for Nero that people here in this new world were just as capable of earning themselves a Darwin Award as those idiots he used to watch on YouTube back home.
The poor guy's most successful attempt had him teleporting a rat across the room, albeit at the expense of its molecular integrity. When the now deceased animal arrived at its location, more or less intact, but unfortunately inside out, on fire, and producing what looked like multicolored sparks. The man had ended that particular video by assuring his viewers that he was, at worst, merely weeks away from human trials. While none of what Nero had watched had been all that helpful for his own magical training, he had learned a few things about how the locals viewed spell form manipulation. So, in a way, he felt that his time had not been wasted in the least. He ended up falling asleep while recalling all the humorous videos he'd seen, and planning how to apply what he'd learned to his own attempts at mastering magic in its entirety, while also temporarily focusing on the art of combat magic. His resulting dreams were full of scenes of him massacring hordes of kobolds with cleaning spells. All the while, a voiceover narrated its recommendations on how to get rid of the tough-to-reach stains on difficult parts of your mountain. Regrettably, as all good things must come to an end, Nero was awoken by someone alerting him to the arrival of breakfast. Awkwardly climbing out of his tent, Nero half-heartedly cast the self-cleaning spell he'd practically mastered at this point. Looking around, he could see that everyone was back to sitting around in a circle, staring at an open area of stone that, realistically, should have included a fire pit, if only because its absence in the heart of their camp was so blatantly obvious. While they were underground and had absolutely no need for one, he still found it weird for them to circle up around nothing. Walking up to them, he did his best to sound happy and enthusiastic. "Good morning, boys and girls!" Everyone excited for another day of training while we wait for the mages to do their thing. Everyone seemed impervious to his sarcasm. Or, more likely, they missed it, as all he heard in reply was variations of course, my lord," or "looking forward to it." Even Natalie offered him a smile worthy of a toothpaste commercial as she handed him a bowl filled with some sort of chunky gruel. "Great," he muttered to himself as he pulled out his favorite stump of wood out of his personal space and took a seat. Not having noticed Natalie urging the team to say something, Nero was surprised when Claire spoke up, a little louder than necessary. "My lord, we wanted to thank you for your training yesterday. While we may not have been able to live up to your expectations, I assure you we will all work hard to be better wackos in the future." Natalie, barely having waited for Claire to finish, added,
"I've spoken with the Forward Operating Bases Command, and they've agreed to loan us a few healers for each of our teams in the field while we are here. While they'll have to remain available for any teams that return with casualties, we'll be able to use them to push our training forward like you instructed." Somewhat confused as to what she was talking about, Nero listened as she continued to babble about what she'd organized. He barely remembered talking to her yesterday. He had said something about healers, hadn't he? Apparently, after having learned from his team about his required training standards, she'd sent out a house-wide announcement with a memory engram of the little speech he'd given.
Kathleen had even willingly participated by telling them all about the training she put Nero through while they'd been with the elites. From there, everything had sort of snowballed. As they were a new house, and no one really knew what they were doing, doctrine as to what it meant to be a wacko was still rather up in the air. As a result, a somewhat misguided belief developed that Nero expected them to train until they dropped. The more Natalie talked, the more he could see everyone's expression taking on a crazy, yet prideful intensity. They all looked like they were willing to kill themselves for the honor of being considered a true wacko. The scouts, the melee fighters, and even the mages were looking a little too intense for his liking. Nero could see it in their eyes. They'd all gone somewhat mental. Considering that only a few of their teams would be being sent out today to escort survey teams, the majority of House Walker was looking like they'd have nothing better to do than to train. And to help live up to the standards that he'd unintentionally set,
She'd arranged for healers from the army to be on hand in case anyone ended up killing each other. So it wouldn't just be his team, but everyone associated with House Walker would be training their asses off today. While Nero was mindlessly eating his breakfast, trying to wrap his head around what Natalie was telling him, Peter spoke up as if he was unable to contain himself. The magical contingent of the wackos have all agreed to work on our healing and resuscitation spells today.
We intend for everyone who can cast a spell form to be able to at least carve a basic healing spell form by the end of the day.
Natalie, nodding in agreement, continued, "That's right. Everyone capable of magic will be working on mastering a healing spell. You were absolutely right when you said a person should be able to heal themselves. The fact that we're relying on anyone else for our healing is a failing we intend to correct." One of the Helens added, "That goes for us too, my lord. I'd never really thought about it, but you're right. I mean, if I can learn to cast a cleaning spell, I should be able to learn to cast a simple healing spell. And if the wacko next to me falls, I better be able to bring them back quickly, if only to ensure that they're there to do the same for me when I'm in need. Wackos need to look out for each other, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement, as if she'd declared some irrefutable truth that they'd all inexplicably universally accepted as their credo.
Standing up from her chair, Natalie declared intensely,
Walker's wackos will be filled by mankind's greatest fighters. We will stand between the citizenry and its doom, facing whatever endangers society so that our civilization shall live on. Together, we will be unstoppable."
Utterly baffled by how or why she'd abruptly transitioned into a hero speech, Nero was caught off guard by the resulting cheer that erupted when she was done. Nearly dropping his half-eaten bowl of gruel, Nero looked around in confusion as they all began patting each other on the back and swearing to be there for each other come hell or high water. Even the somewhat reserved Victor and Sam, the scouts, were slightly grinning and promising to do their best to represent the ideals that House Walker stood for. For the remainder of the meal, everyone chimed in with what they planned to work on during training.
While some of what Nero was hearing sounded interesting, it was mostly a bunch of people declaring that they would push themselves further than they ever had before.
One thing that stood out to Nero was that every one of them happened to mention how much progress they'd made last night during their meditations. Apparently, having been pushed to the brink of death during their training, their level stress had proven the efficacy of Nero's training methods. He was being credited as being the one who'd show them a better way to walk their path. Unable to formulate coherent responses to their praise, Nero instead fell back on whatever old sayings he could remember. Since Nero's platitudes and nonsense reserves were endless, it was easy for him to spout them off in rapid-fire returns to their enthusiasm.
At one point, Claire remarked to him, as if it had been a question,
"I'm willing to work hard, I am. But sometimes I wonder if I have it in me to be truly powerful."
Seeing as everyone paused their conversation to listen to his reply, Nero had simply responded sagely, "Being powerful isn't the goal. The goal is to be more powerful today than you were the day before. Every day is a new opportunity to set a new standard. So, while you can never be the best, you can be your best." To Peter's question about whether or not his trouble learning new spells made him a poor mage, Nero replied, "Learning quickly does not mean you're learning well. The strongest trees are the ones that flourish in the poorest soil. Your potential is decided by no one other than you." Left and right, Nero spouted off every bit of nonsense he'd ever read or heard.
Hard work makes hard people. To be better, you must train better. You only make it as far as you're willing to go. By the time they were finished with breakfast and heading over to the training rings, everyone looked like they were chomping at the bit to get started. Luckily, the healers Natalie had requested were already there,
or Nero would have worried that he'd have to have been the only one keeping them from killing each other. Even luckier was the fact that everyone was more interested in getting lessons from the healers than they were in bothering him with their incessant questioning. So, now that everything looked handled, and they were all crowded around the healers begging for instruction, Nero snuck off on his own to continue learning magic all by his lonesome. And while it would have been nice to get some instruction from trained mages like Peter and Merrick, he'd spent most of the day before just arguing with them.
Therefore, if he wanted to actually learn anything, he expected that he'd probably have to figure it out himself. That wasn't a problem for him, though, as he had plenty of information to work with, even without them being around. He had access to the Thought Hub, some books, and time. Honestly, what more did he need? And with that, he took over the training ring furthest away from where they were holding their little group healing seminar, and got to work. Or at least, he'd tried to. Instead of working on his own things, he ended up spending most of his time watching their progress through his essence perception. The last thing he needed was for them to think he was some kind of authority figure hovering over their shoulder, judging them. Holy shit, do these guys just suck? Or am I simply that awesome? He wondered to himself. Chapter 257. No, I said do it like this.
Chapter 26, 257.
Everything looks good over here, one of the robed scientists called out from behind his control hologram. Throughout the plain stone room, people were working hard. Some were moving around like bees, busily attempting to pollinate the various machines that took up much of the floor space. Others were like pillars of professionalism, overseeing everything within their little slices of controlled chaos. All the while, in the center, the 15-unit tall pillar of contained essence wrapped in steel wiring swirled dangerously. Right alongside it, on the main control platform, Nicholas Salvatore Verena stood proudly, with an intense look on his face. What he and his team had accomplished was nothing short of remarkable. One of the researchers from the center who'd been monitoring a readout shouted, "Resonance pillar is now active. 2 minutes until the pulse is charged.
Control linkages are all transmitting their ready states." The young woman dressed in mage robes next to him, who was in charge of their connection with the Tower of Magic, called out,
The link with the scry array is now active. Signal is solid, and the relays all seem to be working as intended.
While doing his best to keep his tone calm, Nick ordered, "Be sure to counter any interference you see in the reciprocal feed. We need to be able to supply real-time updates to the observational matrix to bypass the false images we might initially be seeing." The mage on loan from the Tower of Magic replied with a nod, without bothering to turn around, her entire concentration remaining on the holograms floating in front of her. Nick, on the other hand, was trying his best to pay attention to everything. While everyone else needed only to focus on their assignments, he had taken it upon himself to be in charge of the entire project. This is what humanity can accomplish when they work together for a common purpose, he thought to himself in satisfaction. Even when he was a young man, failing to live up to his parents' expectations, he'd been captivated by the pursuit of knowledge. While others spent their time vying for position and accolades, he'd been in the library, studying the foundations that kept their society functioning. Technology. The understanding of the greater mysteries and their applications. That was the secret to ensuring humanity's survival in the face of all the threats that it faced. He'd always known it was his calling, and time again he'd been proven right, as his efforts were rewarded with merits and accolades of his own. Now, as the lord of his own house, the merits he'd receive if this most recent idea turned out to be a success would affect more than just himself. His entire house would rise on the ladder. But that wasn't why he was doing this. He was doing this because the city needed him to. Nero may have had the idea, but as exceptional as he was in his own way, he was incapable of putting it into action. He simply lacked the knowledge base. "Pulse is ready," the researcher called out.
Nick's slight smile tightened in anticipation of their success. Is the secondary resonance pillar with the other forward base online? Another researcher, monitoring yet another hologram, called out, Affirmative! Systems are linked and ready to activate on your signal. Taking a deep breath, Nick shook his hands to release some of the tension he was feeling. The entire room went silent as they waited for the order. Firming his resolve, Nick called out calmly, Fire the pulse. Had he not been waiting for it, he probably wouldn't have even noticed it. But he was, and he did. The ether shook like a slab of gelatin being slapped. Emanating from the resonance pillar, the wave propagated through the essence flows at a blistering pace, altering nothing but making the ether in the area tremble with its passing. Less than a second later, the mage called out, We're getting the feed now, putting it up on the central viewer. Nick turned to look at the rapidly updating map, which up until now had been showing only what the kobolds had wanted them to see. Like tapestry being pulled aside, the interior of the mountain was revealed. While the technique he and his team had developed didn't break the illusion, it did allow them to successfully bypass it, allowing them to see what the kobolds had been hiding. Staring at the upper portion of the mountain city, where their forward operating base was primed to invade, Nick's face paled. Oh, all of the heavens above. That's not good, he muttered to himself before everyone in the room began frantically sending out alerts.
Nero had always considered himself someone who was at least somewhat self-aware.
He knew he had his weaknesses, along with his strengths. There were countless things that he sucked at, and only a few at which he could be considered passable. He'd always been like that, and he found comfort in the fact that he was able to do the best he could with what he had. However, now he found himself in a situation that he was completely unprepared for. He was now one of the talented people who had a natural advantage over the schlubs who were just trying to get by. Back on Earth, he'd risen to the level of store manager for a cell phone retailer, and he'd been mildly proud of that accomplishment. Not because it was a dream job or anything of the sort, but he'd felt that it was about as high as a person like him could have risen. He'd had regrets, of course, but that's all that they were. If he were truly honest with himself, and he'd always tried to be, then he'd gotten as far as he'd earned.
He'd never been anything special, and didn't have family money or connections to leverage for his success.
He'd enjoyed being just one of the masses, a nobody who could throw out his completely uneducated and unwanted opinion as if it mattered, while not actually believing anyone would care. There was a great deal of comfort to be had in knowing that no one would take him seriously. Both online and in real life, he could act like a tool, screwing with people and spouting his nonsense without any serious repercussions. As a simple nobody, no one would care about his opinion, and getting a rise out of people made him feel somewhat important. It was a fun pastime, a novelty. Yet the practice of being an asshole was only something he could do because he was a nobody. If he'd actually had the skills, talent, and background to be taken seriously, then he'd obviously have to have watched what he'd said or suffer the consequences of people actually listening to him. Now, here in Dorchester, he found himself being taken seriously. He'd tried playing it off, handing over the reins of responsibility to others, and it had worked, for the most part. He'd resigned himself to being a figurehead, someone they could prop up like a celebrity, and he'd been fine with that. As long as no one relied on him, he could learn to handle it. But looking at them all demonstrating how poorly they were able to interact with the essence flows and how long it took for them to make any progress, he finally understood why he'd ended up in this position. He was a talent. Just like those people he used to mock for not being able to take advantage of all their ridiculous gifts, whether it was their family or natural abilities, he was now one of them. People would be looking to follow in his footsteps, as if there was a way for him to pass on his advantages so they could benefit from them. He had no idea what to do with that realization. While sitting on his stump, pretending to read, he watched as the rest of the wackos continued to work on their healing magics. Almost all of them were failing quite terribly at it. Only Merrick, who'd already had some experience with the spell forms, was showing any progress. Frowning in thought, Nero could see what the problem was. Even though the healers were showing them the correct spell forms, the team was unable to copy them correctly. And if they couldn't copy them correctly, then they couldn't practice sending their mind along the spell to actually practice healing. Spell forms needed to be understood by most people to cast them. It required time to familiarize themselves with them so that they could be adapted to a person's center. They didn't snap together until a person knew that they would work the way they intended them to. The only conclusion that Nero could come to was that it had to do with skills. Or at least, that had to be part of it.
Most likely, his soul, having been floating around forever in the ether, probably gave him a ton of skills that were above average. Or at least the potential for them to be, after he practiced them in the real world for a bit. Opening his skill sheet for the first time in forever, Nero was inundated with messages tracking his skill growth. Had they been arranged on paper, they would have filled a damned library. But Nero would not be deterred, so he scrolled back up to the top and began skimming. He saw various repeats for things that he must be doing often, like essence perception and sensory acuity. The skills themselves didn't come with any more explanation, but he believed he got the general idea. However, the problem was there were too many of him to keep track of. There were thousands, and very few of them repeated themselves with any regularity, aside from some groupings that probably happened around at the same time.
Nero paused his scrolling when he came across an acquired trait. Essence presence. The ability to see and interact with the flows of the world. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Nero stared at the trait in surprise for a good 5 seconds. Huh. So either I'm getting massive skill growth due to my history as an ether ghost, or something else is going on here. Maybe it's my adaptability pillar at work. Or I'm just a blessed MC with a cheat that nobody bothered to tell me about, he thought to himself. Either way, the answer to passing along his talents and blending back into the background was easy. All he had to do was find out which skills people sucked at and get them to work on them. As a plus, it wouldn't require him to give anything up. And it would take some of the social pressure off him for people believing him to be some kind of prodigy. Plus, these people are now my people. And I'm not going to be one of those people in power hoarding secrets for the sake of hoarding secrets. If it costs me nothing, then why wouldn't I help them? Their strength is my strength. Right? He said to himself, trying to psych himself up into doing the uncharacteristically smart thing for once in his life. Standing up from his stump in excitement at having figured it out. Nero marched over to the loosely packed group and interrupted the first person he ran into. "Hey, Helen, stop for a second and look at this," he said, basically ordering her to pay attention to him. Holding out his hand, he carved the basic healing spell form they all had been trying to learn into the ether. He made sure to infuse the pattern with his intent for her to be able to see it with her eyes. Helen, doing as he instructed, watched closely as the spell form took shape. When he was done, he kept his eyes on hers as he asked, "Can you see this?" Her eyebrows came together over her nose, the confusion evident on her face as she maintained focus on the hovering spell form. "Yes, my lord," she replied, unsure of what he was getting at. Nodding, he said, "Good. Now tell me the moment you notice something changing." Concentrating, Nero loosed his hold on the spell form, allowing its snapped-together integrity to falter. Ever so slowly, the spell form began to distort. At first, it was a slight tilting of the curves, and then the angles among the connections began to warp. In less than 5 seconds,
the spell form was unrecognizable, and it took Nero more and more effort to keep it together. Widening her eyes, she replied, "It's changing, I think. Yes, it's not a healing spell form anymore. I don't recognize it anymore." Smiling widely, Nero let the spell form go.
He had no chance of recovering the center he'd spent, as by the end, he'd barely been holding it together. It took her longer than expected to notice anything, but not nearly as long as he'd feared it would. Gesturing for her to kneel down alongside him, he said, "Here, look at this." Using his finger, he began carving out a copy of the spell form into the arena floor. It required a bit of essence manipulation to allow him to alter the packed dirt, but not enough to affect his center. But by the time he was done, there, in front of them, was the healing spell form drawn out as accurately as he could make it. It was much larger than the one he'd carved into the ether, as the lines making it up had been done by his finger. "Tell me what this looks like to you," he asked, looking over her. Helen was kneeling alongside him, staring at the pattern on the ground. "It's the healing spell form, right?" "Yes, it is." "Now I want you to draw a copy of it right next to it, with this," he said, as he offered her a dagger he'd pulled out from his personal space. He doubted she could directly manipulate essence, so this would have to do for now. Confused, but not willing to question him, she did as she was told. Slowly but surely, she copied the entire thing. Her eyes were dancing back and forth as she continually referenced his drawing as she worked. When she was done, she compared the two drawings for a bit before redoing a few places. After she was finally happy with it, she turned to him and looked at him for her next order. Nero, having watched carefully, stood up and said, "Now, I want you to carve it into the ether. Don't worry about adding any intent to the spell form so I can see it. I'll handle that part. Just try and copy the spell form as best you can." No longer looking confused, Helen did as she was told, holding up both her hands, her brow furrowed in concentration as she began using her center to create the spell form. Nero watched carefully with all of his senses, immediately seeing that his guesses were correct. Even knowing what the spell form was supposed to look like, she couldn't copy it. It was like she was trying to trace a really thin line by using a singular branch while holding up a tree. She just didn't have the ability to manipulate essence that precisely. She just didn't know it, because she also doesn't have the ability to see what she's doing clearly enough for it to matter. "Stop, stop, stop," he said gently. While she released the barely started spell form, she waited patiently while Nero tapped his chin in thought. "How about this? Try and just create a straight line in the ether from here to here," he said, as he held up both his pointer fingers for reference. Like he told her to, she began carving a line in the ether immediately. Frowning in thought, Nero was unhappy to confirm that she couldn't even do that all that well. The line she'd made looked like the aftermath of a drunk driver on a skills course. If there had been cones acting as a boundary, then they'd have ended up unfortunate victims of her inability to steer in a straight line. Both the ending and the beginning were pretty close to where he'd wanted them to be, but the middle was too wavy to be considered a successfully drawn line. Looking her in the eye, he said, "Okay, just bear with me for a moment." Turning around, he shouted, "Hey, Merrick! Come over here for a second." While Merrick jogged over across the training ring, Nero offered Helen an uncomfortable smile instead of any small talk. "Yes, my lord?" Merrick asked. Without any explanation, Nero asked him to demonstrate a line of his own in the ether. After he was finished, Nero had him hold it there in place before asking Helen to take a look at it. Unfortunately, he'd forgotten to tell Merrick to infuse it with his desire to allow anyone to see it. So to Helen, it didn't look at all like a line. But that, in and of itself, told Nero something.
Thinking that Nero had asked what it looked like to her in the ether, she answered honestly, "It looks like a horizontal cylinder, my lord. Although there are a few denser areas where the cylinder is more solid, I can surmise that underneath it is made up of a solid line." Nodding, as if everything was going as intended, he told Merrick to do it again, but to let her see it with her eyes. As requested, Merrick carved a line into the ether, flaring it into the material realm with his intention. Without being asked, Helen helpfully explained, "Now I see it. It's a line." "Does it look straight to you?" Nero asked. Her eyes darting to him in confusion for a moment, she replied, "Yes." Nero told Merrick to maintain his line for a moment while he carved one of his own right next to it.
How about now? Do they both look equally straight to you? He asked. Taking a moment, Helen compared them, with her eyes darting between them. "I'm sorry, my lord, but they both look the same to me." Dismissing his line, Nero said, "No, that's fine. That's perfect, even. I think I understand what the problem is now." Both Merrick and Helen were looking at him in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. "Merrick, is there a skill or something that governs how accurately you can carve center into the ether?" Nero asked. "Of course, my lord. Several. A person's precision in essence carving is a result of multiple skills working together. For example, essence manipulation is a skill that governs how well a person can interact and alter essence, which, for carving, affects how well they can manipulate their own center. Essence control governs a person's ability to steer and direct flows," he said before continuing on in detail about skills one after another.
Rather than do what he usually does, Nero didn't interrupt him, and instead did his best to listen closely. While he originally intended to just compare his own skill levels against Merrick's and Helen's, to have an idea of what direction he should go with their training, he ended up having to immediately reconsider that idea. Merrick just kept going. There were multiple skills that contributed to the ability: essence perception, essence tracking, essence charting, essence shaping, form recognition, and even several drawing-type skills all came together to contribute to a person's ability to carve a spell. It was pointless to track them all, so he didn't even bother to try. So, how do people get better at it? Do they just work on their individual skills? And how do people know that all these skills work together like that? Nero asked, somewhat frustrated. Helen was the one to answer him. Some people do. Magical academies have classes for most of those skills. I know a few people who train them as a hobby.
Merrick added, "There are many researchers who study things like this. Skill management and training are a cornerstone of the center's research efforts. While some of the more advanced training methods are meant to be researched by the cities themselves, the capital ensures that every center in new cities has a solid foundation to build off of." Nero was about to reply to the obviously biased system restricting knowledge for the sake of artificially growing a hard-working population, but he was interrupted by an alert blazing in his senses from his link. Mumbling to himself, he complained, "This is what I get for forgetting to turn the damned thing off." Before he could close the window, he felt Kathleen's presence appear in his mind. "All units, report to your commanders for immediate deployment.
Orders will be coming down, and will be moving out within the hour."
Then, without any more information, her presence retreated, leaving Nero with nothing but questions. Helen and Merrick immediately took off, heading directly toward Natalie, who had begun shouting out orders. Feeling his heart beginning to race, as everywhere he looked people began running around like they were getting ready to evacuate, Nero muttered, So, should I go collect my tent? Or is this like a raid we're doing before coming back here for some more waiting?" Sighing to himself, he began walking over to where Natalie and the rest were. I suppose I should find out what all the fuss is about. Chapter 258. How about we don't?
Nobody wanted to admit it. Hells be damned, he didn't want to admit it. Nevertheless, Commander Dahl was willing to concede, if only in the privacy of his meditations, that the army, no, that the entire city was unprepared for an enemy like the kobolds. From an early age, commoners and nobles alike had been taught that there was always a possibility that someone was watching. Whether through their interactions on the Thought Hub, or someone simply going out of their way to scry on them, people had become comfortable with the idea that everyone and everything in the city was being watched over by somebody. Their parents did it to them, and they did it to their children, and there was nothing wrong with that. That mode of thought had influenced the way they interacted with each other, the way they worked, the way they lived, and, sadly, the way they fought. Nobles were probably the most caught off guard by not being able to spy on their enemy. They'd grown up being taught that the only way to hide what they were planning was to keep their schemes to themselves, and, when necessary, to keep any evidence where no one would bother looking.
Privacy screens and scry detectors could only do so much, and there was always a chance that somebody would go out of their way to look into what they were doing. Why else would a house like Dorchen hide an entire army in a mining town outside of the city when the point was to invade it? Almost every noble tactic revolved around the idea that their schemes had to be hidden by any means necessary, because everyone knew that once they were suspected, they would invariably be quickly exposed. It was simply inconceivable for a noble of Dorchester to attempt to hide something in plain sight. Yet, the kobolds had successfully done just that. They'd hidden themselves right next to the city. They'd taken over the abandoned mountain and spread out across the whole Hells-be-damned mountain range.
Glaring in anger at the information being displayed on the hologram hovering in front of him, Commander Dahl hissed in fury at the thought that he should have been told about a critical weakness like this. Analysts are confirming the activation of at least 3 portals in the Undercity. The enemy is evacuating their upper castes and filling the entire area with disposable troops. They seem intent on doing nothing more than just biding their time. They're not even bothering bringing in reinforcements from their other cities through the connecting tunnels, the sub-commander on his left reported. How long do we have until their plan for the upper city is ready? Commander Dahl asked angrily. Across the table, a sub-commander replied nervously, "Anywhere between 3 and 7 hours, we think." Growling in annoyance, Commander Dahl swiped his hand across the screen to find a better angle on the viewer.
If this linkage ritual, or whatever the mages are calling it, is completed, what are the actual ramifications? You've said it wasn't just a portal. It was something akin to a reality hook. What does that mean exactly? He asked. The sub-commander across the table replied evenly, the tremor in her voice fading the longer she spoke, finding some comfort in having an answer for him. According to the mages who've been analyzing the ritual, they believe it is meant to act as a permanent portal, much like a rift, but also much more than that. It will be self-sustaining, just like a regular portal, but much more difficult to close. Standard means of disrupting it will not work. It will take a coordinated effort of multiple mages skilled in planar theory to even affect it. The Tower mages also warned that the process would not be quick, and would be easily disrupted by enemy forces coming out of the portal. Grunting in acknowledgement, Commander Dahl replied, "So what exactly makes this portal any different than any of the others they've set up?" Replying quickly, she said, my team, asked them the same thing. From what we were told, it seems that viable linkage sites require a firmly anchored essence connection to the region to support it, namely, places or areas that have been imbued with meaning that acts as the core or basis for that region's identity. The kobolds are using the former throne room, where Dorchester was founded and run for millennia, exactly for that purpose. The ritual is an attempt to tie the historical essence of what the founders of the city had done
to remake this area of Oglevark into their domain to the other side of the portal, which will likely be a place equally important to wherever it is on the target plane.
The mages believe that the kobolds on the other side must have prepared a site specifically for this purpose. So they couldn't make one of these linkages in any of their own cities, because they haven't been around long enough for the world to recognize their claim on the region? He asked. Nodding, she replied, "That's what I've been told." The explanation I received likened typical portals to monster incursions through an essence disturbance. That is to say that normal portals are just temporary linkages to another plane that over time could possibly turn into permanent linkages before ultimately pulling the entire area's essence through the portal. However, that's just one possibility of what they could become. Their true threat is that they spill out essence from the other side and affect the targeted region by altering its identity. However, controlled linkages, like what the kobolds are attempting, don't do that. Instead, they skip to the worst-case scenario. They use the dense essence pattern, which defines the area against itself. By attacking at the beginning of where we declared our presence here, they are attempting to remove our presence from the area's essence. It's only an option for them, because we foolishly left what had been our center of power since our founding, undefended. Unhappy with the fact that nobody considered this type of attack as a possibility, he asked, "Did nobody from the Tower of Magic think to warn us before we abandoned the mountain city for the surface?" Her expression making it clear that she was just as unhappy as he was, she replied, "According to them, they did." However, the Council of Leadership at the time believed the risks were minimal, as the likelihood of something like this happening before our new center of power permeated the area seemed impossible to them. A commander who'd been silently watching up until now spoke up. "To be fair, they did leave ample defenses in place to watch over the mountain city. The kobolds just bypassed them and fooled the people checking on them." Sighing and understanding that the situation was a result of multiple things going wrong, Commander Dahl took a moment to rein in his temper before asking, "Do we have enough troops in the area to push through the defenses they've set up and stop the activation of the ritual?" The room sat in silence for a few uncomfortable seconds before the sub-commander who'd been monitoring the situation replied, "It doesn't seem likely, sir. I've ordered volunteers in the area to be deployed anyway, and at this point, there isn't much else we can do."
I've already arranged a secondary line to set up in the main tunnel system if those that make the assault fail. Commander Dahl nodded in acceptance. "We'll have to pause our push into the lower city and regroup. While the portals down there will allow them to reinforce their position, they are much less of a threat than having the entire city pulled through a portal like the one in the upper city, if it manages to usurp our control." Speaking quietly, the sub-commander said, "It's much worse than that, sir. If we don't fail to close that portal, the entire region under Dorchester's control could be lost from this plane of existence. If the kobolds set up the linkage correctly, in less than a week we'll begin seeing the effects. At first, the environment will change outside our walls. Then the essence will begin streaming through the portal and reinforcing the other side. While we'll probably survive the transfer, the edges of our control range will begin suffering essence storms, which will quickly become impassable. By the end of the week, we'll no longer be in Oglevark. We'll be on whatever plane the kobolds are trying to get back to." Slumping his shoulders, Commander Dahl said sadly, 3 days. If we can't close it in 3 days, we'll have to ask for assistance from the capital. They'll send in the populators, and they'll handle it."
The entire table of military commanders and sub-commanders stood in silence as they thought about what that would mean for the city. And for them. The ladders would be discarded, and the city refounded. They'd have to practically start over from the beginning. And this time, with the density shift happening, the likelihood of any local house staying in power was practically zero. Nero stood near the back of the team, surprised to hear how serious the situation sounded.
Well, he didn't understand everything Natalie was saying. He got the general idea. The kobolds were strip mining the local reality and using the former throne room to do it. While Natalie was speaking quickly and likely only repeating what she'd been reading from the briefing she'd been given, Nero was able to glean a lot of answers to questions he'd had about the world. In fact, hearing her explain how an area the size of what was basically an entire state back home could be transplanted between planes of reality made everything he'd been taught about essence come together and subsequently somehow make much more sense to him. He'd always struggled with the idea that areas had identities and could repopulate themselves with local beasts and plants. But if the world under his feet was more like an area on a game board that was defined by who was in control of it, then everything clicked together in his head like a puzzle. If essence in an area had its own history and identity, and when the humans took over Dorchester and founded the city, they took control of it. It made a certain kind of weird sense that the former throne room acted as the control node for the region. He'd played tower defense games before, so he could understand the concept. If the kobolds took control of the square on the metaphorical board, then the humans were no longer in control of the region, and the kobolds could then do whatever they wanted with it, which, apparently, was to take the essence, material, and everything else back to their home plane. Even though he didn't understand the mechanics of how they were doing it exactly, and according to Natalie, neither did she, he still was able to wrap his head around what they were trying to do.
Unable to help himself, he smirked and asked,
"So, I guess we should have just pushed through and interrupted them before they kick-started the local apocalypse, huh?" Natalie, hearing her lord's rebuke, firmed her spine before replying, "Yes, my lord. You were right to have recommended that we push forward with the attack. While we may not have been able to overcome their defenses on our own, there were plenty of other teams in the area that could have supported us. At worst, we could have discovered their plans much earlier, giving command the time to mount a better prepared assault to stave off this disaster." While the rest of the team stood in silence, and the dwarves who'd come out of their little stone house watched from the side with grim faces, Natalie hung her head in shame. "I'm sorry, my lord, for my failure. I should have listened to your counsel. I, in my ignorance and pride, may have doomed us all."
"Command has made it clear what we'll be facing, and they have very little hope for our success. Teams that aren't willing to risk the attempt have been allowed to fall back. A more concerted force will be coming to close the portal when this assault fails. There just isn't enough time to bring in a strong enough force to stop it. It is my recommendation that we, as a house, fall back with them. Kathleen has already begun pulling back the few teams we have in the field with the survey teams. She and I both agree that there is very little point in dying pointlessly," she finished with a sigh. Crusher, the dwarven head of his little contingent, stepped forward. "I'll have to be speaking with McKeng. He'll need to know about this. It may take a few days, but I'm sure he'll be sending a force that will shake the mountain to close this thing. We'll not be founding a clan on some god's-forsaken plain full of lizards and fire." Nero, feeling everyone's sense of defeat radiating off of them in waves, winced at how hurt Natalie felt. He could tell that his words had basically emotionally gutted her. With his ability to observe her essence field, he could see it. She was broken, and it was heart-wrenching. He felt awful. Granted, he'd just been kidding, trying to lighten the mood with some humor, but she'd taken it as an insult to her very being. She was standing there like a wound in the essence. Just looking at her made him feel like he was standing next to someone on a ledge, contemplating suicide. Nobody else on the team was much better. They all felt like they'd been defeated. While they weren't as bad as Natalie, their essence fields made it perfectly clear how they all felt. Part of him didn't believe that he should feel guilty for her being so sensitive. Yet, seeing how badly his words had affected her, he couldn't help it.
Is this what being emotionally aware of those around you feels like? This is some bullshit, he complained to himself with a grimace. Striding up to Natalie, he reached out to grip both her arms with his hands and forced her to look at him. The change in position had him in the center of the group, with everyone staring at him. You are not to blame. I agreed with your decision, and so did everyone else. It was the smart move at the time, and you shouldn't second-guess yourself. You're a great leader, and everyone here respects you. So hold your head high, and don't worry about it. I was just making a joke. A rude and poorly thought-out one, but a joke just the same. Never let anyone's opinion, even mine, affect how you see yourself. Remember who you are. You're Natalie Goddamn Keening, head of Housewalker's whatever department, and leader of this team of fine, upstanding wackos. Granted, we've only been on one mission, but that one mission led to Nick figuring out the thing that he did, which is probably pretty important, and also resulted in us getting some free time to train, which is awesome. None of what the kobolds are doing is your fault, and you couldn't have done anything to stop it, Nero said firmly, staring into her eyes hard while silently demanding for her to cheer up. Both seeing her resolve strengthening with his eyes and his perception field, Nero nodded up at her from his measly 5 feet 4 inches height. Considering that Nero didn't understand exactly how the portal thing the kobolds were building actually worked, or how long they had before it would take to drag them all across the plains, he wasn't keen on waiting for the powers that be to get their shit together to close it. Maybe they had it handled, and maybe there were contingencies that he was unaware of, but none of that mattered to him at the moment. This was the kind of thing that adventurers lived for, and his center was practically screaming at him to run off and shit-stomp the kobolds' plans into oblivion. So, that's exactly what he was going to do. While still locking eyes with Natalie, he ordered, "Tell Kathleen to gather the wackos, all of them. Tell her that I've got something to say." Turning away from her, he said to the dwarves, "You all can go call your king and let him know what's happening and to gather his troops. But you should know, by the time he gets here, the kobolds are going to be dead, and that bullshit portal is going to be wrecked. Us wackos don't sit on our asses while people go off acting all heroic. That's our thing. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've got some ass-kicking to do." Without bothering to wait for a reply, Nero glanced at the faces of his team, happy to see them all standing a little taller. Come along, boys and girls. We've got a pre-battle speech to attend and some murderous humans to convince, he said while storming off to the command tent in the center of the massive chamber. While the team filed in behind him, he could see that their essence fields had calmed down and were now radiating hope and determination like beacons in the ether. They were even doing that weird blending thing, which meant they were functioning as a group. All around them, hundreds of soldiers were packing up their things and running around like crazy. It was nothing short of controlled mayhem as their team leaders shouted out orders like lunatics. Wagons were filled with messily tossed supplies, as if they were running against some imaginary clock. Why in the hell is everyone in such a rush? It's not like the kobolds are even going to be attacking. Their entire plan hinges on the defense of their stupid portal. Even if the army is falling back, it's not like the kobolds are going to interrupt them. Idiots, he remarked to himself with a judgmental look on his face. As they made their way through the camp, Natalie was walking a little behind him on his left. Battle Leader Avaret has sent out a call for House Walker to gather in one of the mustering grounds. All but 2 of our teams will be there. The 2 that are missing are still en route from the tunnels with the survey teams they were escorting. Nero nodded. Good. Did Kathleen mention how many of the army forces are willing to attempt the assault? Sir, she's been trying to contact you through your link. However, for some reason, the Battle Hub is replying to her with a message saying that you're
Out to lunch. Do you need a replacement link? Yours doesn't seem to be working correctly, she said, sounding utterly confused. Chuckling, Nero replied,
No, I just turned it off because that alert pissed me off. It's not all that hard to fiddle with the settings if you work at it. I honestly didn't think changing the automated response like that would work. It's good to know, though. I'll be sure to have some fun with that in the future. Anyway, don't worry about it. We'll be at the command tent soon, and I can just talk to her there. Very well, my lord. I'll let her know, she replied quickly before going silent. Nero glanced over his shoulder with an amused expression on his face, as she was obviously currently in contact with Kathleen, and probably suffering an auditory beatdown for not putting him on the phone. Most likely, Kathleen had decided that they should evacuate with everyone else, then take part in the planned assault after the current one fails. She no doubt expects the portal to open, and to have some big, epic fight to close it. Nero could see the cliché coming a mile away. However, he also thought that it would end up being both a waste of time and lives.
If they could just stop the damn thing from opening, it would save everyone the headache of having to deal with whatever would be coming through from the other side. For that matter, he also doubted that it was all that wise to chance the 3 days they had to close the portal. A lot of things could happen in 3 days. Letting the portal open could end up with them all stuck in another plane of existence, having to fight endless hordes of kobolds for the chance of returning home. He'd read that storyline so many times that he could practically already guess what was waiting for them on the other side. It would be a kingdom-building arc that would have them aligning with other cities and peoples who'd been stolen from their own planes by the kobolds. Jennings, who conveniently had studied planar mechanics, would work with other species' powerhouses to get them all back home. They would, of course, fail.
Then, predictably, they would all end up somewhere else, with all the species coming together under one banner to work together. Vera would end up running everything, and Nick would combine all the interspecies knowledge into one super research center and offer their new megacity a tech uplift. Somehow, Nero expected he'd end up emperor or something, after having to kill off some traitor nobles who'd aligned with the kobolds, or whoever they were facing wherever they ended up. It would be all epic and character building for everyone involved. Vera would probably end up pregnant to demonstrate that life would go on. Or, more likely, City Lord Cosgrove would end up falling in love with some elf or something from one of the acquired allies, to show that they could all successfully live together in harmony under his banner. Nero could practically see it all happening in his head, like a prophecy. But honestly, was he willing to go through all that? Absolutely not. It was much easier to just go all preemptive with the violence, like a good American, and end the threat decisively. After all, as long as they fought the kobolds before they opened the portal, all they'd be facing were clones. And those things were just begging to be ripped apart by spellfire. The damn things aren't good for anything else than fueling spells. Even kobolds are smart enough to know that, he said to himself confidently, as he and the team arrived at the command center. Standing there, in front of the ridiculously large tent, was Kathleen. She had her arms crossed in front of her chest with an uncharacteristically angry look on her face. The situation must be serious if she was foregoing her typically blank, none of this matters expression, and actually showing an emotion. Waving nonchalantly with one hand in greeting, Nero smirked and asked in greeting, "Hey there, good-lookin'. What's cookin'?"
You look pissed. Not looking forward to a heroic charge into the enemy and our subsequent victory against all odds?
I figured this kind of thing would be right up your alley.
Chapter 259. Selling the Idea of Adventure.
Waiting in one of the communication rooms of the Tower of Magic, Vera thought back to the last time she'd spoken with her mother. It had been just after her wedding had been officially finalized and registered with the Tower of Law, and she remembered the conversation well. After having taken her husband's name,
Vera had finally cut ties with her mother's family, the Pendletons, allowing her to finally make a name for herself on her own. During the brief but heartfelt conversation, her mother had wished her well and congratulated her on having taken the first real step on her intended path. As a supportive and loving mother, she'd made sure Vera knew that if she ever needed support, she would have it.
Although, while it had been left unsaid that she fully expected Vera to handle things on her own, Vera had also sensed that she had been hinting at something more. While the Pendletons operated primarily in the capital, they had a presence in many cities across Oglevark. Many branch houses, allied houses, and numerous independent houses had all been created by her mother's many children. Their fathers had all been great men, Vera's included, and it was expected any child raised in their house was destined for great things. All of her life, Vera had known that she would need to prove herself. And now she finally had. She and her husband had founded their own house, taking advantage of the chaos of the density shift and the Cobalt War to ensure that they would have time to shore up their house's foundation. Their new house, House Verena, was a registered sub-house under the kingdom's newest unique, a great honor, and an even greater opportunity.
Even in the capital, word must have spread of Lord Walker's status, and she could only assume that her house's ties with him were the reason for her mother's requested communication. "Signal acquired, Lady Verena. The room is now active," said one of the technicians monitoring the control desk. Offering the young woman a nod of thanks, Vera strode into the room as the doors silently closed behind her. There, standing in the middle of the room, was her mother's hologram. The woman's presence filled the room like a thick fog of essence, not even bothering to make an effort to restrain itself. Greeting her, Vera said, "Hello, Mother. It's good to see you. I'm assuming this is in regards to Nicholas's and my founding of House Verena?" Looking exactly as Vera remembered her, the woman was nothing if not elegant. Tall and thin, not a single hair was out of place.
Everything about her screamed competence, while also carrying an intrinsic warmth that unfailingly endured her to everyone she came into contact with. She looked like someone had gone out of their way to give political mastery and power a physical form, with the sole intent of unleashing it on the world to see what would happen.
"My dear Vera, what have I told you about assuming things?" she asked, as if their most recent conversation hadn't been decades ago. Smirking slightly, Vera tipped her head in acceptance of the rebuke. "Apologies, Mother. While I'm no doubt overdue for a lecture or two, my guess at the purpose of your communique was not to confirm anything, but to merely open up a dialogue. As you taught me, there is no better way to entice someone to tell you their plans than to allow them the opportunity to prove you wrong." Lord Pendleton's voice filled the room with the delightful sounds of her laughter. With the addition of her presence altering itself slightly, everything about her skillfully put Vera at ease, despite how carefully Vera had mentally prepared herself to counter her. "Oh, Vera, I have missed you. And in a way, I suppose my communication request is tangentially related to your new house's founding, but most likely not in the way you no doubt assume it is," she replied slyly, her face adopting a smirk filled with love, but tinged with a smidgen of intrigue. While being sure to keep the curiosity out of her tone and her expression, Vera asked, "Oh? So this isn't about our kingdom's newest unique, or the intercity trade opportunities that my house's status will likely position me to take advantage of during his upcoming travels?" Still smirking, Lord Pendleton replied, "Not at all, my dear. Not at all."
"Well, I'm no doubt proud that you managed to acquire such a strong backer. That is not why I requested this little reunion."
Like a seasoned politician, Lord Pendleton's expression smoothly transitioned to one of utmost seriousness. "Vera, my dear, I wanted to check in with you concerning the Tower of Fate's recent troubles, and Dorchester's growing relevance as the centerpiece of the attacks against them. As the local Tower of Fate in Dorchester hadn't existed for many years, Vera very rarely, if ever, thought about that particular social power. While it wasn't as if no one knew about them, citizens in Dorchester usually had few connections with the Fate Weavers, aside from a few nobles and people who had ties to other cities where the tower's presence was much more prolific.
Wary of what she realized might be a blind spot in her intelligence gathering, Vera asked,
Would you mind elaborating on what you mean by troubles, and specifically what role Dorchester plays in them?
Of course, dear. Although your ignorance of what I'm referring to is in itself an answer to several of my questions, Lord Pendleton replied smoothly. Continuing on, she said, The Tower of Magic, along with several other organizations including the Royal Academy, various city centers, and even Oglevark's military council, have all been releasing information onto city thought hubs, countering the Tower of Fate's veil of mystery and enigmatic practices. They have been systematically undercutting any belief that the Fate Weavers have any actual power to affect things outside of just reporting what is likely to happen.
Dorchester's current troubles have been highlighted as proof that the Tower of Fate is not all-knowing, and that their prophecies can easily be misinterpreted or outright wrong.
Vera, raising one eyebrow in surprise, tried and failed to keep her mother from reading her. Smiling down at her daughter, she said, Yes, when looked at on the macro level, it is clear that someone, or someones, in power is attempting to discredit or curb the Tower of Fate's power in the kingdom. While you may not be aware of it, for many years Dorchester's doom had been all but assured. By now, according to the prophecies, the city you live in should only just now recovering from a change in leadership. Yet, to the surprise of everyone who'd been made aware of what would have likely happened, the Dorchans failed in their war, and the prophesied density shift has come early.
On top of all that, the kobolds, whose very presence would have made the area no longer worth defending, have now been exposed, and your surprisingly full-strength army is embroiled in a war to eliminate them as a threat. Vera's mind was racing. She'd heard here and there that there had been some talk of Dorchester likely falling, but she hadn't realized there was any truth to the belief that an actual prophecy had been given. If that were true, then her mother had obviously believed Vera and Nicholas's plans to found a house here had been doomed from the start. Feeling her mouth going dry from the shock of hearing that her mother had expected her to fail, Vera took a moment to re-wet her lips. I have noticed that a few people are working at unknown purposes with ties to the capital here, but I hadn't realized they'd gone out of their way to save the city with the intention of avoiding a prophecy. There has been no mention of it on the Thought Hub, and no one has purposely spoken about it in that light, she said, somewhat calmly. Vera's mother nodded in understanding, before replying in the tone Vera was used to hearing when the woman wanted to teach her something.
If I were to tell you that no one from outside Dorchester has done anything to save the city, and the only interference I've detected was the kingdom pointedly ignoring what specifically is being said on the Thought Hub there, then what conclusion would you draw? Thinking quickly, Vera replied, I would say that either the Tower of Fate had been tricked into making a false prophecy deliberately in preparation for the smear campaign against them, or something else is going on, and someone took the opportunity to eliminate them as a rival. Most likely the Tower of Magic, considering the head of the Mage Council is currently serving as the court mage, while ostensibly only being here to watch over our kingdom's newest unique.
Who, coincidentally, has been at the center of everything from the beginning. Smiling in appreciation of Vera's thought process, Lord Pendleton looked down at her daughter and said, Perhaps you might want to widen your gaze to include the rest of the kingdom while you work on building up your new house. I'd hoped that losing your city would temper your resolve and teach you to focus more on your information-gathering skills through the benefit of connections. But the situation seems to be teaching you the same intended lessons, albeit in a completely different manner than I'd expected.
While Vera's mind hurriedly analyzed the various plots and plans that were likely in play, she stood in silence, unable to formulate an appropriate response to the situation she found herself in. Her mother had intended to watch her fail, all so that she would learn to focus on politics and connections more. The woman would have allowed an entire city to fall just to teach her a lesson.
Chuckling lightly, Vera's mother interrupted her thoughts. Well, my dear, as I've already received the answers to my questions, and you now have a great deal to ponder, I'll take my leave. It's been wonderful to see you, and now that you've succeeded in your goal to found your own house, I expect to hear from you more often. If what I've heard about your house's finances is true, you have plenty of funds to contact me at your leisure. Do let me know if you need anything, won't you? And if, heavens forbid, the city falls, you and your delightful husband will always be welcome here in Hennings, or any of our other cities. You're still quite young enough to start over, so don't feel that you must go down with your ship if you feel the winds shifting. Vera felt her mother's presence retreat from the room as the woman's holographic image vanished. She was left alone to think about everything her mother had said, while also considering everything she'd left unsaid.
As always, the woman was both helpful and confusing in equal measure, leaving Vera both unsettled but also enlightened. As usual, Kathleen had not taken the bait, and had instead simply walked off while expecting Nero and his entourage to follow. Having no doubt already arranged things due to Natalie alerting her to his plans, Nero merely walked behind her with an amused smile on his face. Something about the way she handled herself always made him feel like a naughty child being dragged to the principal's office. The mustering yard Kathleen led them to was not far, and Nero could see that the wackos were already gathering. Knight Angleton was there, along with many of the former soldiers. The criminal, or former criminal contingent, was there as well. Interspersed throughout were some of the other people he recognized from the oath-giving ceremony. One and all they turned toward him and lined up as he took the stage, which had been previously set up so the commanders could address their troops. As they were on somewhat of a time crunch, Nero didn't have the opportunity to touch base with anyone, and instead got right into his pitch. Taking his place at the center of the wooden platform, he infused a little more essence than was necessary into his voice, so more than just the wackos would hear him, and said, "Thank you all for coming. I'm sure you've all heard about the kobolds' portal that they're building, and what the little lizard bastards are up to. I'm also sure that you've been told that it would be suicide to try and stop them from succeeding. I, and many others, have been assured that a larger force is going to be assembled to fight through their defenses to shut it down after it activates. What you may or may not know is that some troops have been allowed to volunteer to attempt to stop them before the damned thing even activates. Now, I don't know who exactly they're sending, or if anyone is even brave enough to actually try. But what I do know is that nothing ensures failure like giving up without a fight." Just as he'd hoped, many of the soldiers who'd been getting ready to retreat were listening in on what he was saying. The mustering yards were basically in the center of the base, and Nero's voice was carrying quite far. Standing ramrod straight, Nero tried to project as much confidence as he could as he began pacing back and forth across the platform. "Many of you fought the kobolds with me on the surface. We stormed their base and kicked their teeth in, forcing them back underground. But before that, we charged their lines and closed one of their damn portals all on our own, while it was spilling out kobolds by the hundreds. Both times we were outnumbered and expected to fail," Nero declared proudly. Running his gaze across his wackos, Nero shouted, "But we didn't! We succeeded! We won!" Having expected a raucous cheer, or at least some enthused shouting, Nero paused. Annoyingly, all he got in response was the sound of metaphorical crickets. However, he still decided to keep going. After all, he knew the key to sales was to continue talking until the customer agreed with you. Granted, the kobolds currently attempting to open the portal have had time to set up defenses, And if we do attack them, we'll most likely be doing it all by our lonesome. That's right. The army's given up. They're going to play it safe. Or at least, that's what they think they're doing, he said sarcastically. In reality, they're purposely giving up the initiative. The kobolds will use that portal to bring in more troops, improving their numbers and increasing their defenses. Once that portal opens, that's it. We're done.
From what I understand, this portal is going to be different. It's going to be much harder to close after it's opened. You've all heard the same briefing I have, and can read between the lines. Command is both terrified of what that portal is capable of, and too afraid to do anything about it, he shouted. Rubbing the back of his neck as if he were empathizing with their point of view, he added, "Now, I may be wrong, and the best thing to do is to wait for reinforcements. Maybe the portal won't be so bad, and a coordinated assault with more troops will end up being able to close it. That's a possibility, sure. But I don't think so." Looking around at the wackos, Nero realized that he hadn't actually told them that he intended for them to fight. Yes, they were listening intently, but he'd botched his pitch and weren't yet on board with what he was selling. Stupidly, he'd just begun talking while assuming they knew about what he'd already decided.
While he'd already told his own team his intentions, he'd accidentally skipped that part of the speech for everyone else here. Instead, he'd jumped ahead to the convincing them portion of his salesmanship. "Okay, moron. Redo your opening and explain your reasoning. It's in their best interest to buy the assault you're selling. You just need to explain to them why," he told himself stubbornly. "We came into this mountain to eliminate the kobolds. Letting them succeed in their plans in any way is unacceptable to me. They want to open a portal. I say we stop them. Maybe they outnumber us, but you've fought them. They're weak, especially the ones we've been fighting. They're clones, barely sentient meatbags that are basically just little rage monsters having tantrums. Without their leaders, they would barely be worth the effort of killing," he said dramatically. Pointing out at the crowd of wackos, he said, "You are the wackos of House Walker. You joined up on the promise of adventure and excitement. Every one of you followed me into these tunnels knowing what we'd be facing, and what we'd be fighting for. One of you is worth 100 of those pathetic excuses for toddler lizards. We can beat them. More importantly, we can stop them." Nero felt the crowd beginning to come around. He could see it in their essence fields. The longer he was up there on that platform, the more he could see their fears dying down and their hope reigniting. "I'm not sure if you know this, but there is a reason I'm always talking about adventure. It's not just about who I am or what I want to do with my life. You see, I wasn't always like this. I used to just be some guy working in a shop like so many people in the city outside this mountain. I was a nobody, just another face in the crowd," he said sadly, while ensuring that his voice still carried. "Then one day, I decided that I no longer wanted to just wait for life to happen to me. I wanted to be the main character in my own story. I made a choice. I stuck my nose into somebody else's business when it would have been smarter to just sit back and watch. Was it smart? No. Did I care? Also no. To me, being an adventurer means putting myself in the dumb position of trying to make a difference when the odds are against me. I'm not saying adventurers are suicidal, as I don't have any immediate plans to try to slay any dragons. But if there's a chance that what I do can make a difference, that the fight in front of me is worth fighting, then the question becomes, what kind of person do I want to be? There is plenty of talk about paths here, and I've seen my fair share of evidence that it's actually a real thing. But I think people forget that paths only matter when they are going somewhere. It's not about who you are now or where you're headed. It's about where you want to end up. Do you want to be someone who trudges along, just doing the minimum required of you every day?
Or do you want to be someone who ends up looking back on who you are now and be able to say, that was when my path truly began? Today, the kobolds in command have given you a gift. You have the opportunity to do something crazy that can end up saving the entire damned city. A noble will tell you that we need to prepare for all eventualities, carefully considering our options, while a commoner will tell you that you need to hide and let someone else handle it. Even a soldier will most likely tell you that command has it handled and to follow orders. Logically, command will tell you that we've been caught unprepared and therefore need to re-strategize. But an adventurer, they'll tell you that there is glory waiting for you up there, he said, gesturing to the tunnels with excitement in his eyes, silently pleading with them to recognize it with him. We have healers and magic at our fingertips, friends by our side and comrades in arms willing to fight alongside us. We have everything we need to stop this disaster before it happens. You can all feel it, can't you? That possibility that we might succeed? The ether is practically screaming at us with the potential futures that might happen. The kobolds are up there waiting, plotting, hoping that we will be too scared to confront them. They've been hiding in this mountain for years, hoping and praying that we wouldn't find them. But we did. And now we're going to let them call in reinforcements. I say hell no. I say we go up there and ruin their shit, smash their toys, and defy the damned odds. I'm an adventure, and that, he declared while pointing at the tunnels, is an adventure. Panting, he took a moment to catch his breath. I told you before I would never order you to follow me. Instead, I'm letting you know that I'm going to go up there. You all can choose to come along and earn yourselves some bragging rights along the way. So, he said as he swept his gaze across the assembled men and women of House Walker, who's coming with me? As if he were hit by a tsunami of noise, he was rocked back onto his heels as the crowd erupted in cheers. They were practically frothing at the mouth in excitement. Feeling people stepping up onto the podium, Nero looked over his shoulders to see both Kathleen and Knight Angleton approaching. Placing themselves alongside him, Nero wondered for a moment what they were planning. Wackos of House Walker, and any of you soldiers that wish to come along, our command channel is open, and team leaders are to join up after your members are geared up. Frontline fighters will be under Knight Angleton, ranged and magic will be with me. Ms. Keening will be coordinating healers and support at the back. I want a finalized count and troop composition ready as soon as possible, so we can assign positions for shields, she ordered, her voice thundering across the mustering field like a cannon. Heroes of Dorchester, time is wasting. Let's move it, shouted Knight Angleton, spurning everyone to action. Nero watched with a giddy smile as the entire crowd exploded like a bomb, everyone running off to get ready. Knight Angleton turned to Nero and said, once again speaking in a normal tone of voice, My lord, all I've ever wanted to be was someone willing to fight the horrors of the world so others don't have to. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be the man I've always wanted to be. Nero, forgetting that he was still in the mindset of infusing his voice with essence, replied much too loudly. Being an adventurer is a dream come true for me too. We're going to stop interdimensional lizards from calling home by fighting them with swords and magic. And the best part is, as long as we aren't being idiots, we get to do it all while having infinite respawns. How freaking cool is that? Realizing that everyone had paused what they were doing to listen to him, while Knight Angleton had backed away from him, wincing in pain, Nero snapped his mouth shut. After shutting off the essence infusion into his voice, he said quietly, Sorry, I forgot to turn off the mic. But, either way, the point still stands. This is going to be freaking epic. Chapter 260. Feeling the flow. Even with how dire the circumstances were, Commander Dahl was feeling more and more comfortable with the situation that he and his city found themselves in.
He could tell that everyone in the command hall felt the same way. There was a sense of control permeating the room that had been absent up until now. Their training, the battles and conflicts they'd faced, and everything they knew about commanding troops revolved around knowing their enemy.
Being caught off guard by the kobolds' presence in their mountain had shaken them, but it had been the lack of intelligence that had ultimately made them feel like they were unable to do their jobs. Now that he could see the difference, he was surprised that he hadn't realized it before. The commanders, sub-commanders, aides, and support staff were all moving around the hall with purpose, their confidence and competence with what they were doing fully on display. Where before there was a lack of focus, now there was once again a sense of efficiency. Having the ability to scry on the enemy and tactically evaluate the best way to combat them made everyone here feel in control of the situation, even if they all knew they weren't.
Commander, there's been a development with the volunteer assault on the enemy ritual in the throne room, the sub-commander in charge of the situation in the upper tunnels called out.
Looking up from the hologram in front of him, tracking the reorganization of the troops in the lower city, he asked, "If there are less than 500 willing to try, cancel the order. There is no point in them wasting their lives. We'll need every soldier we can for the planned assault to close it." Shaking her head with an uncomfortable expression on her face, she replied,
"That's not what's happening, sir. While I expected some of the more stubborn team leaders to want to try and push through, I thought most would see reason. However, it seems that almost everyone in Forward Operating Base 3 is willing to attempt to stop the portal from opening. The base commander sent an alert that he and his entire complement would be leaving within 10 minutes. While Commander Dahl was typically a rather reserved man, the news was enough to have him shooting up in his seat like a fresh recruit hearing his deployment orders for the first time.
He didn't know if he was feeling excitement, concern, or confusion.
The entire FOB is mobilizing? But why? They must know that they're all going to die, he uttered in total shock.
It's not just them, sir. 2 other FOBs are moving out as well, in addition to 34 teams from the FOBs that have acknowledged the retreat, she said, while leaning over the table and manipulating the hologram to display the upper city's map. They're planning to work together to assault this encampment in what was formerly the Noble Quarter, she said, while highlighting a kobold position. Considering the distance between the FOBs, our troops should be arriving in waves from 2 different tunnel systems. The commanders who've agreed to take part in the operation have coordinated their assault timers and have made it clear that they'll be leaving their FOBs undefended.
They've only bothered to alert us because of the possibility the kobolds might try and take advantage of the situation by deploying their troops from the other defensive positions they won't be engaging. While more likely they'll be called in as reinforcements to protect the ritual, the commanders wanted us to be aware of what was happening, she said quickly, practically speed-talking to get the information out as quickly as possible. Standing up from his seat and leaning over the table to take a closer look at the map, Commander Dahl asked, "Altogether, how many troops are being deployed?"
11,324, sir, she replied curtly.
Sighing, Commander Dahl replied, "That's not going to be nearly enough. And even if it were, they would have to move at a run the entire way to make it in time. The portal will already have been opened by the time they get there."
"Why are they doing this?"
"Because of this, sir," she replied while opening another hologram to display a memory engram from a soldier who'd been close enough to observe Lord Walker's speech. There wasn't much time to watch the whole thing, and he really should be focusing on the matter at hand instead of playing catch-up, but instead, he found himself staring at the young lord's face. Lord Walker looked, no, he felt confident. And while it wasn't the most rousing speech he'd ever heard, there was something about the call to adventure that resonated with him. Something that he assumed resonated with most of the soldiers who'd agreed to go along with him. Maybe it wouldn't be impossible to stop them, he wondered to himself, before shaking his head to clear the illogical thoughts from his brain. The loss of over 11,000 troops would hurt. He'd only been able to free up 35,000 from the forces in the lower city, and the remaining forces above ground weren't going to be available for a while. He needed to focus on the aftermath after the young lord failed. Conservative estimates had them needing at least 50,000 troops to close the active portal, and he needed to find enough troops to do it. Standing up straight, he looked over at the sub-commander and said, "Well, we don't have time to cancel the order for volunteers. We gave them the option, and they're taking advantage of it. If this is what they want to do, then we'll just have to accept it. The commanders will hopefully be able to pull back before the losses become absolute. If not, at least we'll have more intelligence on what the kobolds are capable of." Nodding in understanding, she replied, "I'm sorry, sir. When I allowed for the possibility of volunteers to try and close the portal, I didn't expect something like this to happen." Reaching out to pat her comfortingly on the shoulder, Commander Dahl replied, "It's not your fault. Good men and women have always been led to their deaths by charismatic leaders. That's just the way the world works. Our job is to ensure that civilization stands after people like him." He paused to point at the hologram showing Lord Walker before concluding what he was saying. "Fail." Nero stood near the back of the tent, watching the meeting progress with an expression of confusion on his face. He hadn't expected the response to his call to arms to be met with a war council. Instead of everyone rushing through the tunnels screaming for blood, Kathleen gathered everyone together for a rushed planning session. At the head of the table, the woman stood like a miniature force of nature, her height belying her profound presence in the room. Even though everyone stood taller, looked more intimidating, and generally held themselves more like soldiers, not one of them was willing to contradict her. "Forces from here and here will arrive first. Their job will be to engage the enemy and have them focus on this tunnel system here. If they utilize the kobold tunnels we've discovered, they should be able to hold the enemy's focus long enough for our arrival to be a surprise," she said evenly, her voice tinged with an undercurrent of bloodlust. With a wave of her hand, she altered the map to show another system of tunnels. "After we wipe out their defenses, we'll have access to the higher floors. We'll split off teams to harass and slow down any reinforcements that they will call from the other defensive encampments. Our primary assault force cannot be allowed to be slowed down by constant fighting." "If we're going to make it in time, we'll need to move quickly," one of the commanders asked. "Is that why we'll be leaving the spell cannons behind? You know that some of the upper chambers are large enough to put them to use. We might end up regretting not having that kind of firepower behind us." Kathleen shook her head and replied, "The engineering teams move too slowly. We'll just have to make do with what we have. A lot of the upper floors have large chambers which were used for shopping centers and parks. Almost every tunnel system funnels into them, and that's where the kobolds have gathered. From what we've seen, they mostly ignore the residential areas and housing structures, preferring to swarm in larger numbers. While the spell cannons would be helpful, the kobolds haven't set up any defenses that would require that kind of artillery. We'll be able to make do with steel and magic." For Nero, it was a novel experience to see them planning the offensive. On the one hand, it was very similar to what he had seen in the movies. Powerful leaders in fancy armor and ornate tabards discussing the upcoming battles and making plans. But it was the lack of paper orders and the details that made the situation feel somewhat different than he'd expected. Every one of them had their links lit up on their temples, making it clear that they were in use. Nero could just tell that they were all multitasking, sending out orders while calmly discussing things like professionals. The lack of physical movement undercut the feeling of haste that all of their essence fields were projecting. Nero tried to use his link to follow along with what they were doing, but he quickly got overwhelmed. He still couldn't figure out how they were able to pay attention to so many things at once. While he had assumed people like Nick and Vera were outliers, he now had hard evidence that a lot of people were able to function like normal while they did all kinds of things on their link. Kathleen,
who Nero knew to be a physical fighter, was clearly coordinating an entire war effort while holding a serious conversation with these serious people. Something he was absolutely positive he would be unable to do. Clearly, he needed to work on his mental skills. Setting that aside for the moment, he focused on the ether in the room. Everyone's sense of urgency was coming together to stir up the essence flows. The disconnect between how the situation felt and how they were all just standing around was making him feel agitated. Considering how the essence felt, just standing around was torture. He felt like he needed to move. Now. Luckily, the meeting was almost over, and everyone soon broke off to handle their assignments. Nero, not knowing where he should go, followed Kathleen.
The tension in the ether outside the command tent was just as strong, if not stronger, than it had been inside. He couldn't stop himself from repeatedly clenching his fists in anticipation of what was coming. When they arrived back at the mustering ground with the wackos, Kathleen approached Knight Angleton, who was standing alongside former Sergeant Blackwood. The knight was standing there with his eyes closed and his arms crossed, his link's bright light making it clear he was in contact with the battle hub. Yet, the moment Kathleen approached, he opened his eyes and said, "Teams are assigned and ready to move out. Just give the word." Nero, standing in between them, felt like there was a conversation happening he wasn't aware of, like he was missing out on a private joke, but without the levity. Kathleen didn't audibly respond, but she must have made her intentions clear, because Knight Angleton offered her a nod before turning to the wackos and shouting, "All right, wackos, listen up.
We're moving out. Team leaders, get your wackos in formation and firm your resolve. We have an enemy to wipe out."
Turning to Kathleen, Nero was about to ask about his assignment, but didn't have the chance. She was already gone. Frowning in annoyance at her rudeness, he placated himself with the fact that she was probably holding multiple conversations and simply didn't have time for him right now. Looking around the chamber, he could tell that every single person knew what they were supposed to be doing. It was an eerie feeling, knowing that he'd put all of this into motion by declaring that he intended to stop the portal from opening, whether or not anyone else was willing to come along. He felt like a kid who told his parents that he wanted to see the Grand Canyon and was then set down in the corner so everyone else could work their asses off to plan the entire trip. He felt like he should be doing something and be more involved in the planning.
Not that he had all that much to contribute to that kind of thing. Turning back to Knight Angleton, Nero was about to ask him where he was needed, before pausing for a moment. Did he know the guy's first name? And if he did, why didn't he ever use it? The guy wasn't a captain anymore, and was now part of his house, so he should probably be on a first-name basis with him. He referred to everyone else by their first name, so why not him? Tapping the incredibly tall man on the forearm to get his attention, Nero looked up at him and asked, "Hey, what's the protocol here for using first names when you're talking to someone? Have I been making an ass out of myself by calling Kathleen, Kathleen? I don't have to start calling Nick Lord Verena, do I? 'Cause I'm not doing that." Knight Angleton looked down at Nero with a confused expression on his face.
The normally stoic man had been looking particularly heroic as he watched over the wackos preparing to move out. But now that image had been shattered by how utterly baffled he looked. I'm sorry, my lord. What?" he asked. Nero, feeling like he needed to explain his thought process, replied, "You know, you were Captain Angleton, but now you're Knight Angleton because you changed jobs but are still a knight. I'm not sure exactly how all that works, but I'm guessing it's like a doctor's title. Once you've graduated from medical school, you're always going to be a doctor, even if you don't necessarily work in a hospital. So, I get calling you Knight. It makes sense. But what I don't get is the social convention about what I should call everyone else. And since I'm your lord or whatever,
Shouldn't I be calling you by your first name? Or is that rude? Or is it rude that I don't?
Do you feel like my being less familiar with you than I am with Kathleen and Natalie undercuts your authority with the wackos? Or am I undercutting theirs by not using their titles? If they have any, that is. Does Kathleen have a title? Battle leader, right? But I can't call her that when we're finished with the war, can I? Or is that like the knight thing? Now that she has been a battle leader, will that forever be one of her titles? What I'm trying to ask is how I should be addressing people so I don't sound like an asshole. If Nero still had access to a phone, this would have been a perfect time to take a picture of Knight Angleton's face. The man looked poleaxed, his jaw dropped open, and his eyes glazed over in absolute befuddlement. "Have you not discussed this with Lady Verena, or Vera, if you will?" he asked. Shrugging, Nero replied, "I don't think it ever came up. Or if it did, I wasn't listening. I do that, you know. Not listen. It's important to acknowledge your faults. That way they can't be used against you. Never give the enemy ammunition, am I right? But, back to my question. I need to know the social protocol here." Snapping his mouth shut, Knight Angleton's expression became a little more serious as he mentally focused on the question. It was clear the man had never considered how the culture he'd grown up with dealt with things like titles. Not so directly, at least. "Well, my lord, typically how you address someone is dictated by how you are interacting with them at the time. In social situations, you could easily address them with their first name or their title interchangeably. However, using a person's title will set the tone for what you mean to discuss. For example, outside of war, you could address Ms. Averitt as Kathleen if you wish the conversation to be personal rather than professional. As Lord of House Walker, you are expected to always be the one in charge of the conversation's tone. Using a person's first name implies that you don't intend to discuss anything important. Usually. I believe that your unique personality may somewhat alter how people perceive that dynamic," he said cautiously. Nero, not understanding, replied, "How do you mean?" Looking somewhat uncomfortable, Knight Angleton replied, "My lord, are you sure we should be discussing this right now?" Gesturing with his gauntleted fist, he waved at the assembled wackos who were now standing there staring at them in anticipation of the order to move out. "Right, the portal. Not the time for small talk. Got it," he thought to himself. Coughing into his hand to cover his embarrassment, Nero replied, "Of course. We'll circle back to this later. Carry on with the deployment of our forces. I'll just return to my team and... Yeah, anyway, good talk." Not waiting for a response, Nero scurried off to find Natalie and the rest of his team. Slipping through the lines of the wackos, he ducked his head as he could feel everyone he passed looking at him with various levels of confusion mixed with adoration. When I dubbed them wackos, I'd not expected them to turn out to be this crazy, he thought to himself. Quickly realizing he had no idea where he was going, he connected with his link to find out his assignment. Granted, he should have already checked it, but he'd been busy at the time overseeing the war planning. Or, at least, that's the excuse he'd use if anyone bothered to call him on it. It took him only a minute or two to find out where in the formation he was supposed to be, and through judicious use of the link along with his perception field, he slid up next to Merrick as the entire formation began moving out. Whisper-talking up at the man, he said, "Hey man, how's it going?" Merrick, looking somewhat amused at Nero's familiar tone, replied, "Very well, my lord. Is there anything you need?" "Nope, I'm good." Ready to go to war and all that. Kinda crazy how we've been sitting on our asses with our thumbs up our butts for days doing nothing, and all of a sudden we're now rushing off to end the threat of an interdimensional invasion. Mondays, am I right? He asked jovially while wiping his sweaty palms on his pants.
Nero hadn't realized how off he'd been acting until now, but seeing the utter confusion on Merrick's face at what he was saying made him do a quick self-check on his mental state. Looking at how he'd been acting somewhat objectively, he'd been acting a bit loony. Once he recognized that fact, he quickly figured out the cause. It was the ether, or more specifically, the sense of urgency and tension in the essence flows all around him. The fact that everyone was broadcasting their nervousness was playing havoc with his state of mind. The more in tune he got with the ether, the more it seemed to be affecting him. Whatever response Merrick had to what he'd said, Nero missed.
He was too focused on his recent discovery of his susceptibility to emotional groupthink. Whenever he got nervous, he babbled, like everyone did. His brain needed an outlet for all the nervous tension, and focusing on pointless questions and quips he would normally waste time looking up on his phone was historically his go-to response. The moment he realized that he almost connected to the thought hub through his link so he could find an answer to his social protocol question, but he managed to stop himself. Now wasn't the time for that. He was, quite literally, going to war. He should be focusing on that. Taking a few deep breaths to center himself, Nero forced his swirling emotions to calm down. He needed a clear mind, but it was surprisingly difficult to combat the prevailing sense of nerves that flooded the ether all around him. While individually, each person was capable of dealing with their stress on their own, the overlapping tension was enough to overwhelm him. It wasn't affecting anyone else because they weren't capable of feeling it to the degree that he could. For them, it was like an itch in the back of their mind, that feeling of tension in the room when something was about to happen. The subtle herd mind that shared the group's emotions with the individuals that made it up. Nero, on the other hand, somehow was able to look at it from both a member and an outside observer. Once he'd gone looking for it, he couldn't miss it. It was obvious. Rather than join in with it, he needed to separate himself from it. Otherwise, he'd end up being nothing more than a reflection of what the predominant emotion of the group was feeling at the moment. While quick marching alongside everyone, Nero tried to focus his mind on something else. He opened his link to check in on the orders they'd received, so he could understand the overall battle plan. Even though he'd been in the room when Kathleen and the commanders had decided it, he figured it would be a good idea to review it, and use it as a medium to focus on so he could calm himself down. With his position in the battle hub, he was able to see the grand plan laid out like a bullet point. All of the teams that had agreed to come along would be using the Kobold tunnels to move through the upper city to save time. Rather than being restricted to the main tunnels, the Kobold tunnels cut through portions of the city directly, allowing the army and his forces to get where they were going faster than the army's tacticians had accounted for. Nero couldn't recall who'd specifically come up with that portion of the plan, but it had been inspired. From there, everyone would be focusing on a singular Kobold encampment to push through, leaving the others alone. After they got past them, they'd be leaving troops behind to stop the other encampments from chasing after them. No one expected the troops to stop them outright, only that they'd slow them down enough for them not to matter. Then it was a straight shot through the larger chambers in the upper floors and onto the throne room, where the ritual to open the portal was taking place. Nero hadn't said anything, but he already had a plan for that when they got there. Surrounded by taller wackos, Nero kept his head down as they made their way through the tunnels. Considering how tight the walls were, their formations were only 5 people wide. Okay, big guy, focus on what you need to do. Let the emotional crap flow around you. You're a leaf in the wind and all that, he told himself, while doing everything he could to keep his mind clear of any outside influence. Chapter 261. Are we there yet? Chapter 30, 261. Experience was a wonderful teacher, and he had always been a good student. Being alive for as long as he has been, King Oliver Oglevark had learned how to shape things to his liking. Although it took him a few centuries,
He'd managed to arrange most things within his sphere of influence into a pleasing symphony or order and support for his interests. Everyone who was anyone had learned to trust in his wisdom and planning, and every facet of his life, both personal and kingly, was running smoothly. At least, until recently, that is. In many ways, he'd just been taking advantage of a situation as it developed. He'd wrung as much benefit out of the chaos as he could, and it had been working splendidly. The mildly interesting, anomalous soul that had cropped up in his kingdom allowed for a wedge in the expected fate of one of the more historically interesting cities in his kingdom, Dorchester. It had once been on the rise before the city lord at the time had attempted to break away from his father's control. The area of the straits in which it resided had nearly been lost from what he recalled.
The resulting battles had disrupted the local essence flows enough to set the city's progress back 2 tiers. Oliver remembered his father being less than happy about it at the time. Now, the city had once again become a city of interest, a focal point that demanded attention. As a result, he'd put some pieces into play and started a game. So far, he'd successfully derailed multiple greater houses' plans to grow in power by taking over the city before it renewed its profitability, utilized the area as a bargaining chip with the dwarves, eliminated a small but troubling house that had managed to survive his father's purging, and best of all, used it to decimate the intrinsic trust that the Tower of Fate had developed with his citizens. He'd known about Dorchester's internal strife, which would have left them wide open to the kobolds, whom he had also been well aware of. He'd predicted the early arrival of the density shift, which he'd arranged to set in motion. He'd even managed to get Archmage Jennings out of the Tower of Magic, so the man would finally begin training his successor. Numerous little nudges here and there on the scales of fate pushed things toward his desired outcome. Even after his wife and his consorts had found out what he'd been up to, he'd managed to keep them focused on the Tower of Fate and out of the grander plan to stabilize the region with minimal effort on the greater kingdom's part. It had all been going so well. Stifling his growl of annoyance, he schooled his emotions and wiped his expression clear of any hint of his discontent. It wouldn't be productive for people to question whether or not he'd seen this coming. Keeping his voice calm as a still lake in the winter, he turned away from the view from his tower and looked at the assembled nobles and aides who'd come to check in with him and said, "I understand your concerns, and I believe there are protocols in place for occasions such as this. Rather than becoming panicked, I suggest you wait for things to progress at their own pace. There is no danger of having half the straits lost to another plane. Everything is already being taken care of." The noble who'd led this little delegation stepped forward, his hands nervously rubbing his palms against each other like a coward. "Sire, I'm sure that everything is under control, as you say. However, the Tower of Fate has made it clear that someone has disrupted the necessary flow of events that would have kept this from happening. They're claiming a demon or some other heretic has manipulated events to cause this catastrophe." The man then went silent, not wanting to imply that the king had missed someone or something so significant in his kingdom. It would not do to doubt the king's powers of observation. The king said nothing in response, merely waiting for the man to continue to ramble away. He would have preferred not even having this meeting, but some of the nobles that were here had ties to some powerful lords from grand houses. The idiot he was currently speaking with was even the great-great-grandson of the head of House Reventress, while also being a lord of a house of his own. Therefore, he couldn't just ignore them outright, despite how much he wanted to. Coughing uncomfortably into his hand, the man did indeed buckle under the silence before continuing. "You see, while we all know that the Fate Weavers are not infallible, they've been aware of Dorchester's downfall for years. But they predicted it would fall to the kobolds and that it would have to be resettled, not ripped away from our material plane and stolen. Nothing in the past 6 months has gone as they'd expected. Someone is clearly working to disrupt the natural progression of events that they'd predicted."
Sire, we believe you might need to be more proactive in your deployment of the populators.
Events cannot continue to defy fate's decree, he ended in a zealous shout, revealing his true reason for being here.
The king stared down at the man in disgust, the barest hint of his opinion of the man displayed in his glare. Fate's decree? I was unaware that the Tower of Fate was given the mandate to dictate the future of the kingdom. Since the time of its founding, the kingdom has been managed by my family and my family alone. As king, it is my duty to decide the future of the kingdom. Its fate mine to decree. You would all do well to remember that, he said, coldly but calmly, while allowing a whisper of his power to inundate the ether around them. The top of the tower they were on was mostly open to the elements, and it had only been due to the king's grace that the wind wasn't ripping past them. At the king's discretion, that protection was lifted, and the icy gusts of air cut through them like a knife, leaving them gasping for air.
But it was his presence in the ether that truly took their breath away. While normally imposing, his presence surged like a wave, crushing them under its might. Without another word, they all began racing for the stairs, pausing only long enough to beg his forgiveness for wasting his time and promising that they would trust in the kingdom's excellent services to handle things. Meanwhile, the king had already mentally dismissed them from his attention. Turning away, he returned to his observation of the capital and the rest of his kingdom. How did the hells-be-damned kobolds manage to develop a ritual to create a planar anchor? He wondered to himself. He'd been watching them working toward a planar invasion for almost a century, and they'd not shown any capability of doing anything close to this level of planar magic. Obviously, someone on the other side of their portals must have stepped in, attempting to seize the opportunity, just as he had. It wouldn't be enough to have the Tower of Fate proven wrong. They must be proven wrong in a way that turns out beneficial to the kingdom. Therefore, Dorchester must not fall, and they must do so on their own. I've done all that I can for them at the moment. Now we'll just have to wait and see if the pieces I've arranged will be enough to contend with this new, hidden opponent. Worst comes to worst, I'll just cut my losses and allow the city to be resettled with friendlier houses. The Fate Weavers have been discredited to a degree, and the campaign against them is progressing smoothly. And who knows, they might end up succeeding. I might end up having to reward that anomalous soul more than I was already going to, he thought to himself. Yet, over the years, King Oliver had also learned to plan for all eventualities, especially the most likely ones. Regardless of the consequences of violating the laws that kept the kingdom running, he'd have to step in if the anchor was successfully placed. Therefore, his agent would have to pressure the local council of leadership to request the kingdom's aid before it was too late. Violating a city's legal autonomy would cause issues well beyond what he was willing to deal with. So, the legal necessities had to be handled promptly and properly. Still, there's time enough to give them a chance, he decided to himself. While he rushed through the tunnels with the rest of the wackos, Nero had plenty of time to analyze how his mind was functioning. Or, more accurately, dysfunctioning. It took a minute or two, but he eventually got a handle on things. He found distancing himself from the emotions of the people around him both somewhat complicated, but relatively easier than he'd expected it to be. It essentially came down to first recognizing what was happening, and then deciding to stop it. The fact of the matter was, his control of his own mind was something he'd already grown used to managing at a metaphysical distance. At best guess, it was either an ability or a talent that he'd become able to do as a result of his soul commandeering the body he was using, and not something he was consciously making an effort to learn. The sensation of slipping into the emotional groupthink of those around him was eerily similar to how he could let himself get lost in the thought hub, which, in its own way, made sense. Both the resulting fields of overlapped essence from those around him
and the crystals that made up the thought hub were based on the same thing. The book that Nick had forced him to read had explained it well enough for Nero to understand the concept well enough to recognize the similarities. Basically, the software that ran thought hubs was the accumulation of mind imprints from the people using them.
So they were pretty much the same thing as a bunch of people imprinting their feelings onto the essence flows in the ether, while just lacking the purpose that was inherent in a mental imprint. So, Nero dealt with it the same way he had when he found his mind falling too deep into the thought hub. He just took a mental step back and looked at the situation logically, which he could do due to the fact that his mind wasn't so much his mind as it was a projected aspect of the mind that was housed in his soul. Just thinking about this is giving me a headache, he thought to himself. Regardless, it worked, and he was once again feeling more like himself. And rather than dwell on it, he did the same thing he did with all the other weird aspects of his new life. He simply set it aside for the moment and mentally reminded himself to put it on the list of things he'd eventually have to look into when he got around to it. Since they were moving at a jog, Nero felt a little uncomfortable trying to hold a conversation, but he felt like he needed to mentally change the subject. So, he caught Merrick's attention by huffing, "Hey, man, I get that we're using the cobalt tunnels to move up through the floors, but these don't look like cobalt tunnels." Merrick, while jogging alongside him, replied, "This section isn't a cobalt tunnel. We're cutting over to another one in a bit. If you look up at the ceiling, you can tell." And Nero could, in fact, tell, as there were essence lights occasionally still working, made that abundantly clear to anyone who bothered looking up. But that hadn't been what he had been getting at. Instead, he was curious why there was so much dirt, grime, and general gunk all over the floor they were running across. "Yeah, I kinda already guessed that much. I'm just wondering why this tunnel is so much different than the ones we'd seen back on the lower floors," Nero asked. "Ah, I understand, my lord. Those floors had already been gone through by teams removing the kobold's influence. The sweeper teams went room to room, removing anything that the kobolds had left behind, and scoured the floors with magic to return them to order. Although the areas were still technically under kobold control, they were prepped for us to take over," Merrick explained in broken speech, while trying and failing to keep his voice level while keeping up his pace. Nero, latching on to the term influence, asked, "When you say influence, do you mean anything more than just the crap on the floor that they left behind? Like, had they imbued it with their koboldliness or something?" Despite them both having tried to keep their voices relatively quiet, multiple people must have been listening in because Nero heard a wave of laughter erupting all around him. Merrick, sounding somewhat amused, replied, "In a way, my lord." The sweeper teams were led by soldiers, but they no doubt had a few mages with them. If you look at the essence flows in the area, you'll understand. Nero, figuring that he might as well just humor the man, did just that, and then immediately understood what Merrick had been talking about. The essence flows where they were felt tainted, for lack of a better word. It was just like when he'd been near an essence disturbance. While the essence flows were mostly the same as they always were, there was just something off about them. In many ways, what he was feeling now was worse than what he'd experienced in the wilds. Instead of feeling like the essence was warped or twisted, it was like the essence was foreign. He felt like an invader. This wasn't a place where he should be. Frowning in thought, Nero wondered if this was anything like a zone of control for the kobolds, which they were skipping past without taking over. The kobolds had been here for a long time, and their presence likely imprinted itself on the local flows, making this kobold territory in the eyes of the world. Nero had to wonder how the mages that recovered the areas that had been under the kobold's control had done it. It was probably something similar to enchanting or imbuing. Yet Nero had no idea how to begin to go about something like that.
Up until now, he'd mainly focused on combat magics. Sure, he'd dabbled with scrying and some other stuff like that. But even when he'd been sleep delving, he hadn't really had any idea what he had been doing. "So, we don't have to do any of that if we're not going to be taking over the area?" Nero asked. Merrick replied quickly, "No, my lord. This is essentially a raid. We're going in, stopping them from opening the portal, then leaving. I think."
Honestly, I'm not really sure what our exit strategy is. Nero chuckled for a moment before noticing that Merrick suddenly looked a whole lot less calm about what they were doing. All around him, he could feel the other soldiers' essence fields becoming a little less enthusiastic and uniform as well. Not wanting to be responsible for ruining the cohesive vibe they all had going on, Nero replied, "Don't worry about it. I'm sure Battle Leader Averett has it all figured out. Worst case scenario, we just kill all the kobolds and wait around for those sweeper mages to show up and clean up the mess after we're done. Besides, as long as we're the only ones left standing, then who owns the place doesn't really matter, now does it?" Nero could feel that his point was well received, as everyone once again felt like a solid field of essence pointed forward down the tunnel toward their enemy.
"I suppose that's one way to look at it, my lord," Merrick replied, before going silent in thought. Not wanting to inadvertently chip away at their confidence any more than he already had, Nero decided to shut up as well and focus on something else. While the gunk and whatnot under his feet were somewhat interesting, and the odd essence flows that metaphysically reeked of kobolds were worth some attention, he instead chose to focus on his link with the battle hub to check in with how the overall plan was going. He'd known that the upper city was huge, and it would take them a while to get where they were ultimately heading, but he also knew that the team he was with wasn't going to be the first ones attacking. So he wasn't surprised when, the moment he joined the command channel, he began hearing shouted updates on what was happening with the currently fighting assault force. While having access to all the command channels was cool, Nero tried to focus on the one that dealt with the force his team had joined. Surprisingly, or not, it was being led by Knight Angleton. Nero took a quick moment to check in with some of the pings he'd left on his Thought Hub account to look up the man's name. Harold? Seriously? The dude does not look like a Harry. His parents should have named him Duke or Axel or something, Nero thought to himself, before closing out the roster Kathleen had sent him and returning his attention to the command channel. Listening in on what they were saying was surprisingly boring. While in the background, the feed from the assault force updates continued unabated, Harry was constantly requesting his own updates from the scouting teams that were paving the way for the rest of them. Nero would hear someone report a kobold patrol, and then Harry would reply with his acknowledgement before ordering someone to alter their path up the tunnels.
This process repeated itself for what felt like forever. The entire time, Nero and the rest of the wackos around him continued forward, occasionally taking different tunnels, as they unerringly made their way further up the mountain city. Some tunnels were like the regular ones he'd gotten used to, 10 or 20 feet wide and obviously human-made. Others were kobold tunnels, with steeper inclines that were both dark and much tighter on the sides. It wasn't what anyone would call a comfortable or consistent trip. Over and over again, he'd find himself in a tunnel with plenty of room to spread out, only for the one right after it requiring him to squish himself between Merrick and the wacko on his left, making him feel like he was a hair's breadth away from tripping over himself like a drunk asshole waiting in line at the bathroom. But no matter how far they traveled, there was never any combat or anything to make the trip remotely interesting. There wasn't even anything worthwhile to see, as every room they passed was wrecked, and every tunnel they used was filled with the stench of kobold. Nero was forced to just keep jogging and trust that eventually they'd get to do something productive before time ran out on their mission. He didn't want to be sent to another plane of existence. He sort of liked this one. It was weird, and filled with people and concepts that made his head spin. But he'd sort of gotten used to it. Granted, killing an entire plane of kobolds would be fun, but the idea of killing them on their home turf felt different than wiping them out when they were the ones invading. Nero did not like the idea of having to be an insurgent. Shrugging off the errant thought, Nero told himself that it wouldn't matter, as he had no intention of letting the damned portal connection anchor thing open. He and his wackos would stop it. And that would be that.
Another successful adventure in the books for him, and the first of many for the wackos of House Walker to come.
I just didn't realize that the frickin' thing was so far away, he thought to himself, before pepping up at the sound of Harry's voice coming through over the command channel for the group he was with. All right, people, prepare for combat. We're approaching the central corridor for this level, and we'll be running into the enemy soon. Remember, our goal is not to engage in prolonged combat. We're to rush the exit as soon as possible and move on to our goal. Stay in formation and follow the soldier, or wacko, in front of you. Mages, keep our shields up. Keep your footing and don't get left behind, he shouted, sounding every inch the badass he was. Nero, however, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Something about knowing the guy's first name was Harold just undercut the seriousness of the moment for him.
The thought of being led into battle by Captain Harold Angleton, the hairiest knight in all of Dorchester, was enough to send his meme brain into overdrive. By the time the mages had the shield overhead up and running, Nero had already mentally created multiple t-shirt ideas and catchphrases for the Hairy Knight of Oglevark. Luckily, his mental hijinks were interrupted by the sounds slowly getting louder from the tunnel in front of them. Despite how far away they were, he could already tell that they were heading into a meat grinder. It was oddly invigorating to feel the combat getting closer with every second. The essence in the ether was humming right along with the essence fields around him. The overwhelming sense of anticipation was rising to a crescendo as they got closer and closer. Like the roaring sound of a rock concert slamming into him, Nero felt it as much as he heard it when he and the rest of the wackos around him shot out of the tunnel they were using.
If it weren't for his perception field, he'd have no idea what was going on. Luckily, with his improved range, he was able to witness Harry the Hammer slam into the kobold defenses like a freight train. The kobolds had set up walls of stone 10 feet high right in front of the tunnel exit, having attempted to make something like a kill box for anyone coming out of it. Unfortunately for them, they'd been too focused on the fighting going on across the massive chamber and hadn't been paying close enough attention. Those few kobolds who had noticed their arrival hadn't been able to do much more than scream and hiss their warnings before Knight Harry, son of Furball, arrived like the judgment of catnip and wrecked their shit like an unhousebroken kitten lacking a scratching post. In no time at all, the front of their formation was through the wall and making their way through the kobold encampment. Meanwhile, Merrick and the other mages were maintaining their shield, on the off chance some shaman or other enemy caster managed to notice them. As he watched it all happen, Nero grinned like an idiot and began mentally preparing himself to do as much damage as possible on his way through the enemy's territory. "They'll remember the day Knight Harry and his Harriets paid them a visit," Nero promised himself, with a dark chuckle. Pausing for a moment, Nero took mental stock of himself to see if he was being affected by the excitement and fervor in the ether. Were his various mental depictions of Harry a result of his being influenced? Nope, he decided. He'd always found comfort in cutting down larger-than-life people within the safe and protected confines of his own psyche. Finding out that an intimidating man like Knight Angleton was named Harry was always going to end up with Nero privately mocking him to ruin. That was just who he was, and he was okay with that. While letting part of his mind ruminate on the imaginary heraldry of the great Lord Harry of House Angleton, Nero began condensing some essence and anchoring some spell forms, so he could rain down terror on the poor kobolds that were unlucky enough to be in range as he and his wackos ran by.
Chapter 262. Mood-ruining reality. Every skill, ability, and talent has its place in the theater of war. Eventually, everyone learns that life itself is nothing more than a tapestry of combat. To walk your path is to fight against the things that wish to halt you, and your only tools to survive are those that you've taken the time to train. Kathleen Averett knew this. Unfortunately, she also knew that limitations couldn't be ignored, no matter how hard one struggled. As such, she'd been forced to cede command of their assault force to Knight Angleton.
With how much attention the rest of their forces required, she simply wasn't able to pay enough attention to her surroundings to effectively lead their troops. So, while she focused on the overall attack, he'd manage the wackos, along with the few soldiers that had tagged along with them. Splitting her mind to accomplish multiple attention streams had been part of her training, but not something she'd put enough effort toward mastering. In the future, if she wanted to be an effective battle leader, she'd have to remedy that. Running through the tunnels behind alongside the wackos, she took a moment to observe how everyone was holding up. Even at a glance, she could tell that the wackos were excited and filled with confidence. The ether made that clear as crystal through her senses. She could feel that Knight Angleton's calm presence over the command channel had them all focused and attentive to the mission at hand. Their pace was good, and no one seemed to be lagging behind.
Even the healers in the back were managing to keep up. It won't be long now, she thought to herself as she returned her attention to the 5 assault force command channels she was monitoring, along with the private channel just for the commanders. Due to their plan only needing the army to distract and contain the enemy, more commanders had agreed to participate than she'd expected. While they hadn't been willing to waste the lives of their soldiers on a doomed assault, they were willing to engage with the kobolds and cycle their troops indefinitely. She understood their position, and she respected it. It was one thing to fight a battle where their forces were able to be recovered through healing and careful resource management, while it was quite another to purposefully cut themselves off from reinforcement and rely only on hope not to be overwhelmed. It's fine.
As long as they keep the encampments busy, we'll be able to get the former throne room without issue, she reassured herself. Through the command channels, she was monitoring the engagements that had already begun. The troops from FOB-3 had successfully pushed their way into their targeted chamber and were whittling down the enemy. While the likelihood of them breaking through was low, the plan didn't require them to. All they needed to do was force the kobolds to focus on the main tunnel system FOB-3's forces were using for the attack. The wackos would be arriving through a much smaller side tunnel, one completely disconnected from the one FOB-3's troops were using. If everything went well, the enemy would never expect them. After all, the FOB they were coming from wasn't anywhere near here. The only thing that made this plan possible was the combination of numerous, unlikely factors.
1. The engineers had been able to link the battle hub to the severely outdated relay systems in the city, allowing everyone to stay connected. 2. The mages had finally figured out how to penetrate the kobolds' illusion techniques, allowing them to map the tunnel systems and giving the scouts an opportunity to plot their course. And finally, 3. Lord Walker's encouragement, which gave them all the excuse to act. Even if they had wanted to, Command had no way to convince troops to risk their likely death against such a slim chance of success. Not that they would have tried, as that would accomplish nothing more than a waste of resources they could ultimately use in the future battles to come. But if Lord Walker and his house's forces were going to try anyway, why not aid them if the costs were this reasonable? Through her link, she could see that the assault force she was with was almost at the chamber.
While not anywhere close by, she could still see the fighting going on through the feed she was receiving from FOB-3's commander. They were taking heavy casualties, but the healers were handling it, and no permanent deaths had occurred as of yet. Gritting her teeth at the number of kobolds waiting for them, She couldn't help but wonder how they would get back through them to safety, on the off chance that this plan of hers ended up actually succeeding. While having an exit strategy was the first rule of warfare, circumstances hadn't allowed for one. "We'll just have to overcome that obstacle when we get there," she thought to herself with a frown. Even knowing that he wouldn't be able to use his sticky flamethrower spell, Miro had plenty of other options for the mass destruction of the enemy. His acid balls and personal spell shell launcher had become second nature to him by now, and they would be more than enough to decimate the individually weak, scaly little murder machines. However, the problem was that there were too many damned friendlies around him. He couldn't just start flinging area of effect spells around, hoping that his fellow humans' essence fields could handle them, despite how much he wanted to chance it. Audibly growling in annoyance, Nero jogged along with the rest of the wackos as they pushed through the kobold encampment. With how quickly they were moving, he was forced time and time again to pay attention to his footing. The kobold bodies and miscellaneous gear were strewn about all over the place, and if it weren't for his perception field, he'd have had no idea what was going on outside of the 1-foot radius he could physically put eyes on. Considering his less than impressive physical height, looking anywhere other than the ground in front of him was pointless. The wackos ahead of him were all tall enough to block his view, and the mages to his left and right weren't any shorter. Through his perception field, he was at least able to track how the edges of the formation were doing, which was well enough by any definition of the word. Even with the kobolds packed together like sardines in the encampment, the wackos were rolling over them like the tide destroying a child's poorly built sandcastle. It was honestly kind of sad. The kobolds had bet everything on their exterior defenses, and now that the enemy was inside their gates, they were getting absolutely wrecked. Ironically, the one major obstacle stopping Nero from contributing to the massacre was also the only thing keeping them all alive. That was the mage shield over their heads. A little fewer than a third of their number had been tasked with maintaining their shield, some of whom weren't even primarily mages. But seeing how much spellfire was raining down on them from the kobold shamans and casters, Nero couldn't argue with the results. Even with how loud the sounds of screaming, hissing, slashing, and stabbing were, the roar of exploding fireballs, and who knew what else hitting their shields, drowned it all out. The prolonged spellfire colored the entire area over their heads crimson and bathed everything around him in red. Had Nero's sense of sight been limited to his eyes, he'd probably be panicking by now. But it wasn't, so he wasn't. Instead, he was forced to just huddle together with the rest of the troops as the entire formation rushed through the encampment in a rapidly progressing circular crowd of death and destruction toward their destination at the end of the chamber. Considering the size of the kobold encampment, the plan was for them to avoid the majority of the enemy by simply skirting across the edge of their defenses. While there were still thousands of kobolds to deal with, most of them probably weren't even aware the wackos had made it through one of their walls.
That didn't mean the wackos weren't taking casualties, because they were. Nero could see them, all of them. His perception field allowed him to witness one after another as the prolonged running combat took its toll on their assault force. One after another, a human body was pulled back from the fighting line and carried by someone closer to the middle. He could see the healers working their asses off to keep whoever they could still fighting. Stuck in the middle with the shield mages, Nero felt more and more stifled as there was nothing he could do to contribute. Balling his fists by his side, he maintained his hold on the spell forms he'd attached to his mage armor, waiting for an opportunity, an opportunity, to do anything. He'd wanted to be part of the fighting, but he'd been assigned his position and hadn't argued against it. Now, even if he wanted to disobey his orders and get over to the fighting line, he couldn't. He and the rest of the wackos were simply too packed together to allow him to slip through. I swear to all that is holy that when we get to the damn tunnel, I'm going to leave them a present they will spend the rest of their worthless lives having nightmares about, he promised himself, as he watched another dead body being thrown over someone's shoulder to hopefully brought back before it was too late. Seconds turned into minutes as the formation raced through the encampment. Over the command channel, Knight Angelton's voice remained calm and steady as he encouraged them every step of the way. All the while, more and more fighters were being dragged away from the fighting for healing. Nero could see that the healers were struggling. They fought their own little war to keep the people in melee alive, as they didn't look like they were able to resuscitate anyone at a run. Even looking at how they were healing, Nero could tell most of them were limited to physical contact to cast their healing spells. While knowing that ranged healing was possible, he couldn't fault them for not knowing how to do it. Hell, he'd read about it extensively and still hadn't been able to pull it off. Of course, he also hadn't had a lot of opportunities to practice, but that was on him. Realistically, he'd had plenty of opportunities. He'd just never taken advantage of them. Most of his skill with healing spells had been from repairing his own body during training. The fact that it worked for others was just a happy coincidence. Given that he was 30 or 40 feet away from the closest edge of the fighting, he knew for a fact that there was nothing he could do at the moment. Like a light at the end of a tunnel, Nero saw their destination appear on the edge of his perception field. Instead of a small tunnel like the one they'd arrived through, the one they were heading toward was wide enough for multiple wagons to pass through, and tall enough that a double-decker bus would have no problem making it through. Seeing as the kobolds didn't expect anyone to attack from this side of the chamber, there was no wall in place to stop them. Nero had to admit that the fact that they had been able to scry the place thoroughly had made all the difference in their success. He'd known from movies and books that intelligence on the enemy was a primary factor in any battle plan, but seeing it in action was somewhat different than he'd expected. This entire plan had been thought up and executed in less than an hour, and it had only been possible because Kathleen and the commanders knew what they were getting into. Seeing how many people were being carried, and how many were fighting hurt, Nero was both impressed that they were pulling it off, while also feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the fact that he'd thought it was going to be easy. He'd expected a glorious assault, not a meticulously planned fight that stacked their slight advantages while exploiting the enemy's strategically determined weaknesses. The moment the front of the formation arrived at the tunnel, Nero could see Knight Angelton and the more elite fighters spreading out to defend the entrance. The whole thing looked like a practiced flash mob, taking their places in a crowd before shit went down. The coordination in play was on another level. While a majority of the troops pushed through to make sure the tunnel was clear, a ring protecting the entrance began to take form. In no time at all, Nero entered the tunnel alongside Merrick and the other mages. Luckily, the plan called for the mages to stay near the entrance and shift their shield to protect it. That allowed Nero to take advantage of the maneuvering troops to stay near the entrance himself. Soon enough, the last of the troops would be, though, and he'd be able to finally unleash hell on the vicious little bastards nipping at their heels. Yet, he found himself frowning at the sight of the healers struggling to resuscitate the multiple dead bodies that were being carefully laid out along the side of the tunnel. There must have been 50 or 60 of them. There simply weren't enough healers to handle them all. Not with the people who still needed healing and the continued fighting happening at the entrance. Over the command channel, he could hear Knight Angelton's firm presence shouting, "Get whoever you can up and ready. We won't be holding this position long. It will be a fighting retreat until we get to the throne room. We'll need every able body to make it there before the portal opens." Nero, standing next to the mages as they shaped their shield to cover the upper edges of the entrance, growled in annoyance at the sight of the kobolds spread out in front of the melee fighters. He could see Knight Angelton and the 60 or 70-odd wackos holding back the tide of scaly madness while piling up bodies under their feet. He felt a burning need to join them. The soul stuff in the ether was dense enough
that could make some truly destructive spells that would surely make a difference. It wouldn't even be that hard. The shield gave him a good 2 to 3 feet of height above the melee line to send out his spells. He could light the entire place on fire with sticky flames that would effectively cut off the kobold's assault. All of these thoughts raced through his head in seconds, his perception of time having seemed to slow down to allow for his decision.
Muttering swears at the universe for always being a good time-ruining dick, Nero stomped over toward the healers. Approaching a healer who was panting in exhaustion and looking pale, Nero said, "All right, I need you to point me to whoever's been dead the longest. Let's get these poor bastards back in the fight." The healer looked over at Nero in confusion before his sense of recognition caught up with him.
"Of course, my lord, but, we don't have them arranged in any particular order. We're just trying to resuscitate whoever we can. If you're willing to help, you can start with any of them. Although, the ones over there on the left have already been deemed to have suffered soul death."
Nero had learned that he seemed a bit better at resuscitation spells than the average healer, so he wouldn't be taking the healer at their word. His talent was something he chalked up to his weird soul, or maybe his messed up stats. But either way, he refused to have these dead assholes on his conscience. This whole dumbass plan may have been his idea, but it was supposed to be an adventure. Not this. The dedicated planning, the coordination of multiple forces all attacking their assignments, and the losses. It was all too real. When he'd been fighting above ground, he hadn't had the perspective he did now. With access to the command channel and his improved perception field, he was forced to see the bigger picture. He couldn't just focus on his own little world of combat and let everyone else handle the other stuff. What was going to do? Just go start killing kobolds while these poor bastards who'd agreed to follow him into battle lay there dead, their souls slowly departing their bodies? Stomping over to the bodies that had been deemed too long dead to bring back, Nero cracked his neck and got to work. Sadly, he could see that the bodies had been stacked on top of one another like piles of logs, each one of them suffering from mutilations of varying degrees. 1 or 2 he could see were missing limbs, while all of them had gashes and cuts that were covered in drying blood. It was, quite literally, a ghastly sight that churned his stomach. Not wasting time, Nero pulled the first body off the top of the pile and dropped it gently onto the ground. His hard work and improved body stats made him stronger than he should be, but he'd not yet reached superhuman levels that made things like this effortless. Sighing at the sight of the woman's terror-filled eyes, Nero reached down to close them like they did in the movies. He really didn't want her dead body staring at him while he did this. The moment he felt her eyelids close, he whipped his hand away and shook it like he'd just accidentally touched something gross. After wiping his hand on his pants, he firmed his resolve and pressed his hands against her waist. He could feel the cold metal studs from her armor under her blood-covered tabard. While it wasn't skin contact, it was close enough not to matter for what he needed to do. There was plenty of soul power in the ether at the moment, so at least he wouldn't have to focus too hard on efficiency. The first thing he had to do was repair her body. Dragging her soul back would be pointless if it was just going to die again. His healing spell shunted part of his mind into her flesh and blood. He could see each and every bit of damage that had killed her. She'd obviously put up one hell of a fight. There were multiple claw marks all over her legs which had shredded her armor, and several cracks ribs which her gamson hadn't protected her from. But what had ultimately killed her was the artery that was shredded in her arm. Nero could tell that someone had tried to heal it, but hadn't made it in time. The flesh around the wound had been mostly closed, but that hadn't stopped the blood from filling the surrounding tissue like an ugly, whole-arm bruise. She must have realized she was dying, which would explain the expression on her face.
One after another, he closed the worst of the wounds. He didn't have time to fix everything, as the mental weight of the remaining bodies metaphorically pressed down on him. All he needed to do was get her alive, and he could deal with the rest of it later. Or, better yet, some other healer would. Nero felt his mage armor dissipating as his mental focus turned all of its attention to what he was doing. He didn't even bother to recover the center from the spell forms he'd been pointlessly maintaining. Next, he closed the connection to his link, as Knight Angelton's bitching about hurrying up was becoming a distraction. Finally ready, he cast the resuscitation spell and mentally dove into her soul space.
He could feel the emptiness clawing at his mind like the remnants of a bad dream. Almost immediately, he located the soul tether which connected her body to her soul. The damned thing was practically non-existent. It was so thin that he could only liken it to dental floss. If the other bodies were this bad, he wasn't sure if he would be able to save them. Putting that cheery thought aside for the moment, he focused on bringing this one soldier back from the other side. With the resuscitation spell, he could empower the soul link and drag her soul back to where it belonged. She would not be dying today. While part of his mind was focusing on collecting and imprinting his identity onto the soul stuff from the ether, he channeled as much of his center into the spell as he could. In her soul space, it was like a flood of him reaching out to infuse the tether with strength. While externally, his expression remained blank, inside, he was grinning like an idiot. Despite how much he'd rather be out on the front lines playing the part of a badass war mage, he couldn't deny that this type of magic was still cool as hell. He felt it the moment the tether shifted. Instead of pulling away, her soul began tumbling back to her body like it had been yanked by its collar. In less than a second, she slammed back into her soul space. For a moment, Nero could see the shock on its glowing face. She looked somewhat like an androgynous spirit with flowing motes of light standing in for her clothes, while also, at the same time, resembling a nightlight in the darkness. Luckily, either due to her own soul's presence or simply the nature of the spell form he still didn't fully understand, Nero was promptly kicked out to find himself back in his own body. Gasping awake, she began shivering in shock at what had happened. Her fingers clutched at Nero's robe like he was her last chance at getting backstage at a Bieber concert.
While she was mumbling incoherently, Nero patted her shoulder and tried to explain.
"It's okay now. You're fine. You did great. And we made it to the tunnel. Take your time getting your bearings. I have more people to see to, so just sit tight, and someone will be with you shortly."
Ignoring her mumbling thank yous and requests for more information, Nero gently disengaged her hands by her wrists with a smile. Turning away, he huffed to himself, thinking about all the annoying customers back at the store he'd used to work at. Some people just needed you to know that they appreciated your help. While it was nice and all, it was also kind of annoying. But he couldn't exactly tell her that he was just doing his job, now could he? Sighing at the dozen or so bodies that were stacked up like refuse, Nero gritted his teeth and returned to what he was doing.
Hopefully he'd have enough time to save them all and still get a chance to unleash some spine-chilling death by firestorm on those cloned iguanas from hell.
While saving people was nice and all, that's not what he'd come down here for. Just remember, by stopping the stupid portal, you're avoiding spending years of your life stuck in some red-skied hellscape filled with asshole kobolds that want to eat you. Eyes on the prize, big guy, he reminded himself. Dragging the next body off the top of the pile, Nero grimaced at the sight of the man's half-eaten face. He supposed that was the downside of having superpowers. Being hard to kill made it hurt like hell when someone did finally manage to kill you. Chapter 263. Winning doesn't mean not losing. Reluctantly, Knight Harold Angleton released his connection to the command channel, monitoring the other assault forces. Even with his years of training, maintaining so many connections during combat was straining his center.
He would have to limit himself only to the connections to the troops he was leading. The other assault forces are doing their job, and I just have to focus on mine. Battle Leader Averitt will let me know if there's something I should be made aware of, he reminded himself. Noticing another section of their formation buckling, he reached out with his ability to create a series of curved shields to slow down the kobolds. While it wouldn't stop them, it would buy the team leaders time to swap out their troops for uninjured fighters. With a flex of his center, he swept a 5-foot-wide horizontal shield in front of him, decapitating multiple kobolds and injuring several more. He could feel his mind struggling to monitor everything behind him, causing his attention to falter. Gritting his teeth in annoyance at the feelings of exhaustion coming off the area with the healers, he had no choice but to push on. Attempting to project confidence and control over the assault force's command channel, he shouted, "Keep pushing! We're almost there!" Switching his attention to the command channel just for the team leaders, he added, "When we arrive at the tunnel, we're not going to have time for anything fancy. Just spread out and form a battle line. We need to get control of the entrance quickly or we'll be overrun." In response, he heard one of the scouts with the best long-range perception, Erickson, shout, "30 units, sir, but we have a team of larger kobolds and shamans inbound. They'll be arriving on our right flank around the time we'll get there." While reaching out and exploding a kobold's head with a backhand, Knight Angleton replied, "Understood. I'll hold the middle myself. Blackwood, take Davis and Richardson to reinforce that side of the defensive line." After receiving their confirmations, he returned his focus to the fighting. He could feel his center reserves dropping as he struggled to maintain his iron will. Even though they'd only been in combat for 20 or 30 minutes, he'd rarely in his life been pushed this hard. Every moment from the time he'd broken through the kobold's outer wall, he'd been forced to use his ability and expanded senses to keep his troops alive and moving forward, all while physically having to lead the charge. As he kicked a wounded kobold hard enough to launch it back into the swarm like a missile, shattering its chest and turning it into a ranged bludgeoning weapon, he recited the Catechism of Intent to reaffirm his identity and recover his center. Despite no longer being in the army, he was still a knight, and now, more than ever, he knew who he was. Flickering his attention over the heads of the swarm, he saw the entrance they were heading for appear. They were almost there. Just a little further, and they'd be able to establish a solid defensive position and buy a little time for the healers to get a few of the people who'd fallen resuscitated and back in the fight. Hopefully, the kobolds would lose interest when the formation was no longer in the middle of their encampment. Shouting out his orders between the multiple command channels for the assault force, he quickly arranged the defensive combat line. He was happy to see the melee fighters spreading out and covering each other, as if they'd been training together for years. Flexing his ability, he created a corridor for the rest of the formation to run through while the new static combat line was established. He gritted his teeth at the sight of so many bodies being carried by injured troops, dragging themselves in a sad mockery of a run. Battle Leader Averitt called out over the team leader command channel, "I'll take care of clearing the tunnel with Keening and Herring's teams." Replying quickly, he said, "Understood. Let me know if there are any surprises we need to worry about." Trusting that she had it handled, he focused on keeping the combat line in place. While he continued to cut down kobolds one after another, he reached out with his senses to keep aware of what was happening across the entrance. No longer having to watch over the entire formation allowed him the freedom to take a much more active role in the defenses. His shields became much easier to place, and he could see the troops being more judicial with their abilities in turn. Shouting his orders calmly, he was satisfied to see the line holding strong. Already the kobolds were somewhat calming down, happy to keep them where they were, their furor at seeing them in the middle of their encampment sputtering out. They were by no means letting them be, but their tenacity and desire to see them all dead at the cost of their own lives was slightly diminished. Time passed, and he watched more and more troops swapping out with fresh soldiers returning from their healing. He knew they couldn't stay here indefinitely, but he hadn't heard the all clear from the healers, so he assumed they were still working on resuscitating the dead. What in the damned hells is taking so long? He wondered. Right as he was about to turn his senses toward the tunnel behind him to get a better idea of what was happening, he heard Vicus, the head of the healer contingent, call out over the command channel. "Sir, everyone who could be resuscitated has been, and we're ready to move out on your order if it's absolutely necessary." Curious as to why the woman's presence felt so satisfied, but not having the time to find out, he instead began ordering the battle line to slowly retreat into the tunnel. Step by step, the line condensed, allowing more and more troops to fall back. He watched as the shield the mages were maintaining over their head shrank to only cover the upper areas of the entrance, until it was finally released when they were all inside. With a grim nod at the successful maneuver, he ordered Blackwood to take control of the battle line. He needed to take a moment to confer with the scouts, battle leader Everett, and the healers. Also, to regrettably take stock of their losses. Turning away from the sounds of the fighting, he sighed in relief at the sight of so many troops having made it. He ran his senses over them, group by group, quickly finding that they were in much better spirits than he expected them to be. Where are the bodies of the troops they hadn't been able to resuscitate? He wondered. Not 10 feet from the battle line, his approach was cut off by healer Vicus running up to him. "Sir, Lord Walker was able to save everyone."
No casualties to report aside from the few bodies we were unable to recover, and therefore left behind, she declared proudly, while glancing over Knight Angleton's shoulder at the troops who were still fighting. "While we can move out right now, I'd recommend giving our healers some time to recover, not to mention Lord Walker. He pushed his center further than he should have, and needs some time to recover." Mentally trying to catch up with the implications of what Vicus was saying, Knight Angleton replied somewhat awkwardly, "None? But some of those people died early in the fighting, didn't they? That was nearly 40 minutes ago. How is that possible?" Before he could listen to Vicus's response, his attention was drawn to the side of the tunnel, which was currently filled with excited people hovering around the young lord, trying to get him to eat something, or forcibly offering him a drink from their canteens. While Vicus rambled on about soul resonance and intent, sounding more like a petitioner from the religious district than the researcher he knew she was, he remained focused on how exhausted Lord Walker looked. Knight Angleton could see that the young man had plopped himself down on that wooden stump he always seemed to carry around with him, right there in the middle of the tunnel. Lord Walker had obviously been bleeding from his eyes and ears, the clearest sign of center overuse he'd ever seen. The fact that he was still awake and ambulatory was enough to impress even him. Anyone pushing themselves that far past their limits should be passed out by now. Waving off any more of Vicus's yammering, he strode toward Lord Walker to find out for himself what had happened. While they needed to get moving, he'd been monitoring the battle line and knew that they could afford a few minutes. Nero's head was pounding, and his thoughts felt like they were more than a little fuzzy. He recognized the symptoms. He'd stressed his center past its limits. The last time he'd done this to himself, he'd nearly died. Taking a moment to check his center levels in his identity, he could see that he was still at 100%. Most, if not all, of what he'd used to bring everyone back was filtered soul stuff from the ether, so he'd assumed that he would have no problems doing what he did. But that didn't seem to be the case. There was obviously a limit to how much center a person could channel, regardless of where it came from. His body hadn't been able to handle it, and now he was paying for it. "It doesn't matter. I did it. They're alive. I didn't end up getting anyone killed. Nobody can give me shit for leading them to their deaths. Because I didn't," he consoled himself. Sighing heavily, he took another deep drink from his canteen, while ignoring everyone around him who was trying to have a word with him. His brain felt like it had gone through a mulcher, and he refused to spend the effort to listen to what they were saying.
Most of what he picked up were variations of thank yous and vows of their eternal gratitude. There were even a few healers demanding how he'd done it. He honestly didn't have the attention span to deal with any of them at the moment. He could still hear the fighting going on at the entrance to the tunnel, and he needed to get his shit together before good old Knight Angleton ordered them to move out. So he just nodded absently at what they were saying while focusing on his recovery. If you're capable of bothering Lord Walker, you're capable of fighting. Get your gear back in order and cycle out with the rear line. If you need time to recover your center, then focus on that. We don't have time for this right now. Knight Angleton's voice cut through the chatter like a knife. Immediately, the group currently harassing Nero broke up.
Surprised at the man's arrival, Nero silently thanked him before returning his attention to the cool water in the canteen he was gripping like a lifeline. Still seated on his stump, he felt his essence field release some of the tension it had been under by so many people focusing on him. He hadn't realized it, but there was something real about the weight of people's attention that he'd never noticed before. I always knew there had to be a reason public speaking sucked, and now I bet I could find some asshole who wrote a paper proving it, he remarked to himself sarcastically. Are you injured, my lord? Knight Angleton asked calmly while looming over Nero like a giant. Leaning back on his stump so he could look up at the man, Nero replied, Oh, Harry, I didn't see you there. You know, for a giant armored nightmare, you're surprisingly easy to miss. It must be because your presence is so comforting, not intimidating or emasculating in the least. Nero couldn't stop himself from giving the man some shit. The guy was just too heroic. Even now, his very presence was enough to have Nero hating himself for how weak he was feeling. The man had been fighting and leading the charge since they'd begun this insanity, and he still looked like he was ready to go another 10 rounds with a dragon. He had the badass warrior covered in blood look down pat. Knight Angleton didn't bother to engage with Nero's banter, only reiterating his question calmly. Are you in need of healing? I don't believe we have anyone with us who is capable of helping you recover your center, but we can at least have someone attempt to treat some of your symptoms. Nero frowned up at the man, confused at what he was getting at. No, I'm not injured. I didn't even get to do any fighting. I was in the middle of the formation with the mages the entire time. I'm just a little wiped out from the healing. You don't need to worry about me. I'm ready to go when you are. I know we're on the clock, and I won't be the one slowing us down. Nodding in understanding, Knight Angleton replied, We can wait a few minutes for you to recover. The kobolds are happy to keep us here in the tunnel, but I'm sure they're already sending word up the tunnels letting them know that we'd gotten past them. The faster we move, the less resistance we'll have to face going forward. Gesturing over at the healers who were meditating along the wall, he added, If you don't need healing, then you should take a moment to condense your gains yourself. It will help you recover your center and heal your body's condition. Nero glanced over at the numerous healers who were lined up along the wall, sitting in the lotus position like monks. Yeah, probably. Just give me a sec. Bringing that many people back took a lot out of me. Who knew bringing that many people back from the dead would be that much of a pain in the ass? He asked sarcastically. Once again, you've done something most people would consider impossible, Knight Angleton noted, his tone not expressing anything other than some slight amusement. After taking another heavy drink from his canteen, Nero grinned up at him and replied, Yeah, I'm awesome like that. Nobody dies today. We're gonna go for a perfect run. Nero knew he'd cut the last few resuscitations close, as there had barely been any tether left to connect their souls to their bodies. If he hadn't been able to so clearly abuse his ability to interact with souls, he'd likely not have been able to accomplish what he had. The spell he'd been using clearly hadn't accounted for someone being able to manually aim it like he could. But he'd had plenty of practice at this point, and aside from the spell form remaining the same,
He'd figured out how to alter it to his will, more or less.
Glancing up at Harry's face, Nero noticed the man's uncomfortable expression. Harry normally looked stoic, to the point of resembling a statue, and the slight grimace on his face stood out sharply, indicating something was wrong. "What?" he asked, wondering what the man was thinking. After seeming to take a second to gather his thoughts, Knight Angleton replied, "You mentioned a perfect run. While I don't recognize the phrase, I believe I understand what you meant. You believe that your success here brought our losses to 0, correct?" Nero nodded while replying slowly, "Yeah, I brought everyone who died back. Everyone's still here, and I plan to make sure it stays that way. We're all gonna head back to Dorchester as heroes after saving the city from interdimensional land bandits. For Dorchester and all that. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but 13 soldiers didn't make it."
Their bodies weren't able to be recovered, Knight Angleton reported woodenly, his tone sounding absolutely professional. Nero, stunned, forced himself to stand. Still looking up at Knight Angleton, he replied, "What do you mean? I brought everyone back. We didn't lose anybody." "I'm sorry, my lord, but not everyone who fell was able to be recovered during the run through the encampment. Some of their bodies had to be left behind," he replied quietly. Not knowing what to say, Nero stood there in silence. His brain was still feeling muddled, and he was having trouble accepting what Harry was telling him. 13 people died? He hadn't saved everyone? But he'd tried so hard. He'd saved everyone he could. He'd done the noble thing and stayed away from the fighting and played healer for the greater good. Seeing as Harry was staring at him, just waiting for him to break, was enough for Nero to get a handle on himself.
While he was still struggling to accept it, he was nothing if not adept at ignoring things he didn't want to think about. "I understand. I'm sure everyone did everything that they could. We'll just have to push on without them. Put the mission first and all that, right? That's what soldiers do," he said, as calmly as he could. Nodding in a silent understanding of what Nero was going through, Knight Angleton replied, "Yes, my lord. That's what soldiers do." With a flicker of his attention, Nero returned his stump to his personal space along with his canteen. "I think I'll take a few minutes to meditate and deal with my body's status. I'll be ready to go with everyone else. I'm sure you have more important things to be doing, so I won't take up any more of your time," he said before turning away from the man. Nero could feel Knight Angleton watching him leave. Harry's presence stood out like a beacon in the ether, even when Nero's perception field wasn't focusing on him. Finding a seat along the wall, Nero dropped down and leaned his head against the stone, while awkwardly attempting to cross his legs. It was a sitting position he wasn't used to, and therefore more than a little uncomfortable, which, at the moment, suited himself just fine. He didn't feel like seeking comfort at the moment. He felt like he'd been cheated. Obviously, he knew that there was a danger of people dying. He wasn't delusional. But, before now, that concept had been almost theoretical. Most of the battles he'd been in up until now had been resounding victories where he hadn't lost anyone. Or at least, not anyone who'd been under his banner. Not anyone he'd felt responsible for. He shouldn't be surprised. There was no reason to. He'd known what he was getting into. He'd known that not everyone would make it. So why was he feeling like this? Why was it hitting him so hard? Shaking his head at the conflicting emotions bouncing around in his head, Nero tried to be honest with himself.
Whenever he felt this confused, he knew he needed to take a step back and think about things objectively. Feeling the essence fields of the healers and mages to his left and right radiating calm and self-control, Nero reminded himself that the world he was currently living in had real-world tools for this type of self-reflection. There was no need for any emotional struggle.
He could just turn his attention inward and take a look at how he was feeling. Closing his eyes and sinking into his soul space, he was bombarded by the physical representation of the emotional storm he was currently suffering under. The normally idyllic forest and blue skies were nowhere to be seen. The sky overhead was instead filled with storm clouds and lightning, with rain coming down in sheets, while brutal winds stripped the trees of their branches. Even the path under his feet was hidden under rivers of mud, which were being carried by a flash flood.
"Well, this all looks awful," he muttered to himself while noting the angry and distorted memories floating all around him, each one daring him to take a closer look at them. Chapter 264. "Healing begins with feeling," said the smug bastard, nearly brushing the ceiling of the tunnel with her essence-enhanced leap. Kathleen came down in the middle of the kobold casters like the manifestation of the term death from above. A single swipe removed the heads of 3 shamans, while she physically flattened another one under her feet. Already adjusting her grip for another attack, she smirked at the sound of the others starting their attack. Natalie and Mike were leading their teams into the front of the kobolds' formation, providing her and the scouts the opportunity to take out the rest of the kobolds' ranged support. Like shadows of death, they swept through the casters and shamans like a scythe, reaping lives instead of wheat. And while the large group of kobolds could have trapped them, the distraction Natalie and Mike's forces provided turned out to be more than enough to allow them to get away cleanly. Back among the walls of the tunnel, she watched carefully as the remainder of the kobolds were put down systematically. This had been the 3rd hastily arranged response force the kobolds had assembled, and it hadn't fared any better than the ones before. There had been no time for the kobolds to do much more than combine multiple scouting parties into larger groups and send them off to their deaths. Turning to the scout next to her, she said, "When they're done here, tell them to regroup at the previous junction. I need to check in with the other assault forces." Without waiting for a reply, she vanished down the tunnel at a run. She needed to get back into range of the relays. Even though she and the other commanders had expected it, it was still uncomfortable to be cut off from the battle hub. The relays the engineers had gotten working didn't cover the entire upper city. These sections still inhabited by kobolds were still unusable, and they didn't have the time or engineers to do anything about it at the moment. So, she'd just have to make do. The moment she felt her link re-engage with the battle hub, she reopened the command channels and requested an update. One after another, the assault force commanders checked in. She received their battle summaries and current status, each one reporting nothing but success. The plan was working. So far. "That's good to hear. We're going to need you to keep the kobolds engaged as long as you can. Don't overextend. Just stick to harassing them and keep their attention on you. Our force has made it beyond the cordon, and we'll hopefully make it to the throne room within the hour," she said tersely. After receiving the confirmation that her orders had been acknowledged, she switched over to the command channel for Knight Angelton and the rest of their assault force. "The main tunnel system has been cleared. Minimal response from the kobolds so far. They didn't seem to plan on anyone getting past their encampments. How are the rear guard and the rest of the troops holding up?" she asked. Knight Angelton's presence over the command channel was just as imposing as ever, showing no signs that anything was wrong. "Well enough for now. The kobolds most likely have been ordered to stop anyone from getting into their encampment, and seem happy enough to keep us in our tunnel. I don't believe it's occurred to them that we're currently on the wrong side of what they were ordered to defend. As long as we don't try and force our way back through, I think we'll be fine." Nodding to herself, Kathleen looked around the barely lit tunnel. It was wide enough to allow multiple carts of supplies, along with a stream of people, and was one of the 3 main thoroughfares through the upper city. In most respects, it has held up well through the years. However, the failed essence lighting and detritus filling the floor made it look less than accommodating for travel. "We've confirmed that you'll be able to take the planned route.
I'm not sure how many more kobold scouting teams are around, but I think we've cleared out most of them. How long until you're on the move? She asked. Not long. The healers have gotten everyone up they can and are currently recovering their center. I estimate we'll be ready to head out within 20 minutes, possibly less, he replied. Kathleen could tell that he was holding something back, but didn't have any interest in pushing him for more information. She knew he was capable of handling whatever it was, and if he wasn't, he'd let her know. Understood. We'll continue sweeping the surrounding tunnels.
We'll reconnect with you at the second checkpoint so we can set up an isolated command channel. Until then, continue to monitor the other assault forces. I'll be out of range of the battle hub for the foreseeable future, and you'll have to take my place as the battle leader until you are as well, she ordered. How far did you get before the relays failed? He asked. Not nearly as far as we'd hoped. We're still around 20 floors away from what used to be the Noble District, and this is the outer range line, she replied unhappily. Grunting in acknowledgement, Knight Angelton replied, That's not ideal, but we'll make it work. See you in an hour. 1 hour, she confirmed before adding, Good luck. You as well, he replied, before returning to what he'd been doing. The moment Nero's brain understood what was happening, he began cursing up a storm. He honestly didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the situation he'd found himself in. It was all just so ridiculous. There were simply too many things about this new world that bugged him. For one, the fact that the people here had a cultural investment in their individuality, to the point that it influenced their laws, while at the same time seeing no issue pledging their lives to people made absolutely no sense to him. Then, on top of that, there was the fact that the entire governmental machine was built on the concept of a meritocracy, which had somehow been warped through an unholy union with what appeared to be a class system. It made no sense at all, and should not work nearly as well as it seemed to. But all that aside, the core issue he had with the way this world worked was the fact that it was so cliched? No, that wasn't the right word. Obvious, maybe? He could live with the fact that the people here were impossible. He could even somewhat wrap his head around how their society came to be. What with the fact that everyone could feel their neighbor's emotions through their weird pseudo-telepathy. When it came down to it, it was nothing more than an amped-up version of what he was already used to. Forced to understand how their actions affected others, in turn affected them. He got that. The people at the top, living absurdly long lives and wanting their middle managers to be competent to handle things in a way that caused them the least amount of problems. That also somewhat made sense to him. He still didn't get how the system wasn't widely being abused, but he could at least understand, theoretically, how it might be possible. When you could have hundreds of kids, why wouldn't you continue until you had an heir that wouldn't be a disappointment? It made enough sense not to melt his brain. But the fact that the spiritual mumbo-jumbo bumper sticker bullshit he'd seen on cat posters continually smacked him upside the head with its stupidity was simply too much for him. People were not supposed to be able to confront their problems directly. Humanity had no business being able to actually face their fears or emotionally grow stronger through adversity. Those were supposed to be platitudes that kept people from offing themselves and screwing up the economy through a labor shortage. He was supposed to suppress his negativity with a healthy dose of denial and medication. Therapy was supposed to be a lifelong struggle, not something that could actually lead to anything remotely positive. People with money or a gold star health plan were supposed to waste hours of their lives responding to pointless questions like, "How did that make you feel?" And, "Is that true, or do you just feel like it is?" For the vast majority of everyone else, self-help was a type of tax on depression, not a valid way of living your life. Looking up at the roiling storm clouds over his head in his soul space, he felt like screaming at the heavens,
demanding that they try and at least find a way to be somewhat original. Because that was what was really bothering him. It wasn't the fact that people had died during a battle that he'd recommended, or that he'd failed in his promise to himself to bring them all back. It was the fact that his soul space continued to be so damned obvious with its representations of his issues. This is not displaced anger or any other psychological bullshit, he assured himself. Storm clouds throughout my soul because I'm conflicted? Seriously? And I suppose the normally sturdy trees are getting ripped apart because I'm at war with myself or something. Although the flash flood representing my inner turmoil as to whether I'm doing the right thing is a nice touch.
The whole hiding my path forward under my insecurities is at least somewhat inspired, he remarked to himself while scowling at the river of mud water rushing past him. Idly lifting one of his feet out of the mud, he wasted about half a second, wondering why he wasn't having issues just standing there. Shrugging his shoulders as if it didn't matter, he told himself, "Of course it doesn't make sense. This is all in my head or my soul or something. No point in overanalyzing things. That way lies madness." Before he got sidetracked by anything else, he opened up his identity to check on his status. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 16. Race: Human. Growth rate: 61%. Tier: 1. Condition: 73%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Core attributes: Body: 4. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 11. Stars: 0. Pillars: 3/1. 73%. Sounds about right, he thought to himself while rolling his shoulders and attempting to crack his neck. Nero did feel a little under the weather. He was also pretty sure that his growth had gone up a bit, regardless of the fact that he had a lot of experiences waiting to be incorporated by re-examining them. According to the books he'd read, there were 3 main ways to gain experience. 1. Immediately upon having them, they could be added to a person's center without issue. Those were usually new sights, sounds, etc., stuff that didn't require a whole lot of understanding. Then there was the careful re-examination of memories through meditation, which everybody who was actively trying to level did daily. How he'd morphed that into his weird soul space memory bubbles still made no sense to him. But finally, the one that rarely happened was the epiphany-like realizations that people could make during times of stress. Those were the ones that accounted for most of his growth, and the ones that most people rarely accomplished.
Nero could admit that he'd had more than his fair share of mind-shattering realizations over the past few months, but that didn't mean he had to like it. The whole dichotomy of both needing to know who you are while also growing as a person seemed ridiculous to him. How could both be relevant? They were opposing ideologies. Grumbling under his breath, he set that aside for the moment and focused on the swirling clouds of memories hovering in front of him. Let's just get this crap over with and see if there is something I'm supposed to confront that will end this nonsense, he said to himself. Looking around, he could see that most of the memory clouds were sights of people being injured and left behind that he'd either ignored or simply not noticed. Nero was less than happy having to look at them. His perception field had seen everything, and it had only been his stubborn refusal to focus on the bad parts of the war that had allowed him to miss them. It wasn't all bad, though. It was nice to see himself saving people. He looked kind of badass, destroying his body as he channeled more and more soul stuff to resuscitate people. His new perspective also allowed him to understand how he'd managed to injure himself so badly. I hadn't realized I'd been glowing, he remarked to himself. Seeing the amount of essence he'd been channeling, It made sense that his body was having trouble handling it. While his center had no trouble processing the soul stuff, having it course through his body on the way was enough to destabilize it. Interestingly, the result of having so much non-imbued essence inside him looked very similar to what happened when his center reserves fell below the threshold to keep himself together. There are probably some science-y or metaphysical conclusions I should draw from that, he told himself before moving on.
Eventually, the smaller memory clouds were all processed and incorporated into his center, and all he was left with were the big ones. They were twice the size of the standard memory clouds he'd gotten used to, and were hovering around an even larger one in the middle that pulsed in tune with the storm clouds above him. Realizing that the one in the middle was probably the main plot of the episode type issue he'd eventually have to confront, he did the smart thing and instead focused on the other ones. Unsurprisingly, these were filled with some of the gorier sights he'd witnessed, but mentally set aside to emotionally process later. Apparently, later meant now. The one with the open but dead eyes of the first woman he'd resuscitated was particularly uncomfortable to accept. While seeing kobold clones butchered and blown up hadn't bothered him all that much, there was something about seeing a human being mangled that made him feel stuff. Uncomfortable stuff. Anger, helplessness, regret.
All the types of emotions that he usually set aside for the sake of his sanity bombarded him with each viewing. He had to accept what had happened, and that there had been nothing he could do about it. While he'd chosen to fight, so had they. And even if they hadn't, he'd eventually have to learn to accept the responsibility for having led them here. Life wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. He'd always known that. There was no reason to carry guilt around with him. All he could do was his best, and try not to make the same mistakes in the future. Standing on the muddy path under the rain, Nero stood panting in front of the final memory, the face of Knight Angelton staring back at him. Taking a moment to raise his chin so he could stare up at the lightning-filled storm clouds, Nero let the rain wash over him, washing away his sadness and regret. He refused to feel reborn, or anything at all similar to that bullshit cliché.
This is just a thing I have to do in this world, he told himself. Firming his resolve, he reopened his eyes and lowered his head to glare at the memory waiting for him. Diving in, he re-experienced his conversation with Knight Angelton when the man alerted him to the people they'd lost. Nero saw the image of himself emotionally shutting down. He could remember the feeling of failure and loss, and the conscious choice to push those emotions aside to try and move forward. "It's what soldiers do," he heard himself say, his voice sounding utterly empty. Staring at the sight of himself, Nero paused for a moment. Despite knowing that he wasn't actually a 14-year-old boy, or however old his actual body was with all the weird timekeeping they do here, Nero thought that he looked every bit the young man that he currently was. Perhaps it was hormones, or his new body, but Nero didn't think so.
Some smart person somewhere had once likened any new experience to a child seeing something for the first time. The term childlike wonder being applied to his situation seemed both apt and appalling at the same time. True, he'd been in his 30s before he died back on Earth, but he also hadn't experienced all that much. Aside from his time drinking at the bars with his friends and the time he spent in school and work, he hadn't exactly lived a full life. Most of it had been on his phone. He'd never gone to war, lived with nobility, or gone on a real adventure. That's probably why he was so excited and stupid about his goals here. He wanted to make a difference. He wanted to sacrifice and experience hardship for some noble goal that if he saw anyone else trying, he'd mock them for it. It was a stupid, childish dream that was both serious and whimsical at the same time.
Everything he'd experienced in this world had been new, and regardless of his age, he was still a child, and therefore acting like one. Thinking about Nick and his glee at seeing some of what Nero could do blowing his mind, and even Archmage Jennings's surprised face at seeing him manipulate essence the way he did, Nero wondered if anyone here ever truly grew up. Perhaps that was another dumbass example of a cat poster being made into reality in this world. Those few people who retained their childlike desire to grow and experience things never reached adulthood, and those who'd felt like they'd learned and experienced all they needed to, they were the ones who began to age and stop growing. Mentally returning to the memory he'd paused, Nero watched Knight Angelton's eyes as he replied, "Yes, my lord. That's what soldiers do." The man looked tired, but there was a hint of pride in what he said.
It was as if he was thinking about the next battle, and the next one after that, promising himself that he'd be there. He didn't look resigned to the fact that losing people was just a part of war, and he didn't look defeated. In truth, he looked like he was resolved to do better, to mitigate the losses as best he could while continuing forward and completing his mission. He looked like a warrior should. "Not just soldiers, old man. Adventurers do it too," Nero muttered as he stared into the memory of Harry's gray eyes. As the memory dissipated into a cloud of vapor, Nero looked up at the clearing sky. One by one, shafts of light broke through, filling the forest around him with refracted light throughout the mist. The leaves on the trees began to grow new leaves as more and more branches filled the canopy. Clear, fresh water replaced the muddy river washing the path in front of him clean.
In less than a minute, the disturbing sight of his soul at war with itself was replaced with a healthy forest and a clear path forward. Staring up at the gloriously refracting hues of colors, Nero's jaw remained open in shock as he felt his feet lifting off the ground while essence swirled around him. He could feel himself leveling. It was both exhilarating and refreshing. Every cell of his being rejoiced with the infusion of energy. Nero felt like he'd been given a full-body colonic filled with holy water and mountain dew. Not that he'd ever had a colonic filled with holy water or otherwise, but that's what it felt like. When his feet touched back down on the path, Nero's identity practically opened itself. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 17. Race: human. Growth rate: 2%. Tier: 1. Condition: